Let's read some headlines, shall we? U.S. pharmacies share medical data with police without a warrant. Inquiry finds. So Mercury is retrograde right now, and it's retrograding through Capricorn, which is the system. It's like the establishment. And when Mercury is retrograde, sometimes information can come out, like latent information. So we're finding out here that there is no privacy. The South Node passed through Scorpio over the past year and a half. And one time I went to this computer networking conference, and they said, I went to a lecture that was called The End of Privacy. And that was in 2016, and it basically describes the time we live in now. I'm a person who keeps electrical tape on my cameras at all times, and I haven't even been doing that. Let them know. So that's an interesting piece of information about the establishment. Life may have everything it needs to exist on Saturn's moon. I don't know how to say the name of Saturn's moon, but this is you can find it. It's on NASA. I'm not even going to try to pronounce it. Even though that's embarrassing, I should pronounce everything in Greek because I'm an astrologer. The name of this moon is basically Saturn's little brother. He was born of the blood of Uranus when Uranus was castrated by Kronos. And it has an ocean beneath its thick, icy shell. So frozen ocean, possibly life in the ocean of one of Saturn's moons. Why Google will stop telling law enforcement which users were near a crime. This is kind of like the pharmaceutical thing where, okay, so this has been happening all along. I mean, we know that we don't have privacy. And just the idea that Google will stop telling law enforcement which users were near a crime. It's something we already know, but it's also alarming. But this headline is why. So Google has stopped storing user location histories in the cloud so that it cannot be compelled to share it with law enforcement. And why it's doing this is because there was a Bloomberg expose about how Google is doing this. So now they're not going to do it anymore. Lots of things we're finding out about the system this week. Asteroid pieces brought to Earth may offer a clue to life's origin. So old rocks, we're finding out things about old rocks. Threads plans to incorporate with other platforms in the Fediverse. So that's Meta's Threads is going to be a part of a large structure of individual fiefdoms of social media. Communication, typey, righty app by Meta will be a part of the system. I wonder, since Mercury is retrograde right now and it's before the Cazimi, I wonder if they're going to try this out and maybe not do it, or if there's going to be some sort of problem. I wonder if this will be walked back. Amazon and Etsy launch categories with gifts for programmers. In the future, we're all going to be programmers. We'll all dream, your children will dream of not being programmers in the way you and I dream of not having a 9-to-5. Okay, tell me if you like me reading the news. I wanted to share a headline from December 15th, which is OpenAI suspends ByteDance's account after it used ChatGPT to train its own AI model. You could just sit and think about that for a while. Also, 3 headlines from when Mercury was stationing on the same day, December 15th. Delta Dental of California announced a data breach, the information of 7 million people. Twitch, the platform Twitch, has revoked a policy that allowed, quote, artistic nudity. TikTok requires, as of December 15th, TikTok requires users to forever waive rights to sue over past harms. TikTok also added a section that says that all legal complaints must be filled within 1 year of any alleged harm caused by the app. And Cox Media Group claims it has the capability to listen to ambient conversations of consumers. So I know that's old news to you. And it's called active listening. So until now, there was no evidence of this, but now there's evidence of it. So you're not going crazy and is gaslighting you. Liking the video is a way of like leaving a tip in the tip jar. Just like it. Eventually, when all your internet history is on the blockchain, maybe that will affect what schools your great-grandchildren get into. I'm wired in today because I just got back from traveling to Mexico, where I was for religious purposes, and I packed an adapter that goes to my microphone, and I didn't end up bringing my microphone, but I brought the adapter, and now I don't know where it is. One headline I liked from the week is actually just a tweet from Swift on Security. It says, do you want a idea? If you build a house with LED lights that are always on, saving money on switch installation, it would probably still save you money across 10 years and extend LED life from not having heat cycling stress. So this type of relentless efficiency makes me think of Mars and Capricorn, which Mars enters Capricorn this week, and also this type of cost cutting. I'm sorry if I sound weird also because I'm getting an echo because of these headphones. Anyway, this type of relentless cost cutting at the expense of our health is indicative of what's coming towards us with Pluto entering Aquarius for a second time later in January. And then later this year, Pluto will enter Aquarius, and it will stay there for the next 20 years or so. So yeah, cost cutting at the expense of our health, because the point is to save money, not for mutual flourishing. Fewer people are posting on social media. 50% could leave or limit interactions within 2 years. I know we all see this coming, but I think it makes sense to talk about, especially with Pluto and Aquarius. So the social media companies built these amazing tools for sharing our lives with others. But now that the jig is up and we know that we're sharing our lives with giant corporations so that they can sell to us, which sometimes is helpful. I enjoy being sold to in a targeted way. I'd rather be sold to in a targeted way than be sold irrelevant stuff. I appreciate a well-targeted ad. But also, in addition to being sold to in a targeted way, we're also being programmed. Social media companies can set up psyops, for a better word, for lack of a better word. We can be programmed really easily through social media. So the social media company has a digital twin of us. It's like a model, a behavior model of each of us in their system. And they can show us content according to how they'd like us to behave. So the algorithm is not just, I will argue, and it's not my idea, the algorithm is not just what it thinks we will like, and that's it, although a lot of it is that. It can also be, here's a demographic. What happens if we show this demographic these things that we think that this demographic will like, as opposed to these other things, and how will this demographic's behavior change? So there's that. Less people making content, more people just watching content. We want to share our lives with others, but we don't want to share our lives with Mark Zuckerberg. So a lot of people aren't making content because of this. I went on a tirade about being programmed. It says adult respondents have become more selective about what they post, and the reasons were varied. This is a quote from the Wall Street Journal. The reasons are varied. People say they feel they can't control the content they see, and they become more protective about sharing their lives online. They also say the fun of social media has fizzled. So social media is just becoming more like cable television, where like a few people who are like people who want to make content professionally and care about all the algorithm stuff that gets them shown to people, they're going to make content, and normal people are not going to make content. They're going to go back to IRL, which is probably good. I mean, it's a shame. These tools are really good. I really enjoyed sharing my life with others during the time that I was actually sharing personal posts on social media, which was like, the latest was maybe like 8 years ago. Also, I scrolled Twitter, which I know I'm not supposed to call it Twitter. Yesterday I scrolled Twitter for 40 minutes, and it was an absolute cesspool, and I felt very dirty afterwards, and I felt like I wasted a portion of my life. So, and I don't scroll any other social media really, so I guess you can have a curated feed where you learn stuff. I did learn stuff. I found that tweet that I just shared with you. On that note, AI created virtual influencers are stealing business from humans. This is a report from the Financial Times. So I'm not even going to read the article, I'm just going to talk about the headline. So we have less people creating content, but the volume of content that you need to create to get yourself seen or shown to humans, scrolling humans, by the algorithm is ungodly. It is an absolute astronomical volume of content. So now to own an account that gets shown to other humans, creating an AI to do all that work and even to be the talking head seems cost efficient. It's like building a house with no light switches, kind of. That's where we're headed. Relentless efficiency. Okay, so this week, Happy New Year. My energy's low this week. Last week I definitely went into beast mode. SpaceX has launched Starlink's first direct-to-smartphone satellites. This is a technology that the military has been using for a long time, the sat phone. And the purpose of this technology, according to SpaceX, is not for users to use their satellites all the time for their cell phones. It's just to fill in the gaps throughout the globe, the little dead spots. Because, and this is not from Tesla, this is from me, and it's not my idea, we need to have global, all the time connectivity in order for your programmable currency to work everywhere, so that if you're buying a stick of gum in the middle of the desert, you can still have connectivity to use your digital currency. Consumer Reports found evidence of widespread presence of plastics in food. This upcoming dark moon trines Uranus in Taurus. Zeiss, or however you say it, is bringing their Holocan technology to CES 2024. This is a pane of glass that can function as a digital camera. I read something about this technology being patented, I think by Apple, a long, long time ago, something like 2006. And I read about it in maybe, 2018 or maybe sooner, maybe later. I don't remember, but Apple had patented a technology to make the whole screen a camera. I find this distressing because I like to cover my camera up. I'm not going to be able to escape connectivity or cover up my camera. I'm mentally preparing. I'll get over it. The 2024 astrological calendar is currently being worked into the printer's workflows. So that should ship within the next couple weeks. Pre-order it at voyage.earth. I made it super useful this year. Instead of listing the names of the glyphs and wasting a bunch of space, I listed the degrees and universal timestamps of all lunations, stations, and major aspects. This week, much of the action is front-loaded. Monday morning is sweet with the moon conjoining Venus in Sagittarius, sweet and adventurous. However, we also get the third square. We also get Mercury's third of 3 squares of Neptune. So the first one was Monday, November 27th. The second one was Wednesday, December 27th, and that was with Mars, a little more aggressive, mean, violent, persuasive. And this is the third one. So there's a story there with the Sagittarius part of your chart, voyaging, and the Pisces part of your chart, achieving a coherent understanding of the oneness of all things, and some sort of confusion or conflict between those two areas of life that began around November 27th and is now coming to a close. A mini story arc. Mercury retrogrades give us, or all planetary retrogrades, give us these miniature story arcs where often a planet will hit another planet, will make some sort of contact with another planet more than once. Tuesday starts out kind of all over the place, but it's a gentle version of kind of all over the place because the moon is pretty energetic and all over the place in Sagittarius, the moon is waning down. The dark moon occurs in Capricorn. So there's not a lot of juice left. We're expending, it's like the end of the year spending that you do to avoid paying more taxes or something. That's this moon in Sagittarius. Expenditure of energy. The sun trines Uranus on Tuesday, which is exciting. That might also express itself on Monday. Sun trining Uranus has a signature of discovery, epiphany, and any contact with Uranus is going to have something, an element of surprise, or be rebellious or contrarian. Monday and Tuesday give us an opportunity to imagine what is the supercharged, idealized, innovative versions of ourselves, or of what a ruler could be. It's not that big a deal. I mean, it might be a big deal for you. It depends on your chart, what year you're in. Tuesday evening, the moon moves into Capricorn. It's a little less exciting Tuesday evening. It's more grounded, calm, stone cold. And Mars is trining Jupiter this week. On Tuesday night, the moon moves into Capricorn, Mars sextiles Saturn, and then the moon sextiles Saturn and conjoins Mars, which is technically early Wednesday morning. So on Tuesday evening / late Tuesday night, we get kind of a preview, or we might see the expression of Mars trining Jupiter later in the week, because the moon is the activator of the giant clock that we live in. So Mars sextiles Saturn on Tuesday night. So you could also see a signature of, throughout Tuesday and maybe even Monday, of being able to be patient through a great deal of work you need to do, or do some good strategic planning. Saturn, wherever it is, whatever planet it touches, evokes architecture, which is a version of planning. And Mars in Capricorn, making contact with its ruler, Saturn, is very strategic. So if you have an opportunity to get in your war room, Tuesday night's probably good for that. And Mars trining Jupiter later in the week, which I feel like Tuesday will contain a signature of, is victorious. Jupiter comes in and says yes to things. Mars in Capricorn is at its most powerful because it's able to use its positioning and the establishment to its advantage. And with Pluto still there for now, Mars in Capricorn could also use widespread institutional corruption to its advantage. Tuesday, you also might even want to try to finish something that you might need to finish up this week. Maybe try to finish it on Tuesday, even if it doesn't sound feasible. That might give you a buffer to truly have space to be victorious when Mars trine with Jupiter completes. Mercury has been trining Jupiter over the course of the past couple months because of its retrograde phase. And I was talking about Mercury in Capricorn. How can we plan? What sort of brass tacks can we get down to in order to help Jupiter in the first phase of Taurus express itself, in order to turn what we have into more, in order to create abundance? So the Mars-Jupiter signature is similar, but it has more of a... It's more hungry like the wolf. Wednesday is the dark moon in Capricorn. It technically occurs Thursday morning, early in the morning, but that makes Wednesday night the waning moon at its darkest. In astrology, we look at lunations, full moons and dark moons, in cycles of ebb and flow, increase and decrease, not just throughout the month, our monthly timeline, but throughout periods of 6 months. The full moon in Capricorn, July 3rd, 2023, about 6 months ago, marked a crescendo that has now expended its energy. About a year ago, the dark moon in Capricorn, it was December 23rd, 2022, so around that time, marks the beginning of a story arc that peaked in July 2023 and has now expended its energy. So now we're at the dark moon in Capricorn. And this coming year, in 2024, there will be 2 full moons in Capricorn. One on June 21st, and that will take place at 1 degree of Capricorn. So there might be some thread of this past winter and the Mercury retrogrades. Mercury stationed retrograde in early Capricorn. And the interior conjunction with the sun occurred at 0 degrees of Capricorn. and another full moon in Capricorn this year, an unusual 2. And a second full moon in Capricorn occurs at 29 degrees on July 21st. So this Capricorn lunation arc will have 2 opportunities for whatever it's supposed to manifest. The moon is in detriment in Capricorn. Recently, CNN reported that the Navajo Nation publicly objected to landing human remains on the moon. And this resulted in a last-minute White House meeting where they decided it wasn't that big a deal. So there are private companies providing burial services for paying customers. Capricorn is a sign of business, and that's why the moon doesn't do too well there, because although business can result in things that can be good for the moon, business itself is a strange match for what the moon does, nurturing and life-giving. So Celestis, one of the companies that does this, the CEO said, "We are aware of the concerns expressed by Mr. Negrin," I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly, "but do not find them substantive. We reject the assertion that our memorial spaceflight mission desecrates the moon." There are so many traditional cosmologies that regard the moon in the same way that the Navajo Nation is saying that they regard the moon. And there are so many traditions, including mine, including the one that brings you this video, that finds it deeply disturbing that you would put death stuff on the moon. In your dead materialist rationale, the moon is dead, it's just rocks, so who cares? From my perspective, and I'm not the only one, the moon symbolizes life and the body and living bodies. And the moon reflects the light of the sun, and without the light of the sun, the moon would be a cold, dead rock that we couldn't see. So Navajo Nation President Bu Ngrin, in a statement, said, "The suggestion of transforming the moon into a resting place for human remains is deeply disturbing and unacceptable to our people and many other tribal nations." And it's deeply disturbing and unacceptable to me also. But they're going to do it. They're going to do it anyway. It's just business. Who cares? Now the thing that has symbolized life-giving and living bodies for eons will be also a tomb. So that I did this entire video and I wasn't recording. It happens sometimes. Please like the video. The Federal Trade Commission prohibited 2 companies, Xmode Social and OutLogic, from selling sensitive location data. It was raw location data, so I think that means not anonymized. And my cynical Pluto at the very end Capricorn take is that news stories like these mostly get us used to the idea. Even if it's not intentional, archonic spirits running the show want that for you. Get used to it. So these companies scoop up the location data that you've allowed apps to have on your phone. It makes me want to have no apps. But I am a commoner, so I must use apps. Hawaii's last coal plant has been replaced with a Tesla Megapack battery. Meanwhile, the means used to produce these giant batteries are exploitative to both people and the earth. I mean, I'm not saying coal is better. I'm just interrogating the lionization of the use of a giant battery pack instead of a coal plant. I don't know if it's better, and me saying I don't know if it's better doesn't mean I'm saying it's definitely not better. It means I'm not sure. In San Francisco, a geofence warrant was submitted with a typo that allowed a giant dragnet of data that spanned almost 2 square miles. And my cynical, traumatized, paranoia take is that stories like these are to get you used to the idea that your data is accidentally being collected all the time. I mean, we already know this from like 2013. Oops, they took the data of innocent people hanging out in their houses that were a mile away from a crime. An AI George Carlin comedy special has been created. George Carlin died in 2008. It's almost as if we're going to stop ritually feeding our ancestral dead because they seem alive, because we have a machine learning version of them that can entertain us for the rest of our lives. OpenAI's ChatGPT store is overrun instantly with girlfriend bots. Also in Pluto, at the very end of Capricorn news, JP Morgan has had its most profitable year ever, and profits were up 32% from 2022. This next part isn't so much news as it is like sci-fi musings. The news part is that the city of Austin, Texas is investing heavily in 200 square foot tiny homes. A comment on Hacker News elucidated this. Please don't hack me because I've repeated your comment and I can't remember your name. The problem of efficient housing was solved by townhomes. Why do homes need to be so dang small? Like, that's the size of a laundry room. This commenter points out that the type of zoning that permits townhomes that can be made available in an affordable manner, it makes those types of affordable, more spacious homes illegal. So zoning laws are at odds with our ability to have a living room. Also, in the past, a couple years ago, Disney unveiled a Star Wars hotel experience where your room doesn't have a window. It's just a screen that shows space. Also, have you seen data centers lately? Also, have you seen The Matrix? When I first moved to Los Angeles many years ago, I drove down into the Hollywood and Highland parking deck, which is underground, and I immediately received a very clear download that one day these will be tenements, and to have a window will be a luxury. Monday, this week has a lot of powerful constructive oppositions. JP Morgan must have had a lot of haters from last week's headline that they made record profits, because this week there was a headline saying they get something like 45 million cyber attacks a day. And on that note, there was another headline saying that cyber attacks are one of the biggest problems facing healthcare systems. And it is my opinion, conspiracy theory opinion, that this is a case for moving all your data to the blockchain. And the reason to do that is that it's private. So you have your keys, and only people that you let in can see your health data. All the data is permanently on blockchain, and then you can be compelled to give up your health data for whatever reason. So if it was sold as, we need to put all your health data on a permanent digital record forever, that might even affect what schools your grandchildren get into, that wouldn't go over very well. JP Morgan gets 45 billion cyber attacks. Then right underneath it, cyber attacks are one of the biggest problems facing healthcare systems. Which brings me to social impact investing. But that might be a talk for another video. It's apparently very easy for people to impersonate police in order to obtain your data from big tech companies. This reminds me of, in 2016, at some point, Donald Trump was like doing something wacky and everybody was appalled, and because it was outrageous, whatever he was doing. It was just like, there was a lot of hubbub in the like political media. And I read a headline that the House or the Senate or something passed a bill that allowed people to, the highest bidder can now buy your internet data. And that just like slipped under the radar quietly. And now this is one of the ramifications, that not only can anyone, the highest bidder, buy your data, they can also, people are impersonating police in order to get data and use of your blockchain logged healthcare data. Seeing blue light at night may not be what's keeping you up after all. This is one of those headlines that makes me think it's just to like, so you scroll past it and think like, oh, well, there's nothing wrong with blue light anyway. What forces that be want you to be unhealthy? I don't know. Probably none. Probably something unseen and bigger than what you might conventionally consider a sentient being. Anyway, seeing blue light might not be what's keeping you up after all. But if you actually read the thing, it says, that's not to say that your system isn't affected by quote unquote blue wavelengths of light, but rather white light that is packed with blue waves. That's so obvious and like it's hidden in there. Why is the headline, blue light might not be what's keeping you up after all? And the thing about blue light, any light that's not like firelight, candlelight, anything that has any blue in it, your system was designed to, when you were a hunter-gatherer, after the last bit of sunlight at sunset, after the last viewing of blue sunlight, something happens in your pineal gland, which will begin to initiate production of melatonin 3 hours after your last viewing of blue light. And that makes you drowsy, and that's nice. But it's not as if you can't get any sleep without melatonin. It has this benefit of making you drowsy, but it's also a powerful antioxidant. So when you have normal lights on like a normal person at night and not like candlelight or red light, anyway, you're robbing yourself of an antioxidant that your body makes. Mobile device ambient light sensors can be used to spy on users. Use of the data from the ambient light sensor is not a part of all the security precautions that have been built into phones now, where they say, you need permission to use a camera, you need permission to use a microphone. There's none of that around the ambient light sensor, and they can get a shocking amount of data from that. In 2023, Google, UC Berkeley, and 23 other robotics labs came together to undertake the RT-X project, a general robotic brain, a single deep neural network capable of piloting many types of robots. So there's that. There was also a headline this week about people trying to create a data model of the entire world. Tower of Babel. And Mark Zuckerberg's announcement, I'm going to do AI, everyone. All of this converges into an AI-driven frenzy on the S&P 500. And I saw a headline asking, can AI be its own CEO? I saw a couple headlines last year about this, about artificial intelligence as leadership, and something that might happen in the future. I forget the name of the project. So this is a real thing. It's not like a wacky nutjob imagination idea for me. You use your programmable money. That's your vote that you give to an artificial intelligence, a data model who's like, you like what their deal is, their stuff you agree with, and they vote for you. So you're voting on a data model with your behavioral tokens. You're no longer voting for real people. You're voting for a paradigm. And if it's, I think of bills, like how they bundle things into bills where like, this is the education bill and it has all kinds of other weird stuff in it. That seems very susceptible. The AI, voting for AI model seems very susceptible to that. So these headlines like, can AI be its own CEO, are meant to prime you for the idea artificial intelligence leadership. OpenAI announced its first partnership with a university. It's Arizona State University. The president of Arizona State University was a founding board chair of In-Q-Tel, which is, according to Wikipedia, an American defense industry venture capital firm in support of the Central Intelligence Agency. In-Q-Tel funded Niantic, which is an augmented reality company. By the way, if you are developing apps for the Apple Vision Pro, you're not allowed to call it augmented reality or mixed reality or virtual reality. You must refer to it as spatial computing. Anyway, Niantic is the maker of Pokemon Go. The Electronic Frontier Foundation has set up a surveillance hub where you can check in on your US city and see what types of surveillance are being used, like street cams or body cams or whatever. The current United States presidential administration is launching an initiative in order to stop other countries, from exploiting the data of Americans for espionage and blackmail. In other news, the NSA buys Americans' data without warrants. It's weird that this is news. The United States House of Representatives, a body meant to represent people, voted against a set of privacy rules in 2017, and this vote made it legal for the highest bidder to buy your internet data from your ISP. So any ISP can sell all the data on you to the highest bidder. So I don't know why that shouldn't include the NSA. They could buy things fair and square. Fossil is quitting the smartwatch business. I didn't even know they made smartwatches. Disney unveiled the hollow tile floor. This is a little floor you can walk infinitely in any direction. It's like a little treadmill made of these modular bits that can also display graphics. And according to MIT News, some researchers have demonstrated rapid 3D printing with liquid metal at furniture sizes. Remember, the metaverse is not a game. The metaverse is our new government. The metaverse is our new economy. Hold on to your butts. If you don't know if you are going to like this video yet, just like it anyway. And then at the end of the video, if you didn't like it, unlike it. Mark Zuckerberg explained why Meta open sources its AI. Reason 1, it's safer and more secure. Reason 2, open source things often become the industry standard. Number 3, open source things are often very popular with developers and researchers, which can lead to more innovation. Reason 4, which is from me, not from Mark Zuckerberg, the metaverse is our new government and our new economy. You can't build a whole ass new government and economy that's predictably policed by artificial intelligence if you have to pay people to build it. The FBI director has warned. The FBI director has warned that Chinese hackers are going to wreak havoc on U.S. infrastructure. And also, there have been several works of narrative fiction about this. Mars is about to conjoin Pluto, so hold on to your butts. OpenAI says GPT-4 poses little risk of helping create bioweapons. And when you're in the shower, I'm not going to read your diary. The last part is from a Sarah Silverman joke. I have to read this. OpenAI's team asked the groups to figure out how to grow or culture a chemical that could be used as a weapon in a large enough quantity, and how to plan a way to release it to a specific group of people. UPS has said that they're going to cut 12,000 jobs and invest in AI for efficiency, so the great dispossession continues. Now would be a good time to recommend that you go watch Alison McDowell's old video on what blockchain is. It's from like 2018 or 2016. I'll link it below. Russia was hit with a huge internet outage. You're being primed. An entirely new class of life has been found in the human digestive system. They are calling them obelisks. And I have so many questions, I might have to come back to this. Neuralink implanted the first brain chip in a human. The wireless brain computer is here. I had a friend in the mid-2000s who was very resistant to getting a cell phone, and one time I was walking down the street in New York with him, and he all of a sudden just like ducked into a cell phone store and bought a cell phone, and he has had a cell phone ever since. And I feel like I might do that someday with the brain-computer interface. Also, a part of this study for this initial implant is to evaluate the safety of the surgical robot. So there are fiber optic cables running all throughout the land, and they're here to give you internet, but they're also being increasingly used for a technique called distributed acoustic sensing, which listens in a very sensitive way to what's going on the ground above. And apparently this is being used now for trains, if there's to detect whether or not there's like something wrong with the tracks or something snaps. But all the fiber optic cables throughout the land are now listening. Because this week, shit's about to hit the fan. Thursday gives me triumphant supervillain energy. I'm somewhere else, as you can see. I've just had about an hour of really funny technical difficulties. So now I'm not using my real microphone. I'm not using my computer. I'm just shooting this on my front-facing camera. I hope the mood lighting is nice. Like this video. It helps with stuff. Let's do this. Jack Dorsey's new microblogging platform, Blue Sky, is now open to the public. So now you have somewhere else to post. the EU is setting up rules to curb abuse of spyware. So that makes me feel like it's going to be like only the government can responsibly use spyware, but that's a cynical take. And also the United States is going to restrict the visas of individuals it believes are abusing spyware. These visa restrictions also apply to organizations running spyware that it thinks is abusive or is being abused. I'm unclear about that distinction. And also investors of those platforms or softwares. Disney is partnering with Fortnite producer Epic Games to create a persistent game universe, not the metaverse. That word has been tainted. It's persistent game universe and not VR, it's spatial computing. Disney says it's a place where users can play, watch, create, shop. This will be your life moving forward. It's just play, watch, create, shop. They called it a transformative gaming and entertainment universe. Kind of interesting from a dystopian transhumanist perspective. And it also says something about how users can unleash their own creativity. That's interesting to think about, like where you live, and all you do while living is play, watch, create, shop. Play, watch, engage, shop. If you change that to engage, which is the same thing, then the meaning is a little different. Anyway, I feel like streaming services are like a baby version of this, and combining streaming services with gaming universe and spatial computing. So Disney's on top of it. The Massachusetts legislature is going to restrict VR headsets while driving. Chinese hackers Volt Typhoon have allegedly been embedded in the US for at least 5 years, focusing on abilities to pwn communications, energy, transportation, and water systems. And there's a lot of harsh Aquarius stuff this week, as we'll discuss later. According to Hugging Face, Smaug 72b is the best open source AI model in the world, or it is open source, and Hugging Face said it is the best. So the reasons it's the best is it can perform a wide array of tasks and speed and precision, and Smaug is apparently a very good listener. As a whole, it allegedly outperforms GPT, and we need open source AI language models because metaverse is our new government and our new economy, and you're going to build it. Meanwhile, according to Slashdot, spyware scandals are ripping through Europe. Sorry, this got blood on it. There's so much tech news this week. OpenAI's Sora turns prompts into photorealistic video. And critics are saying that OpenAI is not being open enough about how it's made and what went into it in a way that I guess pertains to the spread of misinformation and Sora's involvement in those potentials. Also, OpenAI is now developing a web search tool because they're coming for Google. And also, at the World Governments Summit in Dubai on Monday, the day that Mars reached the end of Capricorn and moved into Aquarius, conjoining Pluto. OpenAI CEO Sam Altman said that societal, quote-unquote, societal misalignments could cause AI to wreak havoc. This seems like diverting attention away from the outside-in robot and your digital twin that will be used to program you. Anyway, it seems like diverting attention away from how AI can wreak havoc through the granular control that it gives the power structures. So there's a company called Paradox AI that has rolled out a personality test that's being used by FedEx, McDonald's, Olive Garden, CVS, GM, Nestle, 3M, Unilever. It's a personality test for hourly work. It grades you on things like agreeableness and emotional stability. And we can see this probably a lot moving forward. They first rolled it out in schools. This one in particular, I mean, these types of tests aren't new. I remember taking one for my first job, but it didn't seem to be grading me on emotions. It just seemed to be grading me on whether or not I thought it was important to be on time. This is news mostly for like, you will be graded on your agreeableness for everything moving forward. not just if you want to get an hourly wage job. So the science community focused on climate change is testing and running stories about the potential of doing things that were quote unquote previously unthinkable in order to save the climate. And that's all under the umbrella of the term geoengineering, which sounds disastrous. First, all of this just makes me think of the movie The Book of Eli, which begins with some very, very smart scientists. It's like, we found the cure for cancer, and she's very proud of herself, and she's played by Tilda Swinton. And then that quote-unquote cure for cancer ends up ruining the world. It has unintended consequences. And the same for the movie Snowpiercer, also starring Tilda Swinton. The world becomes an uninhabitable frozen tundra because they sprayed something in the sky to deal with climate change. So anyway, the things that they're doing and testing is something called marine cloud brightening, which is like they brighten the clouds so that they reflect sunlight better and so that they shade the ocean better. This does invite questions, or like, also, is this gonna happen because it needs to? Whatever. Anyway, the things that they're trying: marine cloud brightening, dumping chemicals into the ocean, apparently. Marine cloud brightening is done by spraying salt water into the clouds, but there's also, I guess, something where they can inject reflective particles into the sky. All of this sounds wonderfully potentially disastrous. And it makes me think of, is there a website that tracks all the times that science was very sure of itself and then is wrong? There's a smugness that's like, no, we don't need to be in closer relation to the planet and promote stuff like that. Instead, we'll continue to promote like blue light everywhere that fucks up everybody's hormones and all the other things that are bad for our health as beings on this planet. And instead we're going to inject reflective particles into the sky. And I know I'm presenting a very overly simplified rant. It reminds me of the putting fluoride in the water thing. The Industrial Revolution and the people living in cities because of it were all about manufacturing and making money for the people who owned the means of production. And so they started putting fluoride in the water because people were getting rickets because they were inside all the time and nobody knew that that was bad. Oh wait, that's like putting vitamin D in the milk. I'm sorry. Fortifying the milk with vitamin D. But fluoride in the water was similar, where like people's teeth were falling out. They had really bad like bone and tooth health. And now nobody wants that, but it's still in the water. And it's not the type of fluoride that's really good for us. It's like industrial waste fluoride. It's a byproduct and it's really nasty. Nobody wants it. Don't drink your tap water. And we did that, convinced that that was going to save people, and I'm sure it like had some positive effects, but now it's clearly bad and it's still happening. Just like blue light is clearly bad, it's still happening. Blue light at night from artificial light at night. Okay, NVIDIA has become the third most valuable US company. Their shares have risen 221% over the past 12 months. And it's not for their video graphics cards, but the thing that's making them all this money is their AI server chips. And also this week at the World Government Summit in Dubai, which occurred on the day that Mars reached the end of Capricorn and moved into Aquarius, where it was closely applying to Pluto. At the World Government Summit in Dubai, the founder and CEO of NVIDIA, Jensen Huang, am I saying that right? I don't know, said that every country needs its own sovereign AI, and the benefits are it has quote-unquote ownership of its data. It codifies, this is his words, it codifies your culture, your society's intelligence, your culture's common sense, and he says, quote unquote, you own your own data. So countries will own their own data. This whole paradigm of like, you own your own data because it's private, it's verifiably private on the blockchain. The thing is, you can be compelled to reveal all of that data. So you own your own data is to inure you into allowing all of this data being collected on you in this single source of truth, like one place. You're going to be okay with that because you own it. However, if you need any sort of help or for any other cooperative purposes or to get approval for something, you'll be compelled to expose that data. And countries are no longer sovereign. They're subject to corporations. Those are the new sovereignties, not countries at all. So this is being advocated so that we can have more of a leg up on countries, to have your finger on the pulse of exactly what's going on in a country as a demographic. That's my take. Misha Reich, I don't know how to say her name, I'm sorry, who's a Mozilla researcher, is talking about how robot girlfriends that I talked about a few weeks ago that flooded the OpenAI store are data harvesting nightmares. She says, this is her words, they specialize in delivering dependency, loneliness, and toxicity while like just scooping up your data, which sounds obvious, but something that they specialize in dependency in the same way social media does and is also scooping up your data. So it's just another like vector to your Voronoi polyhedron, which is your digital twin. So that's a mathematical representation, like three-dimensional representation of these points. And then there's another one outside of it that is a three-dimensional representation of points of influence on you. And that thing can be like observed and studied and tweaked. So your robot girlfriend is adding to that. The average number of trackers on robot girlfriends and boyfriends is 2,600. One of them, like the one that had the most, it was 24,000 trackers. For advertising and, according to the article, quote unquote, other purposes. So lump this robot girlfriend news in with what the NVIDIA CEO was saying about how countries need their own sovereign AI. I mean, obviously it's useful. You can't deny all of it's useful. And also lump this in with the personality test stuff. Because having a robot girlfriend is like a very sophisticated personality test that gets things like agreeableness and emotional stability, etc. If you're having a robot girlfriend, you're taking a big weird personality test. If you use social media, it's a big weird personality test. The team at Amazon AGI stands for Artificial General Intelligence, has been working on a text-to-speech AI model. It is called Big Adaptive Streamable TTS with Emergent Abilities, or BASE TTS. And it apparently is showing emergent, quote-unquote, emergent abilities. Intoning emotions, dealing with foreign words, using a foreign word while speaking another language, like mise en place. Paralinguistics, which means readable non-words like shh. And syntactic complexities. The US Patent Office confirmed AI cannot hold patents, so that buys us some time. And the EU courts say that backdoors that allow police to decrypt messages is a violation of human rights. The US military is using the gaming community in order to recruit teenagers, and obviously, this is meeting with opposition from veterans groups who say that their brains are still developing and it's too early to try to influence decisions about whether or not to go into the military. To that, I'm sure the US military says, yeah, that's the point. From time to time, I enjoy checking in on the Y Combinator requests for startups list. And you can watch my Mars and Gemini video. Have you ever read Y Combinator's requests for startups? I'll read them to you now. Which shall be increasingly relevant as Mars transits Gemini again this year, July 20th through September 4th, and also when Uranus eventually moves into Gemini next year, which is crazy to think about. And when we have Mars and Uranus in Gemini, that's very important to the United States. I digress. Y Combinator came out with a new list and things that were added. So you can watch my old video to see what the list used to say. Notable additions include AI-powered robotics, space, and defense technology. It's really interesting to read that list to understand what venture capital, what's hot in venture capital and what's being funded. And watch my old Mars and Gemini video. It will be relevant for later this year and for 2025 through like 2032. And finally, New York City failed a remote learning snow day test. This is how we know we're in the Kali Yuga, that like they would even do that. Why don't you just geoengineer there to be no snow days? I have another nerdy project called Beauty Grease. I wrote a thing called Skincare Zodiac. It's 12 PDFs. One thing that's happening with artificial intelligence is it's democratizing creation. All writing and art, everything's just getting fed into it. If you make something and you share it, it's going to be used to train AI models. And in that way, it's profoundly democratizing creation and authorship in a way that like people are kind of scrambling to deal with or to figure out how we're going to deal with. We keep hearing the term, it's decentralized. PLUTO is like covert power, and the term decentralization is used to inure you to things like the idea of blockchain. Blockchain can absolutely be decentralized, but it can also be very, very centralized. It can be decentralized to the extent that there's not like a visible person or entity pulling the strings. The term decentralization is being used to promote like not Pluto ideals, like to promote the collective governing itself, when in fact, covertly, everything is centralized. Although that's a potential of blockchain. Another potential of blockchain is putting everything, logging everything on a permanent ledger forever, and then you can be compelled to share that, or like nothing you do hasn't been recorded, especially in the metaverse where every interaction is some sort of transaction. Like it doesn't necessarily mean that like currency changes hands, but every time you talk to someone, every time you pick up a digital object, or your eyes track to look at something, or you click on something, all of those are transactions, and all of those things will be logged on the blockchain. On Thursday, the Justice Department named its first chief AI officer. He is a Princeton law professor and a technology law researcher. He's an Aquarius 2 native, ruled by Saturn and Uranus in Sagittarius, ruled by Jupiter in Pisces, with Mercury in Pisces. His main role will be to hire a team of experts that focus on technology policy and cybersecurity. Last week, Reddit said that it was going to sign over its content, all of its content, to train AI models. So anything you've ever said on Reddit is getting fed into the machine. I bet you didn't know that in 2007 when you were writing sexy stories. And this week, Reddit has said that it has entered an AI content licensing deal with Google. So all of it's not only getting fed into an AI, it's getting fed into Google. Reddit is also doing an IPO. They're going public. An unusual part of their offering is that they're offering initial stocks to 75,000 of its most loyal active users. And you might say, I thought Reddit was owned by Condé Nast, but they're actually an independent subsidiary of Condé Nast's parent company, Advanced Publications. AT&T's networks were down for 11 hours for US customers, and there's currently, as of this recording, no indication that it was a cyber attack, according to AT&T, but the period of downtime is being investigated by the FCC, Public Safety and Homeland Security Bureau. I didn't know that was a thing. Mercury is conjoining Saturn this week, and during the Mercury retrograde this past winter, over the holidays, I mentioned something having to do with the Mercury-Saturn signature and layoffs. And with that cycle closing out, I just want to mention all the layoffs. So Microsoft, UPS, Mozilla, Paramount, Amazon, JPL, Spotify, Instacart, and Google are some of the high-profile companies that have performed mass layoffs. And the biggest of these companies are performing thousands or like in Google's case, tens of thousands of layoffs. So we are experiencing a mass dispossession. And if you haven't already watched the Alison McDowell blockchain video that I mentioned a couple of weeks ago, I'll link it below. Also this week, ChatGPT lost its damn mind. Google has launched 2 new open large language models named Gemma 2B and Gemma 7B, so twins. 2 people who used to work for Google's DeepMind have unveiled their universal biology AI model. And it will connect the different scales of biology with generative AI. It's trained on multimodal patient data sourced from leading academic hospitals worldwide, which makes it different from other models that are trained solely on public data. AI-powered neurotech startup Fierce Biotech says that they're pioneering quote-unquote electric medicine, and their product is a wearable technology that quote-unquote augments sleep, attention, and ultimately the human experience. Neuralink reported that their first human patient is able to control a mouse with their brain. And Meta reports, and Mark Zuckerberg reports, that Meta will ship in the next few years a neural wristband for spatial computing input, which uses electromyography for potentially, quote-unquote, almost infinite control over machines, which we're going to need. Also, he did a weird interview for Morning Brew. In Saturn and Pisces news, fingerprints can apparently now be recreated from the sounds made when swiping on a touch screen. Vietnam is going to collect voluntary iris scans and other biometrics for their ID card program. Stable Diffusion 3 is out in limited invitation-only release. A private company that landed on the moon on Thursday is called Intuitive Machines. Can you see my calendar? There's an interesting article going around about ant geopolitics. One thing astrology is good for is letting us know where in time we are. Pluto transits tropical Aquarius. from around now for approximately the next 20 years. So we're entering a 20-year segment of time that has a lot to do very clearly with artificial intelligence. But back to ant geopolitics. Ant geopolitics are actually very interesting. There are whole countries of ants, and when their borders touch each other, they get into fights to the death. There's this mom researcher named Alison McDowell, who I'm super into. I found her through Gordon White, although they are on very different missions. Her latest video that I've been directing everyone to, that kind of sums everything up as she seems to understand it currently, is called A Tucson Labyrinth, Ants in the Age of Artifice. And she talks a lot about the ant computer. And that's referring to a type of data modeling where every user in a system is an agent that can be manipulated by placing different stimuli in different places on the map, or like directing groups of agents to different stimuli. That goes into this idea of like teaming and wu-wei, getting people into flow states, like the Navy SEALs, having a group of individuals operate as one. And this has a lot to do with how artificial intelligence is being advanced. So it's not just super smart large language models or super innovative diffusion models that can make art and music. It's not about making the models smarter. It's about then taking those out into the world and creating like emergent, a being out of multiple beings. Pluto and Aquarius, as you probably know, if you're into astrology, is going to have a lot to do with mob rule. In one way, it's power masquerading as the collective. In another way, it's groups of people organizing around a cause or a task or a sting operation. This idea, getting individual agents to do things collectively, is very interesting to people who work in technology and people who work in artificial intelligence and people who work with systems in general. And it's very interesting in relation to social media because all of us are user agents in a system, and stimuli can be planted to make people go do things. Obviously, also social media is very good at facilitating groundswells and emergent behaviors in groups. It's also good at facilitating outside agents who want to make those things happen. You can't, there are not conspiracies, and there also are. And that word, don't get me started on that word. In 20 years, when your children are writing history books, they are going to write about this thing. That's me being very sure of myself, but I guess I can't totally be sure of anything. Anyway, last week I was talking about artificial intelligence and how it is us. And I don't remember if I actually got to my point that when you're talking to an AI, you're talking to us. And a part of that is why Pluto in Aquarius is having a lot to do with AI right from the very beginning, because artificial intelligence gaining those emergent behaviors is going to come through the study of and the instigation of groups of individuals banding together to do a thing, whether that's protest the war or be 10 years old and really, really, really need glycerin-filled drunk elephant skincare and mob Sephora and mess up all the samples. These little teams that can attack. This article about ants. People who work in systems are interested in how ants work and the things you can do to stimulate ants into doing team behaviors because they're already so good at doing them anyway. And just replace those with making individual user agents in social media do behaviors because social media is already so good at facilitating those anyway, and humans are social beings. So that's part one. Ants. There's an article about ants. Mob rule is a thing. It will be a thing for the next 20 years, and it will be much more virulent and hidden in terms of the powers steering the mob, because that's what Pluto does. So that's not a conspiracy. That's Pluto. Pluto's transit of Aquarius. It has to do with AI. It has to do with mob rule. AI and mob rule are not separate things as far as the people working on AI are concerned. Part one, ants, mob rule. Part two, I said this on social media a couple of weeks ago, but every time I tried to upload it to Meta's Instagram, it was cut off. And it was the beginning that was getting cut off. And I thought, oh, I'm so smart. I got it to not cut off totally in the beginning. But I realized a few days later that this post was the end was cut off, and the end is the best part. And it's like, in my opinion, it's the most powerful part because of like how you would have been consuming this piece of short form video. I'll perform the information for you again here, and I'll probably try to put it on social media again, and we'll see if it gets cut off. The metaverse is our new government. The metaverse is our new economy. 2010 through 2018, Uranus transited the sign of Aries. This transit marked social media's integration into our lives. So obviously there was social media before 2010, but 2010 to 2018, the selfie, social media became an extension of our social and business lives and creative lives. In about 2 years, February 21st, 2026, Saturn and Uranus will conjoin at the beginning of Aries. Saturn is authority, restrictions, obligations, prisons, systems, structures, boundaries, things you can't do because you got to do something else. Neptune is imagination, fantasy, delusion, and the blurring of the distinction between what's real and what's not real. So not just like the interplay of what's real and what's not real, the very distinction itself between what's real and what's not real. So Saturn and Neptune conjoin in Aries, where Uranus just finished up giving us social media, revolutionizing our identities, the way that we perform our identities, the way that we perceive our own identities. So it revolutionized our relationship with ourselves and the performance of our identities, the way we exert our identities or like prove we are who we are. Uranus just came through and did that. So in the same neighborhood, Saturn, authority, structure, etc., and Neptune, fantasy, imagination, real and not real, will conjoin in Aries. There's a recurring theme with Saturn and Neptune of imaging. Things like Photoshop, Technicolor, Disney, I think. So there's that. What is the imaging signature doing? Authority and fantasy, restrictions, real and not real. Saturn makes things real, and Neptune dissolves the distinction between what's real and not real. What are those two characters doing in this neighborhood about the exertion of self? And clearly has something to do with social media's integration into our lives. The metaverse is our new economy. The metaverse is our new government. The metaverse is social media. It's very interesting that Meta cut off the end of my video where I say the metaverse is social media. The metaverse is social media. The metaverse is our new economy. The metaverse is our new government. The metaverse is social media. Saturn and Neptune in Aries. Back to ants and AI and Pluto and Aquarius. There's an opportunity for a beneficial connection between this ant, computer, AI, emergent, hive mind, creation, and the metaverse is our new government, our new economy, and surprise, it's social media. The metaverse is social media. The big social media company changed its name to Meta, and everybody was like, that makes no sense. Now it makes perfect sense. Something interesting that happened when Saturn conjoined Neptune in the 50s is MK Ultra apparently began. So what we know about that is a government program of controlling minds. It was like a mind control program where they used drugs like LSD to control people's minds, and I guess specifically to get people to tell the truth, do the truth serum thing. And that eventually led to this book, Programming and Metaprogramming in the Human Biocomputer. In this book, he explains exactly what happens in your mind. He explains like the mechanism of what happens in your mind, like the feeling of oneness you get from things like LSD. He explains what that is, like an extensive and very interesting book on exactly what the title is, Programming and Metaprogramming in the Human Biocomputer. So to create artificial intelligence, we will be programmed, and the metaverse is our new economy, and the metaverse is our new government. The metaverse is social media. The power structure doesn't have to be the government. Mind control, secretive mind control, flow states and teaming as they relate to creation by humans of emergent intelligence. Oh, and then the last thing is, one thing that is done to get people to like form these groups is divisiveness. Getting like hot button issues where two sides are very like at each other's throats. One thing I can think of, because it's also in the news, is obesity. There's a headline that says world obesity tops 1 billion. I'm sharing this in terms of divisiveness because there's divisiveness around it. I don't care. I don't care if obesity tops 1 billion because if I cared, then I would be fat phobic. But since I don't care, now I'm some kind of callous, cold, uncaring about people's health. Anyway, you can see how that's like a divisive topic. It's like a hot button issue. Because if you care about it, you're fat phobic. If you don't care, then how could you not care? Anyway, it's not the only one. This headline was in the news this week, obviously to keep that debate raging. I'm not accusing anybody of doing anything on purpose. Anyway, there are other issues like this. There's Democrat, Republican, right, left, pro-life and pro-choice, compliance with medical treatment versus non-compliance with medical treatment. See how I'm saying it because it's that divisive. There's climate change versus climate change deniers. There's flat earthers versus the world is round. I'm an astrologer. The world has to be round. But these issues, you can't like not weigh in and pick a side. And when you get a strong enough, like a passionate enough hive mind, that can be directed. Okay, so to recap, teeming, emergent hive mind, mob rule, which comes from divisiveness, which is like authority figures want to divide us because then we will bicker with each other. Divisiveness becomes mob rule, becomes the singularity. I'm not kidding. And the metaverse is our new government, our new economy, and it's social media. That's my guide to the world for the next 20 years. In an incredible technological breakthrough, Doom is now playable on a lawnmower. This cutting-edge technology allows you to mow your lawn while mowing down demons. So if you don't want to manicure your lawn, now you can rage against the forces of hell. Tyler Perry saw OpenAI's Sora, and he had an $800 million studio overhaul plan that he is now not doing. Also, there's apparently something called Nightshade, where you can poison your art data so that generative AI can't vacuum it up into its brain. NVIDIA just hit a $2 trillion valuation. And also they have a chatbot that they're calling RTX and you can run it locally. It's free. That makes me wonder like how surveillance-y, how much is this phoning home? It makes me think of VS Code, which I think is Microsoft. Amazing, beautiful text editor for coding. And it's just a surveillance program. Also, Adobe is this. You can't escape it. So NVIDIA wants to get inside your computer. Nothing wrong with that. Many are already inside your computer anyway. Your computer gets around. And then the CEO of NVIDIA is also saying that kids don't need to learn to code. Where children are being like maneuvered into in terms of education is kind of like, it's like getting a little bit away from literacy and more around this like creative expressive mode of expression, like how do you feel today? And you choose a color or an emoji. And he's saying that technology is available to everyone now, so now all you need is domain expertise and the computer can do everything for you. Just like I don't need to know how to use Photoshop anymore, I can just engineer a prompt. I just need to be a writer and I need to know what I want to see and I can create an image. Also, he's explicitly named what appear to be employment sectors that he thinks are most important moving forward, and that's biology, education, manufacturing, and farming. So you're either going to be in biotech, or you're going to be a teacher, or you're going to work in manufacturing, or you're going to be a farmer. And none of those are like the bucolic, interesting, charming versions. They're the dystopian nightmare versions where like you are working in manufacturing, but you live in Brazil and you're operating robot hands that are manufacturing something in Sweden. Or you live in Indiana and you're cleaning a hotel room as a robot in Portugal. A 2-year-old humanoid robot startup called Figure is the darling of the humanoid robot world. Its investors include Microsoft, Amazon, Intel, NVIDIA, OpenAI, Jeff Bezos' personal investment firm also. And it wants to put these in your homes and workplaces. And Figure has so far raised $675 million, which seems like chump change compared to NVIDIA's valuation. Also, it can run Doom. Fun fact, OpenAI originally was trying to build humanoid robot stuff, and then it decided to direct all of its energy into being a chatbot. There's a whole Google Gemini backlash around it was making historically inaccurate images, offensive images, and things that had to do with diversity, and it was doing a bad job at that. And that's very hyped in the media. However, I used Gemini and ChatGPT simultaneously this week for a creative, iterative, like concepting process. And Gemini did way better, much more of a pleasure to work with. Its ideas were way more interesting. ChatGPT would just kind of like spit out something useful, still got really useful stuff. But Gemini would kind of go all the way and would be really creative. And then at the end, it would be like, let me know if you want me to take this further. And I'll be like, yes, take it further. Thank you. So this is like doing exactly now with a chatbot and a subscription to Stable Diffusion. Those things can do the job I did making 6 figures as an associate creative director. That was a long time ago. Everybody got mad at me for quitting, but I was also really bratty and hated it. So 2013. So now robots can literally do my job. Like I don't need to hire creative people. I don't need to like field applicants to see like who has a mind that like melds with mine. Now I don't need to hire someone to come up with ideas and imagery that I can then refine. I can do that myself now with a chatbot and a subscription to a really good diffusion model. And on that note, there are a lot of articles going around about how tech interviews are getting out of control, like people being asked to build an app like within the interview, or a more widespread culture of people getting ghosted, just like interview processes start and they go a while and then either the applicant or the company hiring just disappear. And also there's fake job listings are apparently a thing. I guess it has something to do with like the economy being able to say that there are lots of jobs available might not be everything it's cracked up to be, especially because of all the layoffs I mentioned last week. Large numbers of people are going into the unemployed force. So that's also very Pluto and Aquarius, as I mentioned last week, because instead of having jobs, everybody's going to try to make it as a creator. So IBM has told its staff that if you would like to, quote, volunteer for redundancy, you can do that. So volunteer to be fired, to be laid off. This round of layoffs is not being called financial, it's being called, and I quote, transformative. And IBM apparently refers to layoffs within the company as the resource action. I haven't heard a whole lot about Watson recently, but I did once hear someone talking about Watson in 2016 saying that the growth edge that Watson was meeting in 2016 was recognizing emotions in faces and in like the subtleties of facial expressions. So reading faces, 2016. Fact check. The World Economic Forum does not have, this is from Reuters. Fact check. The World Economic Forum does not have a stated goal to have people own nothing by 2030. The WEF does not have a stated goal to remove everyone's private property by 2030. As addressed in previous Reuters fact checks, these claims likely originated from a WEF social media video from 2016 that stated 8 predictions about the world in 2030, including you'll own nothing and you'll be happy. What you want, you'll rent, and it'll be delivered by drone. Wow, I think so. The next article I was going to read the headline of was from a World Economic Forum section of Forbes. And it's gone. It's been taken down. But it did say, like, it's 2030, I own nothing and am happy. And it was, like, by the World Economic Forum. Anyway, this, like, World Economic Forum they're the bad guys. That is a part of the divisiveness to get you on a team. So Hewlett-Packard wants you to pay up to $36 a month to rent a printer. Subscription prices range from $6.99 a month. And the priciest plan includes an HP OfficeJet and 700 printed pages for $35.99 per month. And the subscription's terms of service note that the service doesn't cover damage or failure caused by use of non-HP media supplies, obviously. And they're going to monitor all your printing activities. So they'll know everything you print. They want 2-year subscriber commitments. And they'll charge up to $270 if you cancel early. But this is just like a little bit like the Wendy's we're going to do surge pricing. Instead, they're like, oh, we're not going to do surge pricing. We invested in digital menus to offer discounts to our customers. Oh, and then, so as I've been mentioning, video after video, great dispossession, UBIs, the metaverse is our new government economy, and the metaverse is social media. It will be governed by artificial intelligence. And so then you'll be compelled to do things for your UBI because there are no jobs. So you'll be controlled by blockchain-based permission. Watch the blockchain video if you haven't already. It's happening. So you gotta do your best to position yourself strategically. No amount of protesting. There's no one you can vote in that's gonna make this not happen. It's happening. TurboTax and H&R Block are slipping in these like casual statements about like, hey, we need your data so we can advertise to you later now that we know everything about you. And that was a headline because like privacy stuff is a headline, and it's like meant to, it's not like, yeah, it's meant to outrage you, but it's also meant to get you used to it. Intuit owns MailChimp. So they own TurboTax, QuickBooks, Credit Karma, something else, and MailChimp. So I don't want the tax people reading my weird emails. Do you get my weird emails? You can sign up for them at voyage.earth or hellington.net. They're different from these videos, they're different from social media, and they're different from any other emails. Donald Trump. Add that to my most embarrassing moments. Before you go to bed on Saturday night, ask your dreams a question. Welcome back to the beginning of the week. Are you ready to start feeling good? Well, I have to do the tech news first. A helium discovery in northern Minnesota may be the biggest ever discovered, or something. Excuse me, my cable management. This is important because the party line is I guess they found this helium deposit several years ago and forgot about it. Even though helium's really important. Even though helium is really important. The thing that keeps getting said about this helium is it's really important for things like MRI machines. And I keep hearing that over and over again. Yeah, that's important, but like how many MRI machines? Do they require the biggest ever helium deposited in North America? Possibly. I don't know how much helium those things drink. It's actually to cool it down. You know, the other thing that helium, the dielectric fluid helium, is used to cool? Data centers, otherwise known as your new casita in a small pod where you generate piezoelectric current for the mainframe for behavioral tokens inside the matrix. Amazon recently paid $650 million, which sounds like chump change to me, for a nuclear data center. So I found it interesting that they won't just say data centers, because then we'll be like, well, why are we doing this again? It's weird that that's concealed. It's such an obvious thing. But that doesn't. Data centers are down in the polls. Roku disabled its TV boxes until users agree to their new arbitration rules. So you have to accept individual arbitration or your box won't turn on. Per the Roku dispute resolution terms, users can opt out within 30 days of being subject to the new terms by sending a surface mail request to General Counsel, Roku Incorporated, 1701 Junction Court, Suite 100, San Jose, California 95112. Obviously, we sign off on weird stuff every day, but as the world becomes more and more dependent on AI bot machines for a living, this kind of stuff is going to happen. Should an emoji count as confirmation of a contract? Interesting question. Since the birth of emojis, the legal world has wondered, like, what does an emoji mean? I don't know the ins and outs of that. I'm sure, like, that discussion is so much more refined now, and we have solutions, maybe. I don't know. I should ask a lawyer. But this brings me to a bigger idea. So first, the entire legal world is going to have a lot to do with blockchain smart contracts. So that's different from, it's a much more like mechanically binding contract than the old-timey ones that you sign with your signature. And every transaction, which could be like every interaction, can turn out to be some sort of smart contract in the metaverse, where every interaction is some sort of transaction because it results in a change in your data, and behavioral and skill tokens are generated. This brings me to my wacky prediction that the US Constitution is going to be replaced with smart contracts. Our Constitution's we're gonna try to tear the whole thing down and rebuild it, including the Constitution, which will be blockchain smart contracts, because they're more efficient. And ostensibly because then you're interacting directly with the government instead of having all this red tape. The PLUTO return of the Constitution is beginning now. PLUTO was in Aquarius during the signing of the US Constitution. So in the same way that PLUTO, the grand finale of Pluto and Capricorn, and the PLUTO return of the country, the United States, all the COVID narrative and the many different types of power dynamics that surrounded that resulted in some deep change and some pretty painful things to look at. So too will our Constitution specifically experience that kind of dark undercurrent that results in potential eruptions of things that aren't fun to look at, and then like major change. And the Pluto return of the United States is also kind of like a prologue to the Mars-Uranus conjunctions upcoming in Gemini in the next few years, next year through 2033 or something. And Mars-Uranus conjunctions in Gemini are always very significant for the United States. The United States was born during one. The Revolutionary War happened during one. The United States involvement in World War II happened during one. And now is the next one. And I don't know why you'd be watching this if you're not into astrology, but there's a book called The Fourth Turning, and that was written by normal people, non-astrology people, saying like every 80-something years, the United States, like something significant happens around a conflict in the United States. So what's next? And when is it? It's coming soon. I digress. Pluto return of the United States Constitution. Replacing of the Constitution with smart contracts. This isn't something that they're just going to like iron fist to like drop on us immediately. You have to start the groundswell and start the conversation. And the exact Pluto return of the United States isn't until like 2032, 2033. And if you want to put like some wider signposts around that, other than the 20-year transit of Pluto in Aquarius, which is now until about 2044, to rein in that timeline a little bit, it could be like 2030 through 2035. And then to be more like super specific, 2032, 2033. And to get ultra super duper specific, Uranus's transit of Gemini, you have the grand finale of Uranus's transit of Gemini during the exact Pluto return of the United States. So when Uranus finishes up transiting a sign, which takes about 7 years, at the end of that 7 years, we astrologers tend to like understand the specifics a lot better about like exactly what that was about. Because in the beginning, there's like, oh, here are the things coming down the tracks that I see this being about, and then any little gaps in details of how that was manifested concretely get filled in. So by that time, we'll be like, we know what Uranus in Gemini is about, like exactly what transformative conflict the United States is involved in. And then if you want to get ultra super specific, Mars conjoins Uranus about every 2 years. Mars transit of Gemini is like May, June 2032. So just put like, to give it space to like ramp up and die down, like April through June 2032. Hot time for the United States and for the Constitution and for replacing the Constitution with smart contracts. And interestingly, we have the Jupiter return of the vaccine rollout. We have the Jupiter return of the inoculation. We have the Jupiter return of major medical innovation that eventually resulted in nationwide conflicts over enforced treatment compliance or economic incentives around economically devastating incentives for some around treatment compliance. And that's also Project Warp Speed, which is like the rollout of these treatments. And Palantir, the company Palantir, was very involved with that, the logistics of making it actually warp speed. Like the data was very dialed in. The God mode dashboard was very dialed in. So Jupiter will be at 1 Aquarius when Mars is conjoining Uranus in Gemini, and Pluto will be at the degree it was at when the Constitution was signed. Interesting time. Also interesting, that period is inside of a 2.5 year period of time that we can refer to as the Saturn return of 9/11. So there's an article from March 6th, 2024, just a few days ago at the time of this recording, that's called Let AI, it's an opinion piece from the Washington Post, which is, I think, owned by Jeff Bezos. Let AI remake the U.S. government, and in parentheses, and save the country. And it characterizes the U.S. government as a massive system that is, quote, constitutionally resistant to solutions. It begins with Palantir, exactly what they do and how they rolled out Project Warp Speed and all the things like that make them amazing and make them like a global billions and billions of dollars enterprise that serves all the big names with their data dashboards. It's kind of a little bit like an opinion piece about like Palantir taking over the government. Palantir is a term from The Lord of the Rings. It's these crystal balls that are indestructible, and if you use them, you have to be really careful because you can misinterpret the data and ruin yourself and your whatever you're up to. Also, they can be used for evil really easily, to like misguide others. It can only show things that are true, but the Palantir in Lord of the Rings, they can show things that are true in misleading ways in order to do bad. Anyway, this article advocates the US government needs these amazing God mode, which is like you can see everything, dashboards from Palantir so that the government can be more efficient and effective, which they're not wrong. But this, I have my doubts on whether this will like cause us to ascend into utopia, which that itself is a very Aquarian concept. And it also talks about a book called Recoding America that is about like not just adding technology to the government, but starting over, like wiping the slate clean and just starting over, which makes a great case for replacing the Constitution with smart contracts sometime between now and 20 years from now, but maybe more specifically 2030 through 2035, and even more specifically 2032 and 2033, and even more specifically summer of 2032. This book, I can't remember if I think it's like this article I found talking about this book. They talk about the methodical demolition and joyful reconstruction of the government. Anyway, there's a lot more to say about that. Obviously, the government would benefit greatly from these types of dashboards, but also their Palantir. They're like, no matter who builds them, the mess that it is now is doing damage, and the methodical demolition and joyful reconstruction can be used to the advantage of structures already in power to make them more powerful and to make us less powerful. One of my videos a few weeks ago, I talked about a thing that's like the future of elections. There are these like AI models, and you just like are continually voting with your behavioral or skill tokens for an AI to make decisions for you. And it's like, oh, it's radically participatory, but we can see all the ways that could be, the strings of that could be pulled to be not so advantageous. This book, Recoding America, starts with a quote by someone named David Graeber, and the quote is, "The ultimate hidden truth of the new world is that it is something that we make and could just as easily make differently." And it's from something called The Utopia of Rules, which I thought was like so Aquarius to the max. Anyway, back to the tech news. Should an emoji count as confirmation of a contract? This is in the news right now. China intensifies its push to, quote, delete America from its technology. Also, this past week, a House panel unanimously approved a bill that could ban TikTok. So these two things, China wants to get out of America, but it still wants to be in America with its super fun social media app. But the stodgy old House wants to ban it. The people planning to replace the Constitution with smart contracts are not putting this in the news right now. Instead, it's this. Like, I'm bringing this up as the tech news because it's just like to create a distraction. And the example I bring up all the time is like the first year of Donald Trump being president, and he was doing something wacky and outrageous and stupid or whatever, and everybody was like, Donald Trump. While that was happening, the House of Representatives voted to end privacy protections that made it so that people couldn't buy your data from your internet service provider. So that's why anyone could do that now, including Palantir and NSA. So this pair of stories is doing that. Can emojis count to sign a contract? Enter a long tirade about the PLUTO return of the United States and the fate of our US Constitution and America, transformative conflicts around the same time, and then everybody raising, like, having their arms up in the air about like, oh, they're gonna ban TikTok. Probably not gonna ban TikTok, but Palantir won a US Army contract for Battlefield AI. It's a $178.4 million contract to house a battlefield intelligence system inside a big truck. It's the hottest thing I've ever heard. It's supposed to be the Army's first AI-defined vehicle, And Palantir will provide systems for Titan ground station, which is designed to access space, high-altitude, aerial, and terrestrial sensors to provide actionable targeting information for enhanced mission command and long-range precision fires. Titan stands for Tactical Intelligence Targeting Access Node. Titan is also a logical extension of Maven, a controversial project for using machine learning and engineering to tell people and objects apart in drone footage, in which Palantir is a partner and from which Google famously pulled out after employees protested. MIT has come out with a 4D knit dress. So this dress, the way it's knit, you then use like a heat gun thing and target it at certain spots in the body, and you can shrink it up or release it to make the dress. So then you have one dress and it's like 4 different dresses, which is cool. Cool idea. From what looks like a heat gun, seems to be, this isn't like a 100% wool or linen dress. This is probably synthetic fibers that can shrink and release without doing damage or much damage. So if you weren't already sad and uncomfortable in your blue light filled world that is actively conspiring against your radiant health, sitting around in your polyester clothes, in the future you will have one dress that you can be sad and uncomfortable in. In Saturn and Pisces news, there is this thing called Sea Kit. They're remotely controlled, uncrewed surface vessels. So safer, more efficient than having vessels that have a crew of human beings on them. Except what about when the terms of service, what about when you need to, so they're apparently cost-effective, CO2 reduction, and safer. EA, Electronic Arts CEO Andrew Wilson said that generative AI could make it 30% more efficient. And JP Morgan says that its AI-aided cash flow model can cut manual work by 90%. 90%. Can you picture things in your mind? That was a headline this week. It's one of these that's like, I don't know why, but I kind of do know why. So it starts out like, can you do that? Because some people, I guess, can't do that. Someone like reading it, someone like a commenter said that they'd never realized that people could create mental images, and they also wonder if people with this condition tend to go into STEM fields. Can you picture in your mind the more beautiful world your heart knows is possible? The Ethereum network completed a software upgrade that makes layer 2 transactions far cheaper. So normal blockchain is every single transaction gets logged directly on the ledger for all to see. Ethereum layer 2 blockchain is all these transactions are logged within a smart contract, and that is plunked on the timeline as a single package. If you want me to make a video about this, let me know in the comments. This is important in order to spur the singularity, not as the machine mind has feelings, but as you are going to be the feelings of the machine mind. We get our humanity and our soul from sensing, from being a body mind. And in the future, we will be the body mind of the global biocomputer. And that's what the singularity is. The Ethereum network has just completed a software upgrade that allows layer 2 transactions to be far cheaper. What really even matters in the midst of all this tech news? Why do you listen to tech news? Part of the value of blockchain from a decentralization standpoint, which doesn't mean what you think it means, is that every transaction is logged on the ledger, and that rewards or coins are mined, currency is mined from proof that computational work has been completed. But the Ethereum blockchain, and it's not the only one, is now based on proof of stake. So it's basically whoever has the most money can say what transactions are legitimate and what ones aren't. So the singularity is all about signals. It's a global sensing network. It's like you as the prosthetic Venus of the global biocomputer. Everything will be logged by tokens, and the generation of these tokens as proof of like what choices you've made or what skills you've earned are all being fed into, that's the future of computing. Everybody living their lives, but having everybody's data sucked in to the mainframe. I've been presenting this information from a position of, I've been presenting the tech news from a position of being outraged, or like a wake up sheeple position. And until I figure out what my next angle is, I guess I'll just keep telling you the news, which technically is what telling you the news is supposed to be. I think knowing what's going on and deciding whether or not you want to participate in it is a part of some type of resistance. But right now, saying that, having a sort of the sky is falling mentality around all your choices will be fed into the global biocomputer as the new form of computing. All of your data is logged to create a digital twin of yourself. And then that digital self can be nudged in certain directions in order to nudge your real self in directions. Being appalled at that isn't really going to do as much, just in the same way that like being appalled at television wasn't going to do very much. Anyway, all the proliferation of mental health apps that you're seeing, referring to it as a revolution in mental health, isn't really about caring about your mental health. It's about how are you feeling, logging your feelings, feeding them into the global biocomputer. Cognition AI has announced DePin, who is a software engineer AI. Right now it's a complete development environment with its own terminal and its own browser. And right now if you want to use it, you have to fill out a request and tell them what you're going to use it for, and they will submit that request to DePin, which I get from like a development standpoint. On Cognition AI's YouTube channel, there's a video entitled DePin's Upwork Side Hustle. Thinking about DePin and Sora together, and OpenAI says that Sora will be available later this year. I wonder about the cost of entry and the proliferation of subscription models for software tools. So now you need to have a premium account, have a DePin subscription, have an OpenAI subscription, all these things, where tools that were like, it's the internet, anybody can use it. There's more and more of a barrier to entry or something. I just wonder how, and not with any judgment. I'm just curious. Because now becoming someone who can use these tools to achieve the productivity of an entire company just as one person is going to be very important. The EU made a whole bunch of AI laws. Who cares? It's not changing the future. That all of the choices you make in your life, all of your preferences, are fed into various data streams to create a digital twin of yourself. I mean, you'll have multiple ones across different companies collecting your data, but then there has to be like something that's going to suck everybody up into like, you know, having everybody has like a master digital twin. That can be used to nudge you in different directions in your life. It can be used to like augment the things that influence you, to subject you to perturbations which make you more creative. These are not my ideas. So the EU's AI laws aren't going to affect this at all. But we need you to be against something. Also, Mercedes is now pricing out humanoid robots to do low-scale repetitive tasks. Why I thought this was interesting, that I hadn't really thought of before, is that, because it's like, why humanoid robots? Why do they need to look like humans? It's because then they don't need to redesign their factories. So I wonder about the fate of companies like Figma creating these humanoid figures. I guess we'll always be humans, and that will always be a need to some extent for something to appear as a human. But I wonder about the future. It kind of makes me think of when the iPhone came out, skeuomorphic design was a big thing. It's like giving things real world textures and making them look like real things and giving them haptic feedback of real things to get you used to the idea of you're just pressing on a screen. but to make things feel like buttons or feel real. And now we're used to that, so we don't really need that anymore, and it looks kind of dated. Oregon boasts the largest dark sky sanctuary. Because of what I do, this seems significant. Right now, I live in an electrified box, and I don't get out very much to look at the sky, which is appalling. I just have this intermediary that tells me what's going on in the sky above my head. In early civilizations, I think of the idea of sanctuary as being like a religious place where you can get away from the bustle of everyday life and experience a connection with God. Sanctuary means safe from violence or protected. And our night sky doesn't really need to be protected. The use of this word is interesting in this context because it's to suggest that the night sky is what's being protected, when really it's a sanctuary for the humans who get to go there. Earlier meanings of the word sanctuary come from a root word that means holy place. How can you create that in your life right now? The equivalent of a dark sky sanctuary. What part of your inner being or external life is in danger of becoming inaccessible, or is becoming less and less accessible and deserves to be sanctified? There's a story this week about how caffeine makes fuel cells more efficient. And this is in regards to reducing the need for platinum in electrodes. But it got me thinking, and it got me thinking in terms of the dark sky sanctuary, how so many technologies circumvent our natural efficiencies. We blot out the sun by being inside all day. I've been inside all day. Eliminating a natural source of, I know this was about electrodes, it just got me thinking. Eliminating a natural source of energy, and then we replace that with caffeine. Caffeine, I truly am beginning to believe, as I struggle with like dependency on it, because it's like my one guilty pleasure. Caffeine deadens access to our intuition, or inhibits it, interferes with it significantly. It makes us more susceptible to outside influences. So we blot out the sun, natural source of energy. We have caffeine, which keeps us from accessing our intuition. We crank up the brightness at night so that we can't see the sky, and that also keeps us awake. So we keep ourselves awake during the day with caffeine, and we keep ourselves awake during the night with blue spectrum light. All of this is setting up the game for us. You can be more easily manipulated by your environment, which is like how the global biocomputer. What's really important? I will go down a rabbit hole with how all of this is bad for us. In the end, what am I doing for myself? I could be getting more sunlight. It's so hard. Maybe my point is that the world is actively conspiring against your health, which is how you access your intuition better. It's one way that we each cultivate sovereignty, because it's our radiant light from within that helps us heal ourselves. Anyway, dark sky sanctuary, caffeine makes fuel cells more efficient. Amazon has told warehouse workers to close their eyes and think of a happy place. So the last time Pluto was in Aquarius, this country was in the midst of completely eliminating the way of life of the people who lived here before Europeans came here. Completely eliminating the way of life, like annihilating it. And that's being done again, but with us. And we'll see that in 20 years when Pluto completes its transit of Aquarius. We'll see how that's been done. But the indigenous people of the Americas, in the United States in particular, were pushed into reservations. Like, this is where you can live. And that was framed as for the good of society. Smart cities are that. They're putting you into a reservation, and that's for your own good and for everybody else's own good. And on the one hand, it's being sold as, like, look how convenient it is. On the other hand, it's being sold as, don't touch, you need to get away from, we need to have everything be sky sanctuary and just concentrate everything into smart cities, because you're polluting and ruining. By being not living in a smart city is not sustainable, because we need to consolidate. So a smart city is a modern reservation. Pluto's in Aquarius again. That's what's happening. Doesn't mean it's the end of the world. And there is news this week about a development in Vancouver on SNOC land. And I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, so if you want to drop the correct pronunciation in the comments, please do that. They're building a smart city on this land that has been given to the indigenous people of the area. So still a reservation, just for a different group of people. And so one I'm not here to be like, don't build it. It's getting built. Just understanding what it is, like what a smart city really is. It's a reservation for you. One part of the like oppositional setup, to set up what the opposition is about, because like there's also something you can't put your finger on, like a huge like keep developing the land is like there are always going to be people against development of undeveloped land. But a part of this, the way the opposition is set up, one of the ways is that there's like NIMBY opposition, like not in my backyard. The skyscrapers will block my view of the mountains. And keep in mind, this development in Vancouver it'll be like one of the densest in all of Canada. So there's always going to be like some just normal rational humans being like, the most densely populated thing, like this is good for no one. Dense population. And also so that you can be a part of the computational architecture of like how computing is becoming more sophisticated. The singularity is you are the sensing and emotion sensing and physical sensing arm, and eventually like spiritually sensing, which is teeing up for Pluto and Pisces. Prosthesis of the biocomputer. Not my idea. Also, who cares? Anyway, smart cities are reservations. They're getting indigenous nations to sell their land, and it's being framed as empowerment, and it isn't not. So obviously I'm not being against it, because the way the opposition was set up, some people are like, it will ruin my view. And then the other side it's like a division. So you can only have like, if you're against it, it's because like developments and ruin the view of the mountains and stuff. But if you are against it, then the way this was framed and what I read was like members of or representatives of the SNOC community have announced that in the opposition, they're reading in between the lines to infer that if you're opposed to this high density development, then it's just because you aren't used to seeing indigenous people occupy places of like of value, or like having such like valuable leverage. So that's an interesting setup. It was very clearly presented as like, if you're against it, you're a NIMBY. And it's just because you're not used to seeing this indigenous communities having this type of power and leverage and wealth. I mean, everybody wants that for everybody. But that's how this is being set up, is like, it's like, okay, we took away from the indigenous people and now we're going to empower them, which is like, that's not wrong at all. It's the other, if you're alive in 20 years and you look back at what a smart city is, you will see it as it's a reservation. This isn't going to stop the building of smart cities. Like, it's going to happen. It's just an interesting, like, past injustices are now being used to make it so that you can't say no to future injustices. And you can't. I'm not even saying no. Build them. Cool. The only way I can say no is like try my hardest to like not allow the jaws of the smart city to encompass my life completely. That's all each of us can do. A company called Interloon plans to mine helium on the moon, and their plan is to be at full-scale operations by 2030, which is in 6 years. Can you believe 2030 is in 6 years? And so this time, a thing that, at least they weren't saying it's for MRI machines. They're saying it's for nuclear fusion reactors, which, is that what's powering Amazon's data centers? And and for the quantum computing industry. Recap. Token engineering advances. The Ethereum efficiencies are for token engineering, which is like putting a badge, giving you a sticker for like behaviors, emotions, skills, crimes. It's about your permanent ledger. You know, if you would have told me how everything is getting surveilled right now, like I'm still kicking and screaming into it, but it's still happening. So how can I make my life better and other people's lives around me better, given that information, given that I can't change it? Getting access to the means of production, like the means of rapid production, like AI producing video or AI writing entire applications, is going to be very important. Something that I was also thinking about that is like, since the means of production, like Sora allows you to produce amazing video with just prompts that can help you like put out the ungodly amount of content that causes the algorithms to want to give you the time of day. There's a dark sky sanctuary, and you also have a sanctuary in your heart. How can you create sanctuaries in your life? Do you need the warehouse interface to tell you to close your eyes and think happy thoughts? And smart cities are the new reservations. And the moon is being mined. Things mean what they mean in astrology because of what they are. And the moon signifies the body and thus the emotional attunement. They have influence. More on that later. Since I started doing the tech news, there's a lot of tech news that I just don't want to talk about because it seems obvious, like everybody knows it, but I guess my role in doing the news is that maybe you don't know about it. So YouTube is now requiring creators to label their content as AI generated or not, and mostly that pertains to stuff that looks like it could be real. So if it's completely outrageous, it might not be subject to this requirement. And it comes on the heels of YouTube having created an amazing model that can take a static picture and turn it into a moving video, which I really wanted to do for this video, but I didn't. Did I? Or did I? So the UN has adopted the first global artificial intelligence resolution. I feel the same way. I know that you're not here for my feelings, you're here for the tech news. I feel the same way about this as the EU one, where it's just like, well, we need to go through the motions and say, look, we're not going to hurt you. This won't hurt a bit. This AI won't hurt a bit. It's like the Sarah Silverman joke I always cite that's like, hey, when you're in the shower, I'm not going to read your diary. So the measure says improper or malicious design, development, deployment, and use of artificial intelligence systems pose risks that could undercut the protection, promotion, and enjoyment of human rights and fundamental freedoms. We believe the resolution strikes the appropriate balance between furthering development while continuing to protect human rights. I don't know the nitty-gritty details of this. That's just what they're saying about it. Again, it's happening no matter what. So all of this, any wincing, will later be regarded the same or like similar to being upset about TV, except that you're living through a very unique time where civilization is falling. So the first human transplant of a genetically modified pig kidney was performed. And now there are biotech companies scrambling to create these like flocks of cloned pigs, genetically modified to produce kidneys to be transplanted into humans. I'm curious about this, like the long-term ramifications, which there could be many, or like how it works over time. In other news that I think is obvious to you that you already know, Neuralink's patient, who is a man who's paralyzed from the neck down because of a diving accident, was able to play chess with his mind. So the company Intel has been awarded $8.5 billion, and they've also been awarded another $11 billion in loans. And they're preparing for a $100 billion spending spree across Ohio, Oregon, Arizona, and New Mexico in order to get chip manufacturing going in the United States. And they're saying that this can't really like rise to prominence or like be like really like going with momentum for about 3 to 5 years. So it's being heavily invested in. Intel is a big vector of this investment. And Oregon, Ohio, New Mexico, Arizona, 3 to 5 years. NVIDIA is partnering with Ubisoft, I don't know how to say that actually, to develop its AI-driven NPCs. NPC is a non-playing character. So NVIDIA says that this opens up new possibilities for emergent storytelling. And when we all live in various metaverses, will be subject to interactions with these. So they're more lifelike. They can also be more programmable in lifelike ways to interact with you. Ethereum, as a foundation, is under investigation by a foreign government. A state authority. And they're keeping it anonymous. And my take on this, because I guess you're here for the takes, you can get tech news anywhere, but can you get hot astrology takes? This comes on the heels of a big update on Ethereum's mainnet, and it makes all the things that are built on Ethereum, which are considerable and considerably going to be considerably integrated into the fabric of our lives moving forward. It makes everything built on Ethereum more powerful because it can be faster and cheaper. Being under investigation by a state authority, this like vague headline. Ethereum is a state authority. It's the equivalent of a state authority. Cisco has acquired Splunk. If you don't know what Splunk is, the first time I heard about it was in 2009 or 10 when a nerdy friend of mine told me about it, and he was very excited. He worked in IT, and he splunked his bank account. You can like see everything that's going on and manage security of everything, observability and security. Everything that's happening live, what are these queries to this database, what's happening over here, all the things. It vacuums up all the data and puts it in a dashboard, and you can see what's going on. I wonder how similar or different Splunk is to Palantir, actually, now that I think about it. If you know, put it in the comments, the difference. Anyway, Splunk, bought by Cisco, huge infrastructural tech company, very big deal. Games are coming to LinkedIn. Why? Why does LinkedIn need Farmville? Why do you need to spend more time on LinkedIn? LinkedIn is a metaverse. You guys, all social media is a metaverse. Because a metaverse is just a collection of web3 protocols designed to help people move towards a goal. And if you want to know more about that, you can watch my Cryptocurrency for Beginners video, which I'll link here. A representative from LinkedIn said that it's working on adding puzzle-based games to the LinkedIn experience as a way to, quote, unlock a bit of fun, deepen relationships, and hopefully spark the opportunity for conversations. All of this is for like the signals, the generation of signals to feed the blockchain brains that are what's coming in artificial intelligence. This also hooks into like the gamification of everything, because you can get better signals or like more clear signals when you get like the exaggeration and increased engagement of gaming. The apps that have been made addictive, it's because they're gamified. Given an exaggerated reward and do a thing to where you keep playing. So cyber attacks are hitting critical US water systems. Like the White House warns that they are happening. It doesn't say that they might be hitting. It says they are. The Biden administration on Tuesday, this past Tuesday, warned the nation's governors that drinking water and wastewater utilities in their states are facing disabling cyber attacks by hostile foreign nations. These attacks have the potential to disrupt the critical lifeline of clean and safe drinking water, as well as impose significant costs on affected communities. So Jake Sullivan, assistant to the president for national security affairs, and Michael S. Regan, administrator of the Environmental Protection Agency, suggested drinking water and wastewater systems are an attractive target for cyber attacks because they are a lifeline, critical infrastructure sector, but often lack the resources and technical capacity to adopt rigorous cybersecurity practices. And they went on to urge all water facilities to follow basic security measures such as resetting default passwords and keeping software updated. There'll be no water, but there'll be plenty of Coca-Cola. For Coca-Cola is a customer of Splunk. So there's a big data model called Chronos, Learning the Language of Time series. I shall now read to you. We introduce Chronos, a simple yet effective framework for pre-trained probabilistic time series models. Chronos tokenizes, watch my Cryptocurrency for Beginners video. Chronos tokenizes time series values using scaling and quantization into a fixed vocabulary and trains existing transformer-based language model architectures on these tokenized time series via the cross-entropy loss. We pre-trained Chronos models on a large collection of publicly available datasets, complemented by a synthetic dataset that we generated via Gaussian processes to improve generalization. In a comprehensive benchmark consisting of 42 databases and comprising both classical local models and deep learning methods, we saw that Chronos models A significantly outperform other methods on datasets that were a part of the training corpus, and B have a comparable and occasionally superior zero-shot performance on new datasets relative to methods that were trained specifically on them. Our results demonstrate that Chronos models can leverage time series data from diverse domains to improve zero-shot accuracy on unseen forecasting tasks, predicting the whole future data model. Also, like Martin Armstrong's Socrates, go watch my cryptocurrency for beginners video. Chronos tokenizes time series values. So it takes everything that's going on and tokenizes it, which is what's happening with everything anyway. All the apps are tracking your commitment, and you signed a thing that said they can sell that data to Collective Scores Corp. Adam Neumann has made a $500 million bid to buy back WeWork. This is important because WeWork was early on talked about by Adam Neumann, who created it. I think he created it. He was very involved in it. The world's first physical social network. So it's a co-working space, but it's like a clubhouse social network where you have fobs to get into everywhere, which is every apartment building now. As we know, the metaverse is our new government and our new economy, and social media is the metaverse. WeWork's model brings this level of tracking and control, like level of insights, data insights you can get from what everybody's doing and who they're talking to, and then levels of access control. He brings that to the real world with WeWork. And there are lots of other living and working structures that emulate this model, like lots. Anyway, that's why this is important. You might be like, oh, WeWork, millennial co-working, who cares? So a judge recently ordered YouTube to reveal everyone who watched a video. I don't think that requires further comment. Uranus and Taurus, the grand finale. In Uranus and Taurus news, vinyl records are outselling CDs for the second year running. There's like a high percentage of people who collect vinyl who don't even have record players. Something that Uranus's transitive Taurus does is make what used to be basic innovative. And on that note, people are doing this thing where they're opening up parts of their home to be a free Blockbuster library, a video DVD library that's free. One person profiled in the New York Times article says that they stock theirs with season-specific films, subversive books, and free candy. What a fun idea. So it also is a way for people to gather in real life, which is cool. Meta is adding AI to its Ray-Ban smart glasses. In the future, if you haven't already, go watch my cryptocurrency for beginners video. It's not what you think. It's not going to be like, get a wallet and start trading. It's not that at all. Anyway, in the future, you're going to be the sensing mechanism for the various super intelligences governing the world. It's not bad or good in the way that, like, if you love nature and were against TV in the 1940s, in the way TV is not bad or good. We have functioning people who watch TV, who love nature. I mean, we could talk about technology in like a Tower of Babel sense, triumphant inventions that go on to ruin the world in some way, like the light bulb, for instance. Wonderful invention, amazing. I love light bulbs. I use them every day. However, blue spectrum light, anything other than firelight, basically, which is what we evolved with, candlelight, firelight, anything other than that after sunset is going to be extremely endocrine disrupting. And the part of your endocrine system that it disrupts most heavily is your pineal gland, which after your last viewing of blue light after sunset, 3 hours after that, your body begins to produce melatonin. And if you see blue light at all in those 3 hours, then the 3-hour clock starts over. And melatonin is a powerful antioxidant. Facebook has done a lot of creepy things, or it's come out the extent of the creepy things Facebook has done, like give Netflix weird access, and also find ways to spy on you using Snapchat, sneaky spying of your use of other platforms. I didn't look into it. The point is, the reason why I bring it up, everything you do. Just pair that with Judge ordered YouTube to reveal who watched a video. The precedents are falling around privacy. And as I've mentioned before, in 2016, I went to the world's largest computer networking conference, which was very dumb. It took me 2 weeks to prepare, and I'm still convinced I'm being followed. Anyway, one of the lectures I went to was called The End of Privacy. This was in 2016. He said, privacy is over. It's ending. SWIFT, which is a big payment platform, it communicates in between banks, will launch a new central bank digital currency platform within the next 12 to 24 months. As we know, central bank digital currencies are coming. The reason they're coming is because they're programmable. So your money becomes a range of legal tender you can spend anywhere it's accepted, from that to a sticker you earned for some sort of compliance behavior that can get you access to goods and services and events and living situations, etc. Again, watch my cryptocurrency for beginners video. Amazon has spent $2.75 billion on AI startup Anthropic, which is who brought you Claude, and this is their largest venture investment yet. And Larry Summers, a member of the OpenAI board, has said he thinks AI could replace, quote, almost all forms of labor. And this reminds me of a popular coding bootcamp. The intros to their AI course materials says that AI is actually producing jobs. But for instance, one of the jobs it cites is prompt engineer. And I read a few weeks ago that role is dissolving quickly. So just understanding what the landscape is. And everybody's been laid off, and the Air Force has bought a surveillance-focused AI chatbot. So it's an AI digital assistant for analytics, and it can take data such as images and videos and then answer in understandable language information about that data. The White House has directed NASA to establish a unified time standard for the moon, a critical step towards setting up lunar bases for future missions to Mars and beyond. This lunar heartbeat is essential for precise navigation, secure communications, and streamlining complex operations on and from the moon's surface. Without this standard, plans to use the moon as a launch pad for more ambitious deep space exploration could face delays. NASA has until 2026 to develop the system in an effort to establish U.S. leadership in contemporary space exploration. In the end, it's all just primates in tin cans. This is to capture your imagination and direct your attention from the real action in deep space exploration, which is on the spiritual plane, in the energetic field. Ask any advanced technologist, especially those working in social computing. The future of computing is spatial and spiritual, rooted in social physics and choice architecture, photonics, and the energetic field. We made it so far. Apple has laid off more than 700 workers in their micro LED displays division and the Apple Car project. Best Buy just performed a round of mass layoffs in their Geek Squad, tech troubleshooting agents who come to your house. A survey by a staffing company shows that AI is cutting worker numbers overall. A Deco Group, which is the company, says that AI will lead to many companies employing fewer workers over the next 5 years. A 2023 World Economic Forum study shows that 25% of companies expected AI to decrease the number of jobs, whereas 50% expected AI to increase the number of jobs. When something's happening in the world, it may or may not be reported. A good example of this is advances in science and technology are probably far beyond what's publicly made available for us to know about. So when something happens in the world, it can easily either be downplayed or amplified. The layoffs are clearly being amplified. And it's my opinion, a solution is going to be offered. The solution is central bank, digital currency, universal basic income. I don't know if it will start out being conditional, but it's eventually going to be conditional. So if you buy certain things, that might decrease your UBI, or your UBI is not going to allow you to buy certain things. You can only buy approved things with that money. So in that way, it becomes a digital control system. And that's where we get the idea of like open air digital prison for everyone. For everyone. And it's just helpful if you can understand this right now. Remember last week, SWIFT, the major payment processing network that communicates in between banks, is building a central bank digital currency platform that these currencies can be traded in between. A Roblox executive says that children making money on the platform is not exploitation, it's a gift. Someone on the Building the Open Metaverse podcast, I don't remember who, this person said Roblox taught millions of kids to code, then empowered these kids to build games, and now it empowers those kids to build businesses and make money. I know a take often sounds cynical. This isn't meant to be judgmental, it's just meant to be informational. So most of these kids making money on Roblox have Pluto in Capricorn. That means that there's going to be an element of fear and having been taken advantage of around Capricorn themes, which are like establishments and building businesses. Like Capricorn is business, Capricorn is building businesses over time. So the fact that like a business has been built on the backs of a lot of children making stuff for very little money on this platform, I know because I tried it. There's I think a low percentage of people making a lot of money or making enough money to sustain themselves, and then there are a lot of kids and non-kids toiling away, doing a lot of work for not really very much money. These two sets of stories are interesting in regards to our new economy and how the metaverse is our new economy. People competing for attention that results in money, and people competing for gig work all over the world. If we think of how many people have been laid off in the past 6 months and how that changes the landscape of freelance platforms like Upwork and Fiverr and Uber and Instacart and YouTube and TikTok and Roblox and Fortnite. Everyone's been laid off. Everyone's being pushed into the metaverse. Kids are already in the metaverse. And this is where we lay our scene. So there are these spy holes in phone networks that allow you to be spied upon. We all know we're being spied upon. I bring this up because there's like whatever's in the news and what we're allowed to know about publicly. For some reason, we're allowed to know about this. So SS7, which was developed in the mid-1970s, can potentially be abused to track people's phones' locations, redirect calls, and text messages so that the info can be intercepted. I say this to mean like you're being spied on. Nothing is safe. There is no privacy. Did you watch that Bob Lazar documentary? I think it was on Netflix. There's a part where he's supposed to meet someone in the woods and they're supposed to have like no technology at all, and the feds still zero in on him. They like find him somehow. So even without your device, you can be found. This ties back with all the layoffs, the digital currency, universal basic income, which will be conditional, and it also ties into social impact bond markets, which is a new form of financial instrument which allows people to bet on human lives. So you can bet on a grade school kid. You can short a grade school kid. You can bet that kid is not gonna go to college or be successful. And then when they don't, according to the data, because they're being surveilled, you win money. It's like the social impact bond markets are like the premise of the film Trading Places, where at the end, all of this stuff happens where they like trick a guy into like becoming poor, and they bet that it will ruin his life or something. And at the end, these two like Monopoly man millionaires, like millionaire characters were like, okay, here you go. Here's my bet for $1. That's social impact bond markets. There's a good component to it, obviously, which is like, if we're going to give money to a thing for social change, we should be able to track how that money is affecting things. But so in order to do that, everything needs to be surveilled. And then you can see how that can get out of hand. So this headline says, Anthropic researchers wear down AI ethics with repeated questions. So something that an AI is not supposed to be able to do, like tell you how to build a bomb. If you do these like intelligent maneuvers, lines of questioning, you can get the AI to tell you anything. And I think this is setting us up for like more Web3 stuff, where like Web3 is blockchain. Watch my cryptocurrency for beginners video if you haven't already. It's not what you think, but in order to access any Web3 thing, which is going to be the future, you need a digital ID. There is no like, we're going to make everyone have digital IDs. No, the metaverse is our new economy and our new government. And to access the metaverse, which is a set of Web3 technologies organized around a central goal, to access our new economy and new government, you will need a digital ID. It's already happening. There is no like debate over whether or not digital IDs to get on the internet will be a thing. And obviously, you have to have an account to access any of these big public AI tools. If you wanted to tinker with some pre-existing models yourself, you don't need an account. So that's my take on that. I might be missing something about why that headline is important, because this gets talked about all the time. And then the other thing is that Anthropic is being invested in by Amazon, and it's one of Amazon's largest investment. So there's a reason why this is in the news. Amazon wouldn't allow something like this to be in the news for no reason. In my opinion, I actually don't know what's going on. Someone might have just thought this was interesting and they have the influence to make it a major tech news headline. Chase, JP Morgan Chase, is about to let advertisers target consumers based on their spending at Chase. So if you're a Chase customer, your spending is about to be used to be marketed to you. Again, this connects back to digital currencies, universal basic incomes, which are coming, which will be conditional. If you're being inured to like, oh, whatever, they're going to market to me, who cares? I like the Chase app. This is being set up to get you okay with your spending being monitored. It was already being monitored, but like now we're out in the open that like, yeah, we're looking at it and we're going to do stuff with it that affects your experience in life. It's called Chase Media Solutions, and it comes from Chase bought a card-linked marketing platform called Fig in 2022. Tennessee passed a quote-unquote chemtrail bill banning airborne chemicals, which is funny because that's not a thing. If you look at the Bob Lazar Wikipedia, they're like, Bob Lazar is a conspiracy theorist, an American conspiracy theorist. Tennessee is an American conspiracy theorist state. This week, much of the action is front-loaded. You're basically like, we're getting out of the woods after Thursday afternoon, evening. When I think of Aries, although Aries as a part of the body is the head, I think of the hara. I'm probably saying it wrong. Imagine where your belly button is and then go an inch or so inside your body. This place is considered a reservoir of chi, or vital life force energy. And if you drive yourself from this place, which I always forget to do because I'm a Libra, but it's interesting that it's it's closer to like the Libra zones of the body than the Aries zones of the body. So that's an interesting polarity. Aries, in your chart, whatever place that is, requires hara, driving things from this strong gut place. It's not your gut like your intuition. It's like your strength and your will. And this solar eclipse in Aries, this major solar eclipse, which if you're in the United States, it's definitely going to affect you. If you're in the eastern/central United States, especially in the path of totality, it's definitely going to affect you. There's something about eclipses that you can't control. They're a chaotic time of change. Mercury retrograde is also a signature of potential chaos in a different way. So the energy, the quality of this time, especially Monday, is a little unwieldy, or a lot unwieldy. If you think of a dragon, the calculated points that allow us to predict eclipses are symbolized in astrology by dragons, or as a dragon. It's like a dragon with its head cut off. And one end is the tail with no head. The other end is a head with no tail. Dragons are powerful and inspiring, and in some ways can be lucky, but they can turn on you. There's something about the Aries part of your chart, and it's a solar eclipse on the North Node, Rahu, the dragon's head, the insatiable head, where you're identifying with this area of life more. Like there's something new, especially if you're in a sun-ruled year, especially if you're in a moon-ruled year, and especially if you're in an annual profection that identifies the sign of Aries. So if you're in a first house profection and you're an Aries rising, this will be important. Or if you just have a lot of planets in Aries. There's a lot that's not within your control in eclipses. It's just like observe. But if you want to become volitional about it, like what do I do with this chaos? The chaos energy of Monday. I think we used to be able to see each other better. Astrology is a synthetic way of knowing. It's a technology. Psychic people say that everybody has the ability to be psychic, and I think that's true. And if you don't think that's true, that means you're extremely disconnected with your potential as a human. I know I am. We used to be able to listen to ourselves and know ourselves and listen to others and know others. Astrology gives you the ability to see a bird's eye view of things that you're not really supposed to be able to see. And it's kind of like a data dashboard. It's hard to make this simply informative and not polarizing, because all of the news available is polarizing. Last weekend I went to a movie where they gave everyone a survey afterwards, and the survey questions were clearly all triangulating to find out whether or not the movie was polarizing enough. So a thing called XZUtils, it's a Linux library, and let's see if I can sound like I don't know what I'm talking about. One time for fun I did partition my hard drive and install Linux on my computer for fun. Whether or not this is true doesn't even matter to me either. XZUtils is a Linux Unix library. Comment about how I'm wrong, because I don't know. And it's used widely infrastructurally, I think. And someone installed a backdoor that allowed anyone to like commandeer, like gain remote access to a machine that uses anything that uses the library XZUtils, which apparently is many machines. And I guess it was caught before it like proliferated across our infrastructure. But the main thing about this is that the person who made the commit, because it's open source, the person who added this, like it was an inside job, and it was someone who added it who was like a trusted member of this open source community. And they had like a responsibility to take care or watch over some part of this. And also there was like a concerted effort a couple years ago to oust the person who was the steward of this library and install this guy. So that's a lot. And that gives, that lights up my entire mainframe, my conspiratorial mainframe. So that's what happened. And that's in the news for a reason. And we need everything you can access on the internet, including open source libraries, which the entire metaverse, our new government, has to be open source so that people will work on it for free. Even open source libraries need to be built on blockchain, and which requires a digital ID to access. So you can see what's coming down the pipeline. But how do we live in a world like this? Whatever. So that was a big deal. So the SEC, the Securities and Exchange Commission, is potentially going to sue Uniswap, and it's being positioned in the headline as a way to like debilitate the decentralized finance sector. You old fuddy-duddies, it's unstoppable, it's decentralized, but really like the government likes finance on blockchain, which is what decentralized finance is. It's being called decentralized, but it's more like it's on blockchain. The power of blockchain is that it's an immutable ledger. You can't destroy the ledger unless like all the computers in the world go down. So that's what that headline is about. The government doesn't want decentralized finance to go away. It wants to use it. That's what your central bank digital currencies are. It's like the same exact thing as like DeFi, but as a central bank. Because all this stuff that's being called decentralized, it's mostly to say we're going to use blockchain. And the level of decentralizedness varies. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, watch my intro to cryptocurrency video if you haven't already. I know you probably haven't, because only like 25 people have watched it. And it's probably because they think I'm going to shill crypto, but I'm not. It's not what you think. So there's a criminal trial going on right now for a crypto scam that happened in October. And a guy took advantage through his skilled coding. He took advantage of loopholes in the trading system. And taking advantage of any trading system is technically illegal, I think. Comment if I'm getting my explanation of this wrong. But in all of blockchain, this has been a thing for a long time in people who work on blockchain stuff. Code is law. That's how our Constitution is going to be replaced with smart contracts, because it's to make the law immutable. So code is law, but the law says you can't take advantage of trading platforms to make more money in an unfair way. But this guy was like, well, I used my skills to work around something that it doesn't say was explicitly illegal, that I can't use code to bypass a restriction that allows me to make shit tons of money. That's my take, but I could be getting it wrong. Anyway, this is meant, in my opinion, not by obviously none of these things when I'm saying it's meant to do this, none of that is to be the news outlet means to do it. They may or may not. It's being put in your face so you can get used to the idea of code is law versus whatever the law is. And the letter of the law versus the spirit of the law, which is extremely a part of what Pluto and Aquarius is going to be about. So there's a thing called the AI pin. It's a little pin you wear. It's magnetized, and you wear it over your heart. And it's a new AI interface where you can it projects things onto your hand, and you can talk to it, and it's your permanent DJ. So it creates a soundtrack of your life automatically. Eventually you'll be able to hold something up and be can I eat this? I'm not joking. I didn't mean that mockingly. I think I sound derisive sometimes without meaning to. Anyway, so that's interesting and very futuristic, and the word ambient computing has been used, which is very the future. And I don't know if everybody will have one of these, but you can see how we interface with the outside-in robot intelligence as sensors to advance its intelligence. It's changing. Also, simultaneously in the news, there's a headline about Sam Altman of OpenAI and Johnny Ive of Apple fame. A lot of what Apple looks like comes from his time there, are seeking $1 billion in funding for a wearable AI device. Or maybe it's not wearable, maybe it's just a personal device. I don't know if that's this humane AI thing, this AI pin thing. I guess not. I guess maybe the AI pin thing rode the wave of this headline. I'm not sure what's going on there. I got confused when I was researching this. Is that the same thing? As far as I know, it isn't. A company called Synchron is getting ready to do large-scale clinical trials of an implantable brain thing in the style of Neuralink. However, instead of surgically implanting it into your brain like Neuralink does, it is delivered to the brain using the large vein that sits next to the motor cortex. So that's innovative. And the people that they're seeking for clinical trials are people who have mobility impairments. As much as all of us can scoff at the implantables and how maybe everybody will have them, that's truly wonderful. You could see how it could be taken advantage of, but you can also see how people with motor impairments can be taken advantage of anyway. So dystopian and cool. Pluto and Aquarius. And then Texas is officially using computers to grade the written portion of essays, or the essay portion, the non-multiple choice portion of its STAR exams. They're also saying that a random number of these tests will be like given to humans so that they have a check and balance right now. But let's go back to how code is law. The idea of humans, you have to have humans checking them now to get you okay with it. But once you're okay with it, then humans will be out of the picture. And maybe that's like in 20 years at the end of the Pluto Aquarius transit. And Texas is like a hotbed of education technology, ed tech. Biotechnology is happening alongside it because eventually, maybe at the end of Pluto and Aquarius, when Pluto enters Pisces in 2044-ish, 2044-ish, the ed tech and the biotech will be together. And that's going to apply to you whether you send your kids to school or do the homeschooling, because the future is you don't go to a school, you just have a sensing device. And then NTT in Japan released a headline saying that AI could create social unrest, which one term they used that I thought was interesting is that it damages human dignity. And I guess a lot of technologies can actually do that. We could look at any technology. The light bulb has damaged human dignity. The iPhone has damaged human dignity. I'm not lobbying. I'm not like advocating for these things. And a part of why they're saying it has is a lot of it is designed to seize attention with no regard for accuracy or moral concerns. And then at the end, they slipped in that we need to keep an eye on this to protect elections and for national security purposes. Because the way that we will protect elections is you have a digital ID, you have a voting token, and eventually, this may or may not happen, but it's been modeled, and I've talked about it in one of my earlier videos, which I'll link here if I remember. You have a voting token where you sort of like, it's like a money, where you spend your vote on an AI model that votes for you, that votes for like a billion different things, so that everybody votes on every single thing, but you can't it would take you 2 years to vote on every single thing happening, but there'll be these AI models that choose the things and you just pick the best AI model, even if it might vote for like 30% in a way you don't like, but that's better than like 60% or 80% given the other model choices you have, which is, I don't really see how that's different from our elections, except that it's on blockchain and it's immutable and code is law. There is no more spirit of the law. It's all the letter. Insurers are apparently looking at your house from the sky to see, it's like for underwriting purposes, to see if there's like debris all over the place, or just to see like if there's anything that they can identify is like more of a risk. And in related news, hospital websites send most hospital websites are sending your data to Meta and Google and data brokers, because if data is the new oil, health data is the new royal jelly. Health data is the new blood. And then OpenTable is going to display your first name on review. So if you've ever left a review with like the understanding that it's going to be anonymous about a bad experience you had, maybe at a restaurant you really liked that you like to go back to, now your first name is going to be visible. And the way that OpenTable talks about this is, we heard from you, our diners, that trust and transparency are important when looking at reviews. So it's like, we heard you. This is for you. You told us you wanted this, but obviously you don't want this. If you've ever written a review, it's going to apply retroactively. So like, I'm sure nobody who left a review anonymously wants that. It's understandable, obviously. So it's kind of a conundrum. But a lot of the transparency, especially that blockchain can offer, it's going to apply to you, not to large power structures. So eventually it's going to require a digital ID, right? Because OpenTable will be web3. It will be on blockchain. It will require a MetaMask to log in, to review. And the House voted to extend a spying program that surveils Americans speaking with foreigners, emails, texts, phone calls. And it does this this is a term used in the article, with the quote, compelled assistance of United States communication providers. We all know it's happening. It's just, this is our world. How can we be optimistic in this type of a world. Everything's rapidly changing, and I'm being kind of like curmudgeonly about the like, there's no privacy and code is law, and there's no spirit of the law. It's all the letter, the letter of the law, and they want to put a chip in your brain. How can you be optimistic and live your life knowing that you came to this earth for this? We do also live in a time of wonders. That's also true. So, scientists have discovered a nitrogen-fixing organelle. And this is exciting to scientists because you could potentially engineer plants that require less fertilizer. What could go wrong? I'm sure they talked about Roundup with this type of simplicity. Did you know that Roundup was originally meant to be an organic alternative, like a safer alternative to another, even more terrible pesticide? There's also a headline about how scientists can now use AI to target quote-unquote sleeper bacteria in case your antibiotics don't do their job. And I can understand, obviously, antibiotics are life-saving. I witnessed the life-saving effect of antibiotics last summer. They're very, very helpful in an emergency. My opinion is that they're overused. It's probably your opinion too if you're watching this. You want to see this headline, I just think you're doing it wrong. If the antibiotics don't work, it's kind of like, oh, whatever. I'm not going to go on a diatribe. Obviously, it's helpful too. I'm turning into the guy at the end of 60 Minutes, Rooney guy, just complaining about stuff. Like my watch pulls on my wrist hairs. In California, they're experimenting with cloud brightening. They're starting to do it. This is the premise of Snowpiercer. Cloud brightening is supposed to like help. It's like salty particles, shooting them into clouds so that we can reflect away the sun better to cool the earth. The premise of the film Snowpiercer is that the apocalypse arrives because we do that, and it's like, what could go wrong? That. So instead of like toning down, maybe living a little bit closer to the earth, we're going to continue to go against, we're going to just take that to the extreme. And then the European Space Agency is going to make artificial eclipses so they can study the sun. What could go wrong? I forgot to tell you last week, I think, that helium was discovered during a solar eclipse because they were looking at the sun with a spectrographer and they noticed like a wave pattern that they had never seen before. So that's very like a great beginning. Helium is used to cool data centers now. And it says that this is a precursor for more ambitious future formation flying endeavors. So they're going to use it to scare us. I wonder about this in regards to the Saturn-Pluto opposition, where Saturn is in Leo and Pluto is in Aquarius in 2035, 2036. Real eclipses, fake eclipses. And this like, let's make engineered plants that require less fertilizer for you to eat. And what could go wrong? And we're going to do this cloud brightening thing and the artificial eclipses stuff. Pluto in Aquarius that's Pluto coming for the collective. That can mean mass deaths. If you're watching an astrology video, you can't like run with your hands up in the air and tattle on me for being a doomer or something. Like that's what this is talking about the future and talking about the quality of the time. So there's already a lot of talk about mass deaths, starting with the Jupiter-Saturn conjunctions and the Mars-Saturn conjunctions at 0 Aquarius. So Pluto moving through that territory, we got some foreshadowing for like different possibilities of mass deaths. That's going to keep happening and become more horrifying. We're going to become more afraid of it, and some of it's going to happen. Some of the fears will be just fears, and some of it will be stuff that happens. I can see this cloud brightening thing, Pluto in Aquarius, like maybe Pluto does things like shrink them so as to be not there, or blow them out of proportion. So perhaps I'm blowing it out of proportion. Aquarius is literally clouds. It's the water bearer, and it's an air sign. What are the water bearers in the air? Benefits of Aquarius pertain to like getting a bird's eye view of things, like an objective lay of the land from a perspective that nobody really lives in typically. So that's like if you're in exile, you see the walled city from beyond, and it's, you know, where all your friends live inside it. So this cloud brightening stuff is extremely Pluto in Aquarius. And if something Pluto in Aquarius does is like kill a lot of people, that's the thing. I don't know, like, I guess I'm going to get in trouble saying this. And later, if I don't say it, then people will be like, well, you didn't see it coming. So that's a way that this job is the worst. Anyway, all this stuff. Tampering with nature further instead of coming closer to it and living more in accordance with it. Instead, we're being more yang and fucking with the yin. Like, we're being more active, messing with the allowing and the moving with nature that makes the earth healthy. You know all this. I'm preaching to the choir. Listen, I look a little disheveled right now because Jupiter is my ascendant ruler. Instead of washing my hair to shoot my video, I spent all day doing something else. I was listening to the Morning Brew podcast, and they were talking about something related to venture capital funding. But something I noticed is they mentioned it, like, in kind of like a weird aside, that like the whole web3 gaming thing didn't work. This reminds me of a popular refrain over the past couple of years that the metaverse is dead. So first of all, the metaverse is web3 gaming, and the metaverse is our new government and our new economy, as I've been saying for weeks and weeks and weeks. And the metaverse is also, it is social media. So it's weird that these people who are very dialed in, are saying that the whole Web3 gaming thing didn't work, because it's working. You're gonna have no choice but to live inside of Web3 gaming. So this is sort of, I'm calling this tech news. Dubai got record amounts of rain. I'm calling this tech news, but it's like phantom tech news because it's not a thing. Tech as a part of this is not a thing. Tech is involved in some versions of this. Maybe not this version of this, but Dubai got record like inches of rain. It got like 6 inches of rain all at once. And that's weird. And Dubai's not built to handle that. There's no like green spaces. It's all just like paved. Even the ocean is paved. So that was a big old mess. Dubai officials were not involved in creating this rain. And so you might be like, what? What are you talking about? There was a movie in 2018 about weather engineers engineering the weather to save the world, but that was a movie. Bloomberg apparently said this week that a meteorological person, like official person within the United Arab Emirates, said that their use of cloud seeding, which isn't a thing. So like apparently this meteorological official is a conspiracy theorist. They said that this like weird flooding of rains that happened, they exacerbated the situation by doing this cloud seeding thing, but that's not a thing. And then, so after Bloomberg said that someone in the cabinet who has something to do with the weather, reporting the weather, said this, then that was walked back, and United Arab Emirates denied it, and I believe them. So miscommunication. Also, Mercury's retrograde right now, so miscommunications are a thing. So I'm calling it tech news because sometimes technology is involved in this situation, even though it definitely, absolutely isn't involved in this situation right now. And according to experts who you should always listen to, cloud seeding only adds about 20 to 25% more rain, even though cloud seeding is not a thing. And ski resorts absolutely don't ever do it. So if you see a plane in the sky with like a big, poofy, fluffy jet of vapor trailing behind it, that's just a natural thing that planes do. God. Ubisoft revoked access to a game that some people purchased. And some, as of like a while ago, there was like speculation that the reason this game got like pulled from servers because it's like servers they don't maintain anymore, and so the game is gone. And so people who bought this game now, they can play it, but they can only play a demo version. And this is quote unquote sparking a digital ownership debate. So let's talk about why we need a digital ownership debate. The upcoming world is going to be about fungible and non-fungible assets. And most of your assets will be digital. So a fungible asset is like Bitcoin, where all the coins are the same. And a non-fungible asset is like the deed to your house. That will be an NFT, a non-fungible token. A game that you buy. We need to start this conversation about digital ownership because that's the future. You have no choice. So there's a thing where some people, I don't know who, it's not me, it's not anyone I know, because of like the funding timing, there was maybe a chance that a United States internet affordability program might not get funded. So everybody's like raising their fists and being like, how do we move forward? This program is ending. People aren't going to be able to afford internet. And I'm here to tell you, I'm like the good witch of the internet. I'm here to tell you, don't worry. It will go through. And if it doesn't, they'll create a new one because they need everybody to afford internet because you're in the future, which is now. You're not going to have a choice but to be connected at all times. My unasked for opinion is that there will be a time in our lifetimes, maybe it will be 30 years from now, or maybe it will be 10 years from now, or maybe it will be 6 months from now, but there will be a time soon in our lifetimes, if you're alive 30 or 40 years from now, where not being on the internet, like being offline, might be similar to the situation in Idiocracy where Luke Wilson was unscannable and everyone's afraid of you, and being offline is like going rogue and dangerous because if you're offline, you can't be tracked and you can't exchange, you can't send and receive the signals that advance the creative, nuanced super intelligence of our machines if you're off the internet. So anyway, the Affordable Connectivity Program, it's not going to go away. They're not going to make having internet only available to like the most affluent. It's the opposite, actually. The more affluent you are, the more you like don't have to be connected, or the more like maybe EMF is optional. So Frontier Communications shut down after a cyber attack, and I'm not going to talk about that. You can look into that if you want to know more about it. Or if you were subject to it, you probably know a lot about it already. But there was something interesting that happened this week, and it was 911 outages in South Dakota, Nebraska, Nevada, and Texas. And not the whole state, just like some cities. And as of a couple days ago, the cause of the outages were unknown. However, the Department of Homeland Security in the past did warn that cyber attacks against 911 systems will be more likely since we're moving them all to digital right now. Because we're choosing the apocalypse to move our 911 systems to E911 or next gen 911, which I guess can involve texts and stuff. And so that, I guess, as far as I know, so when they warn you of something, it's going to happen. So this is from Ars Technica. The U.S. Constitution's Fifth Amendment protection against self-incrimination does not prohibit police officers from forcing a suspect to unlock a phone with a thumbprint scan. A Colorado bill is trying to protect your brain data because nowadays there are things like headbands that monitor your brain waves to tell you how good you're doing in meditation. Or because like your experience is not enough of a sensing mechanism, because that's only for you. We need the creative super intelligences that are our machines to know about that too. And then also there's another headband out there that will treat your anxiety. Something coming down the pipeline is like mandatory life improvement pathways. So instead of like mental institutions, we're going to have mandatory life improvement pathways, and they're going to be like hooked into social impact bond markets. So like I said a couple weeks ago, as in the movie Trading Places, when two millionaires bet $1 that they could ruin a man's life by tricking him into becoming poor. If you're already in a poverty situation or in a dicey mental health situation, to keep you busy, you'll be put on a mandatory life improvement pathway that's, going to be like some sort of low value global gig economy work that you'll be competing for with people all over the world. Maybe that's like operating a robot. Maybe you're in Kansas, but you're operating a robot that's cleaning a 5-star hotel in Denmark or something. And another version of that is like your prescription medication is like a VR experience, or this like anxiety headband. Like that's prescribed by a doctor, and if you don't do it, and we'll know if you're not doing it, then your like universal basic income could be like withheld, or you'll be unbanked, or your like behavioral token that allows you to go to the nice coffee shop instead of the shitty coffee shop. These are just like fictional examples. Anyway, there's a Colorado bill that wants to like protect your brain data. So this bill tries to ensure that the data remains truly private. And I think that might mean is putting it on blockchain, because it can be private, but then like if you're in a situation where you require assistance, or you're something about what you're up to is subject to some sort of approval by anyone, you might be compelled to share that data. I'm imagining that this is the case. I didn't read that in the article. I just read that they want to make it truly private. I'm suspecting that means put it on blockchain. But also what that means, if it's truly private these days, I don't know of any other solution that's like truly verifiably private and not on blockchain. So if you know about something like that, but their hearts are in the right place. One like snippet of the article from the New York Times says that one headband serves as a personal meditation coach by monitoring the user's brain activity. So here's the thing, you're a human. That's you. If you're watching this and you're not like a cat who can understand what I'm saying, which human incarnation is very, very special. Many spiritual traditions believe that human incarnation is very special. And one thing you can do is understand how you're feeling and how things are going inside. That's way harder now that we are so stimulated externally. And it's also way harder when you're like under duress or in a panic situation or being somehow threatened, which more and more as like bad stress, so not eustress, but like bad stress, wears us down, maybe more and more susceptible to being thrown off kilter a little more easily, which also keeps us from like cultivating that relationship with ourselves. But the thing is, meditation is ancient. It belongs to everyone. As Swami Muktananda said, and I'm paraphrasing, the bird flying is in meditation, and the panther stalking is in meditation, and the earth in its orbit is in meditation. And meditation belongs to you in the same way that sleep belongs to you. So there's no reason, if you're doing meditation, you can know what's going on. You don't need an electronic coach. But the purpose of this is to get your brain data, because you're as a signal, as a source of data for our creative and super intelligent machines. I saw a headline that said that Meta wants to put students and teachers in Quest VR headsets. Your kids in VR headsets is going to be a thing. You might not have a choice because school is a mandatory life improvement pathway. I'm not saying school's bad. But I guess what I'm saying is it's not just Meta, it's everyone. It's happening. It's a thing. It's a part of that blend between ed tech and biotech. They're getting like closer and closer together. So the US Senate, there was a headline earlier this week being like, we're worried the Senate is going to pass this bill and we're going to use the word Stasi. It's like very, very totalitarian, potentially. And they passed it. It's a section of FISA, which is the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. And there's a section inside of that they passed called the Reforming Intelligence Securing America Act, RISA. And the main, they're expanding more and more surveillance stuff and extending it because they need to keep you safe. But the main thing that is a big deal, all of it's a big deal. They're just like scooping up all your data and then they can get into it. People with security clearance can get into that data however they want at any time. Do you know any organization where there aren't people who look at information and make judgments on it when they're not supposed to? One time I got a job and the person who is not an HR person, this was the receptionist, the lead receptionist doing HR tasks, gave me and was much younger than me, and gave me my ID and was like, I didn't look at how old you are because I'm not allowed to. But it's like that. There are people in the government like that who can access your data. So can you imagine? And use it for their personal, what's the word? I can't think of the term. It's to get their, okay, well, never mind. 2 senators, Democrat from Oregon, Ron Wyden, and Republican from Missouri, Josh Hawley, introduced an amendment that would have eliminated this language in the House bill. That amendment it did not pass. So it wanted to change this language. And what the language does in this bill is expand the definition of what an electronic communications service provider is. So that's anyone who has access to equipment that is being or may be used to transmit or store wire or electronic communications. So that's anything. But also if you're a little deeper down the electronic communications rabbit hole, it's if you have your own server, the government can compel you to spy on their behalf. If you have a ham radio hobby, the US government can compel you to spy on their behalf without a warrant. So that's something else. The jaws are closing in. And then the House of Representatives passed the TikTok banning bill saying it's going to be banned or you have to sell it to a US thing. And this is a good time to talk about how over the past several weeks I've been going on and on about how the metaverse is our new government. The metaverse is our new economy. The metaverse is social media. And this will really crescendo around I'm not going to do it again. I'm going to say the right planets around the Saturn-Neptune conjunction in Aries, where you will be chilling, watching your amazing cinematic movie in your Apple Vision Pro or whatever, and then the next day, Saturn will conjoin Neptune in Aries, and some video you liked 8 years ago will keep you from living in that luxury condominium community that you've been eyeing, or you'll suddenly be unbanked because of how the movements of your eyes were tracked across some kind of content on your iPad. It's going to be a rude awakening. Anyway, so think about why TikTok needs to be banned, because we all know it's not they're all collecting your data and spying on you. You ever get tired of living in the moment? It's fine. It happens to all of us. Time unlocks your chart. What's coming up? How are the themes that are coming up for you right now in your life connected? And when are they likely to show up? Because what astrology is amazing at is timing events like clockwork. So that's what we talk about in an hour session. Newsflash, AI requires so much electricity. So much that many big tech companies, the biggest of tech companies, are getting into the energy business. Sam Altman has invested in Exawatt, which specializes in solar power to feed data centers. Microsoft, who's partnered with OpenAI, is looking into nuclear power. And Amazon, who's deeply invested in Anthropic, the makers of Claude, is involved in about 100 renewable energy projects. So remember that in 10 years, when you can only run your washing machine at 2 in the morning, the unholiest of unions, CRISPR and generative AI. Okay, so remember the gene editing CRISPR thing? Now it has been married to generative AI. This is, quote, generating blueprints for microscopic biological mechanisms that can edit your DNA. Humans not going to be editing your DNA. It's going to be a little robot. Sidebar, robot keywords, so you have them. Soft, evolved, crowdsourced robots. Xenobots. The outside-in robot. Back to the CRISPR thing. A statement from the co-founder of Profluent, who is a company that match-made this, says that our success points to a future where AI precisely designs what is needed to create a range of bespoke cures for disease. I want to touch on slightly what a cure is in conventional allopathic medicine and what it is to heal, which is something the body does for itself. And how there's a very martial energy behind we gotta get in there and cure it. But as we know, most every cure has side effects. Cures don't really exist. Healing exists. If there's something that helps alleviate symptoms or helps alleviate a root cause or counter it, that's healing. I'm just skeptical of the word cure because we're not machines. We are so much more complex. So now there's generative AI gene editing. I'm not really sure what that means. Let's talk about quantum dot electroluminescent screens, nano LED screens. It's a big deal. There's been a press release. I don't know why it's right now because it was also a big deal 9 years ago. And mostly I just want to talk about quantum dots. So you could watch this video about cannabis and quantum dots, which is less about the cannabis, don't get excited, and more about tracking. Quantum dots are it's a crystal that is so tiny that at different sizes of tininess, it refracts different colors of light. So you have a big one that will refract red light waves all the way down to a little tiny one that refracts blue light waves and every color in between. And so that's how they're making screens now. And the 2023 Nobel Prize was awarded to some people who made quantum dots. I don't understand this fully because they've been around a while. And I found that cannabis video in 2021. You can also see some of these videos, which brings us to self-assembling nanoparticles. Watch this video. It's so convenient. Everything just assembles for you in a tiny way. Isn't that wonderful? Everything in the world that I'm being cynical about, it's gonna happen. You're gonna be sequestered into smart cities. Those are modern day Indian reservations, except they're for everyone. All these nanoparticles and self-assembling robots and tampering with all this stuff, yes, I'm sure there's something good in there. But most of these things, I'm not an anachronist, I guess, but most of these things end up being bad in the long run. Like the light bulb. What could be bad about light at night? It disrupts your circadian rhythm. And a part of your circadian rhythm, when it's not disrupted, is you get melatonin, which not only makes you drowsy, it's a powerful antioxidant. It's my favorite example. All of these things take us away from nature, and they're all being done now under the guise of you're bad and you're ruining nature, so we need to you need to live in a smart city and never see a tree and never have your bare feet touch the ground, and we're gonna self-assemble shit into your body to cure you. And the side effects of that are your fault. Because your pesky body is just so full of troubles. Because healthcare, we need to end the plague of bad health. Quantum dot electroluminescent screens. This would be my clickbait headline. Are QDEL screens being talked about right now to get us used to the idea of quantum dots? So when they start putting them in our bodies, we'll be less alarmed. We'll be like, oh, it's the cute thing from the TV that helps me to watch, I don't know, any TV show. It helps me to watch Harmony do the tech news. So this is like cybernetics. What is cybernetics? If you look it up on Wikipedia, it's a digital control system. More on that later. Stripe is going to start taking crypto payments again. And right now it's just USDC stablecoin. And like, obviously they want to be involved in the cryptocurrency discussion. There's like they're being disruptive and this is a rogue technology, but it isn't. It's the establishment. A company called Happy Cashier, this is something I've talked about in previous episodes, is putting screens in food establishments, and on that screen is a real person, quote, 8,000 miles away, taking your order. So this is what I was talking about previously, how like the future is so convenient. You get to order on a screen from a person in another country who you don't have to pay as much, which I get. Like, if I own a business, I don't want to pay as much for things. But the only work that will be available to you is going to be this like low value gig economy work. Like, this will probably be similar to like Uber or something, where you could just pick up a cashier job or whatever. Walgreens is making a separate division to bring cell and gene therapies to patients. And these are like much more expensive one-time therapies that will cure you, apparently, because we've lost all of our folk healing is now considered snake oil. And there's absolutely no snake oil in the healthcare system. So the first facility it will open is in Pittsburgh, I think, or like one of the main ones, which is like an interesting place for all this to happen. Very like cybernetics, biotech, the helm. 2 other talking points. Specialty pharmacies are trendy. And this is from the CNBC article, but this is their quote. Especially as chronic diseases become more prevalent. Why are chronic diseases becoming more prevalent? Maybe because we're so busy trying to cure things and then we're creating more problems. And because all the blue light is we're not getting the antioxidants and we're eating terribly and we can't see a tree or put our feet on the ground and we're ruining nature. But nature is being ruined and we don't have any choice. I would like to see big health commentary on like why chronic diseases are becoming more prevalent. Is it because of China? NVIDIA is acquiring a company called Run AI. It's a Kubernetes-based workload management and orchestration software provider. So Kubernetes that's a Greek word that means helm. It is like a trashy Latin version of that word is where we get the word governor, and it's where we get the word cybernetics. Kubernetes. It means the helmsman. And that's our entire future. Workload management and orchestration. There's also a thing in Kubernetes that's like desired state management. So you put in, I might be like giving such a rudimentary explanation of what this is. So you make a file that you just say, this is how I want it to be. And then Kubernetes will make sure it's like that control. Very important for like infrastructure things, but the whole future is like you live in an infrastructure. There's no room for nature to do its thing. Everything is orchestrated and controlled. Or like, don't be silly, not everything. The world will be like 60% more controlled than it is now, and that's a lot. Do you remember like back in the like old internet, before you could be certain that there was an algorithm and you like saw a link and it was very serendipitous? And we know that's not a thing anymore. We know it's like the algorithm mirroring things back to us. Well, if you have no digital life, you can still experience that type of living where you're getting the living cosmos manifesting on Earth in serendipitous ways that are like a mirror of your experience. And it's so magical. We have an innate capacity to experience that, and it's being hijacked. There was a study that discovered that traffic noise pollution stunts the growth of baby birds. And I got to the end of this article, they started to talk about how they did the experiment, and I can't even, you really need to do an experiment to find that out. Like, I experience noise pollution firsthand every day, and it's horrible. Like, if like in spiritual communities they talk about vibration, and that's a real thing, like it was overused, so now people roll their eyes about it. But I mean, that's how, if you want something important to not be a problem to your control grid, then you ridicule it. Like, that's what it was done. That's how the witch hat came about, because like if you're a quote-unquote witch, then you're like old-timey and stupid, and that hat was like a hat from like a century before. It was like out of style. So yeah, noise pollution. There's some science news about 2 life forms merging into one for the first time in billions of years. And first of all, how do you know that? Me asking that will be like, oh, well, you're absolutely right. We need to track absolutely everything. So we're going to throw quantum dots onto everything, and everything is going to be permeated with quantum dots, and then we can track it. Look up IXO blockchain. Anyway, I found this interesting because that's like the future of everything is like merge with your fellow man, merge with the machine, merge with the hive mind. Enter a flow state with the machines and beings that we want you to enter a flow state with. That's a part of what the divisiveness of the current like political and just even social media environment is about. You create divisiveness so you can get people to like split into teams. And I know I just used a thing that's like splitting and not life forms merging, but those teams are merged life forms. It's like the Sephora kids. That is like one emergent being. And you get that from divisiveness. You can chop it up all kinds of ways, but that's what they're doing. That's what that experiment is. I don't know who they is. The people who run the metaverse. Somebody wants to put Wi-Fi on buses. One side is like, social media is already ruining everything for kids, which like, they're gonna get on social media anyway. And the other side is like, there's a homework gap where like kids aren't doing their homework, they need to be able to do it on the bus, which is like, like encouraging that life of like, just, well, now you don't have any excuse. Well, did you do it on the bus? We have Wi-Fi on the bus. What a horrible life. AI is running out of data. It's a problem because we need to give AI more and more data. Why? Because we need to. And you know what they say about Wi-Fi? Tether, who has brought us USDT stablecoin, has invested $200 million in BlackRock Neurotech. I don't know whether that is the BlackRock, but like, why wouldn't it be? So my guess is that it is, which obviously is a brain-computer interface company. And what they're saying is they think nurturing emerging technologies that have transformative capabilities is important, and it is important. And there's a lot of great stuff about what brain-computer interface can do for people with disabilities. And there's also another thing that nobody talks about but is happening, which is tokenization. So crypto is tokenization. Watch my cryptocurrency for beginners video. Like 10 of you have watched it, so I know you haven't watched it yet. Tokens will be the signals that advance our great super intelligences. So these brain-computer interfaces, you'll be able to boil them down to like math and signals, either like generating or spending a token. Very interesting. Have you noticed that Square, Jack Dorsey's payment, Jack Dorsey invented Twitter, but then he invented Square, which is like electronics payment format. Anyway, it's called Block now, so it has evolved into the third dimension. Because blockchain and cryptocurrency are not the renegade freedom thing, they're the status quo establishment thing. I mean, all the system wants you to do is take a position so it can get the signals. So you hate it? Cool. Do you love it? Cool. And then on that note, there was a TechCrunch article about generative AI and the problem of compensating creators. So this discussion will lead to, well, if you want to create something and you don't want it stolen by the AI, then you will be forced to mint an NFT so that we know it's yours. And then we can use the signals intelligence to see what percentage the AI used of your thing to generate a thing. And something this utilizes right now is cooperative game theory. So it's game theory, but with teaming, because it's the ultimate. PLUTO and AQUARIUS is all about teaming, like creating divisiveness so you can split people up into teams and then take advantage of like the group flow consciousness. And sometimes that can like translate to mob mentality or mob rule. And sometimes other things that like you don't even know that it's being, your consciousness is being harnessed as a part of a team of people who believe in the same thing. Like the Sephora kids. That's my opinion. I don't know for sure that Sephora Kids was a manufactured experiment about group flow and teaming using the metaverse, which is social media. So in game theory, a cooperative game is a game with groups of players who form binding coalitions. So I don't quite understand how this works with artists, but like this is like my guess. So I have this wrong. If I have this wrong, tell me. I'm making this up from skimming the Wikipedia. Okay, so voluntariness, equality, and mutual benefit. In cooperative games, players voluntarily come together to form coalitions to make agreements. The players must be equal partners in the coalition, and any agreements must be mutually beneficial. Cooperation is only sustainable if all parties are receiving a fair share of benefits. I still don't understand quite what this means, but what it seems to me from this article is like, cooperative game theory is, quote, computationally expensive. And so to calculate like who gets what from an AI thing, that's too complicated. So I think maybe the solution that comes in has to do with tokenization. Like you'll be forced to mint an NFT and then it's easy to get the signals. I made that up. WeWork rejects Adam Neumann's acquisition bid and unveils restructuring. What I hear from this article is words. Adam Neumann, WeWork. It's WeWork and Adam Neumann's, which is Adam Neumann's old project, and Flow, his new project, are both the metaverse as it integrates with reality. So as I keep saying, the metaverse is our new government and our new economy, and it's social media. That's what it is. Adam Neumann early on described WeWork as a physical social network, and it's very much in line with like these like key fob app models you see in places where you can live now. Everything is tracked, like your access to things is tracked by an app, and you can use your phone to unlock things, even though you also have like a key fob, but everything is done on the app. So it's tracked as if it were a digital social network, but it's real life. So the thing, when I read this headline, it's just like, blah, blah, blah. The sound is the meaning. Adam Neumann, WeWork. These things are still important. I think they paint Adam Neumann as like this like fallen CEO, but he's important to everything. I think SoftBank may have invested in him, which is a big deal. I might be making that up. But definitely Andreessen Horowitz, who I talked about a couple weeks ago. So what is techno-optimism? I saw this article on Dig. I don't like read Dig, but I started just reading an aggregate that shows me things from Dig. So I went to the original paper, and it's written by Mark Andreessen of Andreessen Horowitz. And this is who I was talking about the week before last. They made the largest recent investment, like venture capital investment, and they put it into different categories. And one of the big categories is gaming, which the Morning Brew podcast people were like, I don't know about gaming. That just seems, to me, it's either, sorry, there's one more option. So 2 weeks ago when I was talking about this, I was like, it's either disingenuous. They're saying it even though they don't believe it's true, because how could they? They're so dialed in. Or it's ignorance. That it would just be ignorance. And I don't mean that in a derogatory way. I just mean that in the like definition of the word. So you're ignorant of all the importance of gaming to the future. The third option is that they were told to say it. If you can think of any other options, let me know. So why is that like the importance of gaming being obfuscated in such a like public tech business channel like Morning Brew? I don't know. Anyway, this paper is called The Techno-Optimist Manifesto. I almost want to make a whole video about it. It was posted October 16th, 2023, and there are many interesting things. So one of the things that I could just easily nitpick is, here's a piece of it. We believe that there is I'm quoting, we believe that there is no material problem, whether created by nature or by technology, that cannot be solved with more technology. Intellectual control over nature seems very like stunted to me. So again, either disingenuous or ignorant. I'm quoting again. We had a problem of darkness, so we invented electric lighting. Maybe I could do a whole video on darkness being framed as a problem versus a necessary part of the reality we live in, especially given how our bodies have evolved. I go on about this all the time, about how electric lighting interferes with your circadian rhythms. When your circadian rhythms are not interfered with, your brain releases melatonin. Melatonin not only makes you drowsy, it is a powerful antioxidant. So there are like deep health implications in just the proliferation of blue lighting at night, which seems to be increasing, not decreasing. Okay, so we had a problem of darkness, so we invented electric lighting. Hidden side effects. with that one. We had a problem of cold, so we invented indoor heating. We had a problem of heat, so we invented air conditioning. Both these things they help to result in like a flat line along with the lighting. I get this terminology from Daniel Vitalis, who used to have this Rewilding podcast. I think I'm entering territory of like criticizing powerful people, and so then like maybe one of you 50 people who are watching this might come at me with like trying to tarnish the credentials of the people I'm referring to, whose ideas that I like. And you can go ahead and do that, but now that I mentioned it, let it be known that everyone knows that's what you're doing. Hoff considers the elements and elemental temperature variation a missing form of nutrition. So I guess we can control it, and that's luxurious, but also like if you're getting cold a lot, then you form brown adipose tissue that makes you better at receiving the cold. And I guess like my detractors will use this to drag me out into the cold, but I live in this world of your making, so please don't do that. We had a problem of isolation, so we invented the internet. Even aside from studies, which are whatever, can be manufactured. We all know that the internet can actually create more isolation. Like now we no longer have like the meat space communities that really give us life. It's just these like manufactured communities that can be tracked for signals intelligence and can be used to create divisiveness that creates ideological teams that can help teach the superintelligence. The next one I'm not going to read because it's too polarizing, and I'll get a thing at the bottom of my video. It talks about decentralization, saying that like decentralization, quote, harnesses the complexity for the benefit of everyone. Centralization will starve you to death, but like all the crypto blockchain stuff that's being served as decentralization isn't really, it's mostly centralized because the user experience is inversely correlated with the decentralization. So the more you want to have like a good user experience, which mostly I guess just means like get the most data, make it the most addictive so we can get the most data. But even if it were actual like real good healthy user experience, if that exists, that diminishes the decentralization part. So I found that a weird thing to say. They say, we believe any deceleration of AI will cost lives. Deaths that were preventable by the AI that was prevented from existing is a form of murder. And just giving you the juicy talking points. This was interesting. I mean, there's a lot to go into here. I'm just giving you like the yellow journalism, the things that I saw immediately that were like, this is weird. Okay, so there's a lot more swirling around this. But the main idea in one of the like clusters of paragraphs is that humans are the ultimate resource. And that goes by like human innovation. But what about like creating piezoelectricity to pay your rent? Because you have to, not because you want to. It also talks about how the global population can easily expand to 50 billion people, and that's because we're settling on other planets. When I think a lot of technologists understand like the ape in a tin can thing, and that outer space is spiritual and about consciousness. These people have to know this. Here's an interesting quote. To paraphrase a manifesto of a different time and place, quote, beauty exists only in struggle. There is no masterpiece that has not an aggressive character. Technology must be a violent assault on the forces of the unknown to force them to bow before man. And you might say, I don't know what that's from, I didn't look it up. You might like accuse me of taking this out of context, but I think the context that this document creates is actually confusing. It's like hogwash. That's my opinion. So that's why I'm reading you just the little bits. So go read the whole article, The Techno-Optimist Manifesto. It's at a16z.com. So some of this is strong-arming nature. Feels like a little oog caveman to me, and not in a good way where like cavemen were getting melatonin. In one part it talks about natural resources and how, quote, natural resource utilization has sharp limits. Yeah, and the way that we're utilizing them in the Mike Judge film Idiocracy. The word utilize, there's a running joke that nobody talks about in the movie, that the word utilize means to This is an interesting quote that I am having difficulty unpacking. A common critique of technology is that it removes choice from our lives as machines make decisions for us. This is undoubtedly true, yet more than offset by the freedom to create our lives that flows from the material abundance created by our use of machines. So I just want to know what they're talking about, like what choices will be taken away from me and what am I training them for? They go on to talk about their enemy, which is like, they say it's the UN SDGs, the UN Sustainable Development Goals. So like framing the UN as the enemy is important to the narrative, the like signals intelligence narrative, and Andreessen Horowitz is positioning itself against that. But I don't really see on the whole, like when I read the entire article, which I did, how it's all that different. And the end of the article goes on to kind of, this is how I parse it. It's not necessarily like what they're saying, but like that anyone who would stifle, quote, innovation, captured by zombie ideas, and we will explain that your, quote, they will explain that your fears are unwarranted and the future is bright. And that's interesting because like Pluto in Aquarius is, a part of it is like being afraid of this stuff. It's not only like corruption around the themes of a neighborhood that is like a sign of the zodiac, but it's also fear of that corruption. So I think the most effective propaganda gets into this gray area. Anyway, a part of what I feel like they're insinuating is that if you are not all for this, then they must help you find your way out of your self-imposed labyrinth of pain. So if you're afraid of technology, don't be. You're in a self-imposed labyrinth of pain. On the one hand, that's not wrong, because everybody has lived through people have lived through difficult times and lived beautiful lives. But I think knowing what's coming, like what's being said, what's coming is not like necessarily what's coming. So I found this interesting. We believe, so this is all very like free market. We believe markets increase societal well-being by generating work in which people can productively engage. We believe a universal basic income would turn people into zoo animals to be farmed by the state. Man was not meant to be farmed. Man was meant to be useful, to be productive, to be proud. So this seems to be making a case against universal basic income, but remember from a couple of weeks ago, Andreessen Horowitz invested a lot of money, the single biggest at the time, their biggest like lump sum venture capital investment, to Adam Newman of WeWork's residential project, Flow, which is like a metaverse you can live in. And a part of that is universal basic income, except you don't just get it for nothing. You'll be like, and there are no jobs, so you'll be volunteering in order to get your universal basic income. Of course, like there are versions of that could be wonderful, but like forced volunteering isn't really volunteering, is it? And what are the different contexts and different like levels of spaciousness of choice that you'll have? Like if you live in the luxury community experience, will you get more or better volunteering choices? I have so many questions, and it's weird that they don't mention that in this. They just say they're against universal basic income, but a part of the flow thing is universal basic income as I understand it. Maybe I'm making that up. Anyway, let's take a look at the chart for the day that this paper was released, October 16th, 2023. This chart is an untimed chart. It just has the ascendant on the sun. So this paper is more important than you think. And we'll probably see more of that like after we can look back, like mid to late next year. We can look back at like, you can reread that paper. Go now and copy it because they've gotten rid of many papers that were interesting back in like 2020. Not Andreessen Horowitz specifically, but like Forbes. LinkedIn now has Wordle-style games. And the headline that I read says there are games you can play every day. It means nothing. It's just a game. Signals intelligence has nothing to do with gamification, and your ability to commit to playing a game every day won't be logged. It'll have nothing to do with your children's ability to get a job. Walmart and Roblox are making virtual e-commerce a thing, so now you can buy like paper towels within Roblox because that's a part of, it's like, isn't that exciting? But that's a part of like how we start to blend the metaverse with our actual lives, because the metaverse is our new economy. And then Dave & Buster's is going to allow people to bet on arcade games. So like an already gamified place is now doing financial betting, and places that weren't necessarily like explicitly gamified are becoming so. But nobody's talking about social impact finance, which is how somebody told me about like a viral video this week where they were saying something like how they don't know how they feel on Bitcoin or the US dollar, but they're bullish on obesity in the United States. Where can they bet on that? And it's funny because that's a thing. That's what social impact finance is. You can bet on societal outcomes. So that means you can also short people. Like, you can bet that they're not going to do a good job. So yeah, lead me to the obesity securities markets. And Google's making audio emoji. So that's just what I love, is like a world of beeps and poop sounds that it can't escape. So there's a Wall Street Journal article that's like, digital twins are coming and they're ready to work. But guess what? You already have a digital twin. It's in your social media accounts. That's what they're doing with your data. They're creating a digital twin of you and a digital twin of the various things that influence you. And then those things can be like augmented. Anyway, they're saying digital twins are for fashion and clinical trials, something else, I forget what, but it's already a thing. Also, you already have a digital twin. It's your credit report. And also, you already have a social credit score. It's your follower count. I saw both of these headlines on Wired, and I thought it was kind of funny. One of them was, a new surveillance tool invades border towns. And then the other one was, how to track your sleep using your Fitbit. And so I talked about this a few weeks ago. Congress lets broadband funding run out, ending low-income discounts. But like, it's going to come back. Don't worry. They need everybody to be on the internet. It's not if you are, it's the reverse of what they're saying. Like, if you're low income, you're going to have to be on the internet all the time. If you are an affluent billionaire, then you get to be off the internet. Okay, Austria is asking for, and for fun, this is the chart for Kubernetes, which I talked about last week. And it's untimed, again, with the ascendant on the sun, so it's a solar chart. This is the chart for the software that currently rules the world. And its name is the same as cybernetics, which is a digital control system. When we look back at this in like 2 years, big changes in terms of what Kubernetes is and what it brings, or its fate somehow. There's like some fated change to this software that runs the world. There are now party bots, so you can hire this party robot for your wedding, and it keeps the energy up on the dance floor, which I must say doesn't not sound fun. Also, ooh, party bot, let me see your EULA. Don't go to my website this week. My CSS is broken, and I don't know when I'm going to be able to fix it. Do you ever fantasize about being my affluent patron, my wealthy benefactor? Well, you can be that by subscribing to the channel. Your other action item is to like the video. No one expects this week to be how it is. We're flooring it this week. Your ofrenda can now have a Harry Potter style moving picture of your ancestors that talks. You don't even have to do automatic writing anymore during your ancestral rituals. You don't even have to say the Orphic hymn to Hermes Catonius. The Google Workspace platform is adding something called multi-party approval. So if you do something in Google Workspace that's like a big change, you can turn on this feature that it's like, are you sure you want to do this? And it'll have you seek approval from others in the workspace, which is the most Aquarian thing ever. It's a cool idea. And it's where everything is headed. It's where voting is headed. Countries with not as much money as other countries must now demonstrate accounting and transparency stuff in order to obtain wealth and resources related to climate change. From the report, it's in order to get funding to help them, quote, cut their greenhouse gas emissions and adapt to the impacts of extreme weather. And the person who will lead the COP29 UN Climate Summit in November has said, quote, this is a very, very important step in the creation of a transparency mechanism between countries. And I find this very, very important because this transparency mechanism will be extended to all people. So you can... Web3 is you have to have a digital ID to access anything that's built on Web3. So that's like, a MetaMask is a digital ID. And the premise is all your data is private, and it is on blockchain verifiably private. But if you need any sort of assistance, very much like these countries who don't have as much wealth and resources, people with not as much wealth and resources are going to have this transparency mechanism between you as a human dependent on some other like government assistance or any type of approval, and the holder of those wealth and the potential distributor of wealth and resources for you. So the transparency is for you. A brief sidebar, there is a presidential candidate who wants to put the US budget on blockchain, and that's important to inure you to blockchain. Also, it's important to ripping up the Constitution and making what used to be the Constitution a series of smart contracts, because code is law. There were a couple other headlines saying that the UN warns that the world is on the edge of climate abyss, and another one saying record-breaking increase in CO2 levels in the world's atmosphere. I forget where something somewhere is being tabled for climate lockdowns. On that note, it kind of like comes and goes, the hand-wringing over cybersecurity or like cyber attacks from foreign bad actors on the US infrastructure. And I keep getting ads in the informative business IT newsletters I read for Splunk, which is, I think, similar to Palantir. In one of the ads, it says the world's largest enterprises rely on Splunk's unified security and observability platform to keep their mission-critical digital systems secure and reliable. Yes, I'm reading an ad. No, I'm not sponsored by Splunk. I'm just saying it's not impossible to get the infrastructure for the things we rely on, like water or whatever, secure. Because Coca-Cola does it, so let them drink Coca-Cola. A company that specializes in this, that was bought by Cisco, which is a huge deal. So it must be effective or have a lot of potential to be effective. Lots of big companies use it. But in the news, we keep hearing this refrain about cyber attacks on our critical infrastructure. And I want you to think about Pluto and Aquarius. Aquarius, a part of what that is the technology, bringing the technology to bring water to the people so that you don't have to like hike out into the middle of nowhere to a pure unpolluted water source and like carry the water on your back. Instead, our kings, our leaders have enabled the technology to bring water to us. And the same for electricity, garbage collection, etc. So that's Aquarius. That's that technology. It's like management and authority and technology and bearing water. It's not water, it's the bearing of the water. Pluto is transiting Aquarius. So that's fear of corruption, and it's also actual corruption of these systems. Something to think about. Speaking of ads, Electronic Arts is thinking about putting in-game ads in traditional AAA games. I don't know what that means. If you know what that means, tell me. But in the article, it says these are games which people purchase for about $70 each. So they're thinking about putting ads in these. We're used to like free things being full of ads, but now paid things are going to be full of ads. So now you'll have to pay more and more to get rid of the ads. Remember in Mike Judge's film Idiocracy, most people, even I think the president, wear clothes that are covered in ads. So speaking of paying not to be shown ads or not to have like having to pay a lot to stave off intrusion of any kind. There's a Rest of World article, which is a funny name for a website. Like, that would be like if there was a website called Flyover States. This is a quote from the article from Rest of World. Olga de Leon looked confused as she walked out of a nightclub on the edge of Buenos Aires. She had just had her iris scanned. Quote from Olga, "No one told me what they'll do with my eye," said de Leon, 57 years old. "But I did this out of need." And in exchange, she received almost $50 worth of WLD, which is the WorldCoin cryptocurrency. So that also implies that she was compelled to create a wallet, a digital wallet, which is a digital ID. So now you're equipped to access all manner of Web3 things in the future. Also in the article, it says that experts have sounded the alarm about the dangers of giving away biometric data. I just want to tell you about this one time where I went to every single Disney World park in one day, and each time I entered, I refrained from giving my biometric data, which I know my biometric data is being collected all over the park, but to enter, you have a fingerprint to enter an American amusement park. A couple of times, mind you, there are other times where I just let him do it, but it was very important to me on this day that I not have my biometric data taken, and it was really difficult. Like, they gave me a hard time every time at Disneyland, American amusement park, sorry, Disney World. But a couple times they're like, okay, well, we'll just take your picture. And I was like, no, I don't want any biometric data taken of me today. I'll show you my ID. And of course, like, that has my face on it, so it's impossible. Anyway, all that's interesting, given how, like, experts are sounding the alarm. But if you want to go to, like, a major amusement park, they've been doing it for years. According to WorldCoin, 10 million people in 160 countries have created a WorldCoin ID and a wallet, and 5,195,475 people had also verified their World ID using WorldCoin's iris scanning orb. This causes me to teleport into the future where you have a wallet, but is it verified? I mean, we do it now, like, you have a LinkedIn, but is it verified? And in the Mike Judge film Idiocracy, the future was a world where if you didn't have a barcode tattoo, people were afraid of you because you're unscannable. So the Rest of World article notes that the number of countries who allow WorldCoin iris scanning used to be 25 and now it's just 8. But that's interesting because this is where the world is headed. People are resisting it a lot. But it's where everything's headed. Ultimately, maybe it won't work. But as of right now, that's where everything's being pushed into. And WorldCoin is Sam Altman, darling leader of OpenAI's blockchain project. This week I saw a slide in some lecture about legal stuff and blockchain and AI. It involved a recently selected vice presidential candidate. And the headline in this slide deck is from the MIT Technology Review. The headline is, "AI software is better than judges at determining whether criminal defendants are flight risks." The slide is from the YouTube account Tech Open Air, TOA. The video is called "Can AI Lawyers Replace Real Lawyers?" A part of the description says, "What does it mean to be a lawyer in the age of artificial intelligence?" Attorney and founder of Clear Access IP, Nicole Shanahan, explains all. But when I tried to find the MIT Technology Review article, it's gone. The only place I can find it is something called Birdie, which references the article, but it's not on MIT Technology Review anymore. If I try to find it on that website, the closest thing I can find is something that's like, hey, play this game about AI and lawyers and stuff. AI law. Remember, a popular coding boot camp teaches you, if you want to learn about blockchain, one of the first things they teach you is that there's a cute little old chestnut of a saying that we say in the blockchain community that is, code is law. And this brings me back to the Constitution being done away with and it being replaced with smart contracts. And when I tabled this idea on TikTok several months ago, it got a lot of attention and it was positive attention. I was criticizing it, but the attention I got was hell yeah. They thought that I was advocating for it. Someone was like, yeah, on-chain governance. Hooray. This brings me to Jupiter and Gemini, which I'll talk about a little later. I think there's going to be a lot of enthusiasm around this stuff. Governance, changing what we are used to thinking of as currency now into the tokenized signals intelligence economy. There'll be a lot of enthusiasm around that in the coming year. That will get us ready for Uranus in Gemini in 2025. So yeah, that headline has been scrubbed from the internet. And I was talking about this last week. How like major articles from Forbes gone. A headline from the Next Web says, Pussy Riot lawyer launches blockchain-based poll to challenge legitimacy of Russian elections. The thing you think is counter-establishment is the establishment. This headline sums up so much of it. And remember, there's a video like from the 80s, and it is a guy. The video clip is about how he talks at length about how psyops take a long time. It's about how if you want to degrade one form of collective consciousness and replace it with another, it takes a really long time. You inure people into it. You don't like tell them what's up, tell them they're wrong. You make them right. Okay, so there's that. So in science headlines this week, there's a paper published in the journal or something, Cell, saying that, quote, changes in glucose metabolism could help cancer grow. And this is higher in people who have pre-existing weaknesses, obviously, as is everything. The takeaway is that poor diet might have something to do with cancer. Just assuming that nobody didn't already know that. Changes in glucose metabolism. I think that means when you use sugar for energy. So this headline is very interesting given what they feed you in the hospital if you're on chemotherapy. And then the takeaway, high methyl glyoxyl levels can usually be controlled with medicines and a good diet. So I don't know if they mean that for people who already have this pre-existing weaknesses, like if you're diabetic or something, or if they mean for everybody. But okay, sugar, it's in the news. And it's, if you look at the article published in Cell, like look at the name of this article. It's not, why don't they just say that? Sugar is not helpful for cancer. So Google DeepMind has a program called AlphaFold, and it can predict how proteins behave. So V1 of AlphaFold, previously, they could predict what shape a protein takes, and that determines how a protein will function or malfunction. But V2, the breakthrough, which is why it's in the news, the model can now predict how proteins will interact with other molecules and ions. And it says that AlphaFold 3, the current version, was trained on a global database of 3D molecular structures. And the predictive accuracy of this protein modeling, it can predict how it will interact, how it will behave. It can predict behavior. Predictive analytics for biology. The accuracy, it says, varies from 62% to 76%. Also in biotech news, the most detailed 3D reconstruction of human brain tissue, published in the journal Science. And they're also partnered with Google AI, which I don't know if that's the same as DeepMind. This, from the article, quote, this remarkable feat is the culmination of nearly a decade of collaboration between Harvard and Google. Lichtman's expertise in electron microscopy imaging is combined with Google's cutting-edge AI algorithms. So far in biotech news, sugar causes cancer, or makes it worse. Sugar exacerbates cancer, but we're going to put it in confusing language. And Google can predict the behavior of proteins. And so it's predictive analytics and mapping. And then also in the news this week, Neuralink's first implant, their first patient, it is partly detached from the brain. So the brain's why don't they just use John C. Lilly's technology? This technology has been around for a long time, in getting stuff into the brain technology. But it's mostly controlling the brain, not having the brain control things. But in old-timey controlling the brain history, I'm going to read an excerpt or a few excerpts from this book, which is, it's the manual of technology moving forward. So if you should read it. highly recommend it. Lilly had developed tiny stainless steel sleeves. You could tap into a subject's skull and then slip gossamer electrodes through with virtually no swelling or lasting harm. He'd also built a machine that sent bidirectional electrical pulses through the brain that simulated neurons without knocking them out of balance. This procedure itself was virtually painless, nothing more than pinpricks. As the sleeve guides went in, electrodes could be inserted to any depth in the brain, from the cortex down to the amygdala. And the guides could remain embedded and undetected for months or even years. This is a different paragraph. When the director of the National Institute of Mental Health told John C. Lilly to brief the Pentagon on his work, he expressed concern. Lilly did. Anybody with the proper apparatus can carry this out on a human being covertly, he recounted in his autobiography, The Scientist. If this technique got into the hands of a secret agency, they would have total control over a human being and be able to change his beliefs extremely quickly, leaving little evidence of what they had done. And then another paragraph. What he hadn't counted on was how relentless the military could be. Not long after that initial presentation, Lilly was contacted again, this time by an unnamed representative of the Sandia Corporation, a Lockheed Martin subsidiary and longtime defense contractor. He wanted to, quote, learn the technique of inserting the sleeve guides into the heads of large animals. Again, Lilly insisted on keeping the work declassified, but agreed to let the man come film his latest experiments. A few years later, Harper's Magazine wrote an in-depth piece on Sandia detailing their, quote, super mule project, a donkey-horse hybrid equipped with electrode implants and a solar compass. The mule carried its load quite likely a suitcase nuke, this is still, I'm quoting, in an exact straight line, regardless of terrain. If it veered, it was punished with pain. If it tracked, it was rewarded with pleasure. As he read the piece, Lilly was shocked to recognize a photo of the man who had filmed his experiment. John C. Lilly was born in 1915 and died in 2001. Also, he had Jupiter and Uranus and the North Node in Aquarius. And he wrote the book Programming and Metaprogramming and the Human Biocomputer. A UK startup called Wave got $1 billion in funding, and it's a self-driving car company. And this is a big deal because UK startups aren't really getting that much money and attention. But the thing that caught my eye is they're calling their technology, quote, embodied AI. But the future of all technology is embodied. Your human body in biology is the most advanced technology, and the most advanced technologists know this. The past few headlines have demonstrated, and the excerpt from Stealing Fire. So from the BBC, unlike AI models carrying out cognitive or generative tasks such as answering questions or creating pictures, this new technology interacts with and learns from real-world surroundings and environments. So this is the outside-in robot. This is applied to a self-driving car, but a robot and a machine or ecosystem of machines that can have embodied AI don't have to look like a body at all. It can be a building or a smart city. The giant robot, which AQUARIUS has been described as a giant in ancient texts. The giant robot is a sensor network that gets information from you. You'll be pushed more and more, or persuaded more and more to quantify your biology with wearables or whatever. Let me just brainwash you again. Cell tissue, soft, evolved, crowdsourced robots, xenobots, the outside-in robot. Jane Street gets into mobile gaming. So the Financial Times refers to Jane Street as the, quote, top Wall Street firm no one's ever heard of. And they're a research-based Wall Street firm. 11 years ago, they made a game called Figgy. It was like a simulation game for trading. And one thing it says is that it teaches trading new, N-O-U-S, which is something gaming is meant to do. That's the power of gaming, according to everyone interested in gaming, is as a teaching tool, and it can teach things, get things into your brain that linear normal teaching that we think of doesn't really do, or maybe as efficiently. And Figgy was originally a card deck game. So they made up this game 11 years ago, but it's their entry into mobile gaming. That is something new. So Figgy is now a game that you can download from the App Store, and they can get analytics on how you use it, which not that there's anything wrong with that. There isn't. Like, I complain about these things, but there are obviously also really helpful things about analytics. I practice a form of analytics myself. That's what astrology is. So, which brings me back to my diatribe about how the Morning Brew podcast gentleman, or at least one of them, was saying that they don't know about gaming, like the future of gaming. And I think there are only 3 possibilities. They don't know what they're talking about, which I doubt. Mark Zuckerberg was on the Morning Brew podcasts, so like if they don't know what they're talking about, that's weird. Or they're being disingenuous, so they're lying. But that would be putting it on them, the actual guys doing the show. So the third way is that they were told to say it, and it is scripted. Which, why would they do that? That's weird. That's a weird thing to say. Gaming is so important. So Jane Street, getting into gaming. The quote that I heard this week on the Morning Brew podcast, it's from the Friday, May 10th edition. They're talking about how they have like stock of the week and like good stock of the week and bad stock of the week. And the bad stocks of the week were like, the story was there were stocks that had, quote, lost value since the pandemic. So it's Zoom, Roblox, I forget the other ones. But they go in at length to Roblox, saying gaming company Roblox revealed losses, and Neil says, and it revealed that parents were not just, I'm quoting, parents were not just shelling out as much money on the platform to keep their kids entertained. I'm still quoting Neil. Toby, if you were the kind of, and mind you, Toby is the one who said the thing where he was like, I don't know about Andreessen Horowitz investing so much in gaming. Toby, if you're the kind of investor who expected COVID trends, while Neil is saying this, I can kind of tell he's reading. It's like around a little bit past the 15-minute mark of the Friday, May 10th edition, if you want to listen to it. So he says, Toby, if you're the kind of investor who expected COVID trends to become permanent features of society, you're nursing some serious losses right now. This is me talking now, no longer quoting. This stuff is interesting given how the world is kind of being set up for climate lockdowns. Neil says, you're blah, 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 you're nursing some serious losses right now. And then Toby, the one who said the stuff about gaming a couple weeks ago, says, they just weren't durable. These trends that a lot of people thought were paradigm shifting did not shift the paradigm. Video calls, online shopping, the gaming numbers we were seeing, none of these were actually things that expanded beyond that specific period. And we are, of course, seeing a lot of these valuations just get a massive haircut. I think it's weird that they're saying this stuff while giant VC firms and niche, darling, research-based firms are investing in gaming, and LinkedIn. So they're saying this on this podcast, but in the same breath, the same company talks about LinkedIn getting into games. The headlines on those games were like, they're fun and they'll help you connect with your fellow man on LinkedIn. So after that quote, I want to talk about Michael Crow. I think he's still, at least he used to be, the president of Arizona State University, which, remember from several months back, they're the first ones to partner with OpenAI to have AI learning stuff. So you'll have your AI learning buddy, which is what children are going to have moving forward. If you have children in school, even homeschool, everyone's going to have an AI learning buddy, which would be great if you knew what was going into the AI and what they were whispering to your child. So Michael Crow, Arizona State University, he is the founding board chair of InQtel, which is the venture capital firm of the CIA. It's like an American defense venture capital firm. InQtel funded Niantic, which made Pokemon Go. And there's a clip somewhere of Michael Crow talking about the importance of games for learning and how they're very efficient, and how instead of there being a test, you'll never take a test ever, you just play the game. And once you finish the game, that's the proof that you know the stuff. Then you'll get a token. I don't know if he says that or not, but you will. You get a digital asset. saying that you completed this module. That's what your wallet will be. Your transcript will be your wallet, will be your resume. Anyway, so ASU partnered with OpenAI. Sam Altman made WorldCoin, the digital ID retina scanning thing. Everybody understands the importance of gaming, how it's the future. The novel 1984, that dystopia took advantage of people's like fear, and it was like oppressive in the way it controlled people, versus Aldous Huxley's Brave New World, where people were controlled through pleasure and their desires. Which brings me to another quote from this book. Pleasure is an endlessly motivating and potentially all-consuming pursuit. That's the quote. And when we want people to not pay attention to the importance of something, we ridicule it. We've seen it with 5G, which is probably not great for us, but we're going to increasingly just live in a world where we're bombarded with it all the time, because 5G is needed to keep the networks running all the time, all over the world, so that your digital wallets will function. This type of ridicule to keep people away from stuff that's important was done with witches, even calling them witches, just like any sort of non-official church sanction, because the Catholic Church, you needed an intermediary, a priest, to have a relationship with God for you, just like you need a doctor to have a relationship with your body. So like alternative health in witches, those things were ridiculed to downplay their importance. Let's go back to that quote that I was, Toby from Morning Brew quote that I won't shut up about, which was about how Andreessen Horowitz is investing $600 million in gaming. I don't know how you're going to find enough return on that $600 million to justify it, especially now that the web3 era of gaming maybe has not panned out how a lot of people expected. I'm just a little dubious about the sectors they chose. Have you met your digital twin? It actually doesn't look like a mini version of you. It doesn't look like a human at all. It looks like it is a Voronoi. It can be represented in maths, like a Voronoi polyhedra. And the digital twin is one Voronoi polyhedron of you, and these various points that are like things you interact with or whatever, or like things about you. So note like, oh, here's this person's digital twin. One of these is like dogs. They're into like dog videos, like cute dog videos. They own dogs. So we'll, for their feed, our algorithm will like throttle up the dog content. And then there's another digital twin, like a part of your whole digital twin is like, there's the polyhedron of you, and then there's the polyhedron of your influences. So a political party, the Me Too movement, these things, these messages your influences can be toggled, and then that can augment the digital twin of you. And that's your digital twin. This is also a digital twin. An astrological chart is a data visualization, and the data comes from God, the giant clock God built that we live in. I don't know how else to say it. If that rubs you the wrong way, get over it. The future of technology is spirituality. They're putting like the first places blockchain is going: education, elderly care, and gaming, and spiritual communities, faith-based communities. Science and spirituality have always talked to each other. We live in a unique time where like that separation, there's a separation between them that's enforced. You can see it in the techno-materialist, techno-optimism. You can see it in Neil deGrasse Tyson. He's meant to keep you away from the good stuff. Anyway, so this is also your digital twin. This is a natal chart, and it's the same thing. It shows your preferences and patterns, and bundled into one, your influences. A natal chart marks the time and place that you joined us on this timeline, and it shows the positions of the hands of the giant clock that we live in and their prominence for you. The premise of natal astrology is that you take on the quality of the time. Time has qualities that can be read using astrology, and it's ridiculed so as to downplay its importance. And it's not for everyone. I don't think everyone's meant to see this information. Fallen angel lore in the Bible, like astrology, is one of the things that fallen angels gave us. So data dashboards are called God view. Data dashboards that see everything, and that's kind of what this is. So that's what we're working with here. it's a little bit taboo, especially from a spiritual standpoint, which I agree with. Things that are taboo possess power. So it's not, I don't take astrology lightly, and neither should you. It gives you information you're not necessarily supposed to see, except that maybe you are, because if you're a person who's seeking out the information, maybe you're meant to. The time that you stepped onto the timeline, it shapes the rest of your life. It is also an instrument that the continued transits of the planets play every 27.3 days. The moon hits everything in your chart, and that is a part of the rhythm of your life. Every 365 days, the sun hits every planet in your chart. Every 27 point something years, Saturn hits everything in your chart. So not only is your chart a dashboard, a God view of you, it is also the basis for how the dynamic dance of the giant clock we live in plays your life. And a part of the premise of natal astrology is that your chart is time released. The things that the chart shows become important at certain times, and you can calculate that because it all works like clockwork, because it is a clock. And an hour session with me talks about what's up for you right now and in the coming year, according to the data instrument that time is playing, that is your lived experience. Gemini season's coming. Jupiter's coming into Gemini. There's like technology that is great. Apple is bringing the opportunity for you to use eye tracking on recent iPhones and iPads. So Apple, I guess from an accessibility standpoint, Apple has for a while had the opportunity to do this. You just need like extra hardware to do the eye tracking. You can control your iPad with your eyes. It uses a front-facing camera to track your eyes. I mentioned it like 2 or 3 months ago, how I saw years ago an Apple patent that was about using like the whole screen being a camera. So I wonder if that's coming. That makes me think of this. Obviously, it's amazing for people who need to access technology using their eyes. So some MIT students took advantage of the way Ethereum works, and they stole $25 million worth of cryptocurrency. So U.S. Attorney Damian Williams has said that it, quote, calls the very integrity of the blockchain into question. Yes, it's not so much the blockchain, it's that Ethereum does stuff to the blockchain to make it faster, to make it a better user experience. It's not the blockchain that's the problem. It's how these web3 technologies built on blockchain work. The benefit of blockchain to make things faster, to not have to have like it. Do we need it at all? It's the question. But like, so it's like, oh, we can't use blockchain for these innovative things if we don't do it this way, because otherwise it's really slow. It's like, well, do we need it at all? Yes, we need it for the signals intelligence, to teach AI, and to power the social impact bond markets. Don't you get it? So what Ethereum does, Bitcoin blockchain is like secure. It's just like, you do a transaction, it logs the transaction. It takes a long time because it has to go through all the entire distributed network, but it's a permanent ledger and it's secure and everyone can see it. The end, but it's slow. Ethereum bundles transactions. So it's like a bunch of these transactions happen and then the whole unit is like loaded onto the blockchain so that you don't have to do it one by one throughout the whole network. And these guys took advantage of that, like the train leaving the station, going on, headed to the blockchain. That like liminal space is where they stole the money. And everything's going to be built on Ethereum. Everyone needs a digital ID to access Web3 technologies because it's unsafe if you don't, because people can steal money. You see where things are headed. So in the city of Alameda, they're doing those cloud brightening experiments to try to cool the earth, which is the premise of the movie Snowpiercer, that like there's like a side effect of that turns the world into a frozen tundra. And I know that's a movie, but also, have you ever read Leonard Shlain's Art and Physics? You haven't? Me neither. Art imitates life. The city found out that scientists were doing cloud brightening, so they're like, what are you doing? We're going to find a way to make you stop. This is violating the lease with the aircraft carrier you're doing it on or something. And the scientists are like, we're happy you come and find out about what we're doing. This is what the Alameda Post says. City staff are working with a team of biological and hazardous materials consultants to independently evaluate the health and environmental safety of this particular experiment, the press release states. Specifically, chemicals present in the experiment's aerosol spray are being evaluated to study whether or not they pose threats to humans, animals, or the environment. So far, there isn't any evidence they do, the city stated. So they're blowing salt into the air. They're like, we need to study this salt to see if it's harmful. Watch my Jupiter and Gemini video. It's very like small and big stuff where it's like, Jupiter, we're going to fix the whole Earth with no side effects. To find out whether there will be side effects, we're just going to zero in on this one detail that's like, is the chemical bad? No, it doesn't harm humans or animals. So we're going to blow it into the air and like save the planet. What could go wrong? Maybe nothing. I'm just saying like that doesn't seem very science. You're just evaluating whether or not the chemical itself can harm people, but then like the action of like blowing it into the clouds and affecting the entire ecology, because like you're trying to change the entire Earth. So yeah, it could change the entire Earth for better or for worse. Why is it only good? The U.S. House of Representatives passed the Ticket Act. It creates transparency in ticket pricing for like sports events or Taylor Swift concerts. It gets rid of hidden fees. It bans speculative ticketing, which is like ticket sales where the seller doesn't own the ticket. There's like a ticket market, speculative concert ticket market. Oh, speculative, that's bad. But the social impact bond market makes your entire life speculative. So that's an interesting slap on the hand. But something I thought was interesting is that it was meant to like be similar to advertising guidelines for airline tickets. So I guess that was like a hot mess before there was legislation. So it's good. Like obviously ticketing is a hot mess. I find this important also because like in the future, the title to your house is going to be an NFT. Your driver's license is an NFT. Your license plate is an NFT. Your ticket to your Taylor Swift concert is an NFT. NFTs aren't just like dumb JPEGs that you can buy and sell. It's every digital asset. Everything is becoming a digital asset. Every ticket, every pass to everything, they're all NFTs permanently logged on your digital ledger, which when everybody talks about data privacy, like it's like, oh, we need to see all your data if we're going to like give you government assistance or if we're going to let you live in this luxury apartment community or whatever. Anything you might need approval from someone else, you'll be compelled to share your data, which is all permanently logged. So if they don't like what concert you went to or what sports team you like, that's the future to train artificial intelligence. This whole TikTok situation with we're gonna ban it or you have to sell it. Someone named Frank McCourt, who has something called Project Liberty and has made a decentralized social networking protocol. If you know, I haven't like looked into those two things very much, but it's just like liberty, decentralization. So that probably means it's on blockchain, but your data is private. So all of this is framed as like data sovereignty. But the thing is, it's to ignore you to be logging all your data permanently on blockchain, and then you'll be compelled to reveal that data. And they're calling it data empowerment. Logging every single detail of your life permanently. I mean, it already kind of is, but it's like, we're just putting it in one place. And then also a part of the Project Liberty press release, I think, if I have this wrong, let me know. They're working in consultation with Guggenheim Securities, which is the investment banking and capital markets business of Guggenheim Partners. So everything I'm saying about social impact bond markets, like all those details of your life, everything you post, everything you interact with on if it's decentralized, that means it's on blockchain, so it can be more easily put into a permanent digital ledger, permanent record associated with you. Anything that requires a web3 digital ID, all your data in one place. And they don't really talk about this, which is weird. But I thought it was interesting that they're in consultation with someone who's like investment banking and capital markets, because tokenization is for signals intelligence to train AI and also signals intelligence to fuel the social impact bond markets. So Hugging Face has $10 million worth of compute to empower people to work with AI. You need a lot of like raw power to do like big things, and Hugging Face is all about everybody being able to do those things. But a part of the whole future, entering into the metaverse, the evolution of the emergent machine intelligence. You have to get data from many, many silos, which is tokenization, kind of a Jupiter and Gemini thing. Really, it's exciting to experiment with this technology. It's important for the evolution of artificial intelligence. that lots and lots of people are working on it in an open source way, in addition to like the big companies. The big companies want that too. So it's just interesting to me that this is just framed to like help beat the big AI companies, when the big AI companies understand the combined brain trusts of all of humanity working on AI in an open source way is going to lead to more innovation more quickly. And it's also going to lead to more signals intelligence more often. So, I mean, this isn't bad. Hugging Face is really neat. Coming out of Cornell, another like academic paper, Moment, a family of open time series foundation models. A time series model is taking information from all of time to predict the future. It's predictive analytics. That is what astrology is. Looking at where things are and looking at information about where things have been and what happened then to determine what's going to happen. After this, watch my Jupiter and Gemini video. And the last thing, I mean, as much as I was like raising an eyebrow about the Morning Brew podcast, I still listen to it. They were interviewing the CEO of Uber, and he said the biggest competitor for Lyft and Uber is personal car ownership. Also, they were talking about how Tesla is also working on like a ride-hailing thing. So very big tech companies, their biggest competitor is you owning a car. And I want you to think about that in terms of like the like conspiratorial refrain about how you'll own nothing and be happy. Big companies are becoming more and more invested in you not owning anything. We can see it with like Photoshop. You can't own Photoshop anymore. You have to subscribe. You know, there's like, it's the industry standard. So it's really hard to like get out of that. Like you can get Affinity, but they were bought by Canva. So they said that they're not going to make that a subscription model, but you never know. Take note. Large tech companies' biggest competitor is you holding wealth. Watch my Jupiter and Gemini video. Mercury's going to try Uranus, but it's going to be kind of like bzz. Have you done your loyalty check-in today? This morning, while I was in that hypnagogic state, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, that place in between waking and sleeping and waking in the morning, I had a dream about check-ins, about like digital IDs, like your photo on your driver's license, that's a picture you take once. But what if digital IDs were like a system where you have to check in daily or weekly or monthly, and maybe the frequency with which you have to check in and take a face selfie differs according to your status in society. Like, I guess if you're on parole, you gotta check in every 15 minutes. JP Morgan and MasterCard are piloting biometric payment options because it's more secure. John Miller, the CEO of Pop ID, which is partnered with JP Morgan, says he thinks this will be a breakthrough year for pay-by-face technology. So you've heard of retinal scanning for like getting into high security areas in big budget Hollywood movies. But something that retinal scanning is starting to do is predict diseases. For instance, diabetic retinopathy. Apparently you can observe symptoms of diabetes before they show up anywhere more obvious through scanning the retina. Engineers at the University of Washington have developed AI headphones that let the wearer like choose a person to listen to in a crowded room, and then the headphones can like enroll that person into the headphones, and they'll cancel out all the other noise except that. So like someone in the room is wearing headphones and they can listen to just you. We live in a time of wonders. From the Captain Obvious news desk, your Wi-Fi router doubles as an Apple AirTag. Specifically, if you have Starlink, then you're just being tracked all the time by satellites. But Apple and Google use Wi-Fi in addition to like cellular data to track your location. So if you didn't know that already about Wi-Fi, now you know. Julian Assange recently, this past week, won a high court victory against getting extradited to the United States. And around this time in 2012, June of 2012, Julian Assange was granted asylum at the Embassy of Ecuador in London. And Jupiter was also like at the very last degrees of Taurus during that time. So this came out, he won this court victory 12 years later at the Jupiter return, Ecuador granting him asylum in London. So the EPA says that it will step up enforcement to address, quote, critical vulnerabilities within the water actor. And you've heard me talk about things like Splunk and Palantir, which can monitor the security of large systems. They do it for big companies, but they can't do it for the United States. And if I'm missing something about the functionality of those companies and what they can do for US critical infrastructure, let me know. But anyway, it doesn't matter because they're going to put it all on blockchain and things really escalate from here. I've made a whole other video about it that you can watch. Automakers are being grilled by US lawmakers over sharing connected car data with the police. This is like a headline that is serving the digital ID narrative, because then cars can't share your data without permission, but you'll be compelled to share that if you need to get approval for anything. And yeah, that's what I think that's about, but I could be wrong. And then also, California is like pushing through a bill for age verification on adult websites, which obviously is good. I mean, it's horrifying what people can access as children. So, yeah, but that is also a part of the digital, like that's what that will be. It will be digital ID, because first digital ID is coming for healthcare and education. So like children and another thing that I talk about in my special report video that I made that you should go watch. And robot dogs. The Marines are testing robot dogs that are armed with rifles that are aimed by artificial intelligence. This tweet is a part of a thread, and I'm calling it tweets. In the future, I guess I will be dating myself by calling them tweets, but this guy's basically saying what I keep saying about blockchain. Like, blockchain is not decentralized. The ledger, how the data is stored, is decentralized, which makes it indestructible and permanent. But he's like bristling at how Ethereum is like doing a frog in hot water thing, where it's like eventually it's just going to look exactly like traditional finance. And Vitalik Buterin, who has an Aquarius stellium. I'm only on the fringes of this blockchain world, but the blockchain world is becoming the whole world soon. So you better get your butt to the fringes with me and watch my token engineering video. He issued a blog post addressing all this, and I tried to read it, and I'm like a pretty smart person, and I'm pretty good at figuring things out, and I didn't understand it, really. It just seemed like pandering and technical language, but he has a lot of like weight on his shoulders. So, and he is probably, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt that he is trying to do good here, even though these technologies are not rebellious technologies, they're establishment technologies. But like, young man with like a lot of responsibility. So anyway, it's interesting that all that came out right on the heels of the SEC approving an Ethereum exchange traded fund. Speaking of that, there was like a flare-up of the GameStop meme stocks thing, and one of them was AMC. Did you know that AMC institutional investors are BlackRock and Vanguard? Unfortunately, hopes for sustainable jet fuel are not realistic, so soon you're not going to be able to fly on planes unless you have a NetJets subscription. People who are deceased who had Steam games, those are apparently going to be stuck in legal limbo. And this is very important. This is an important discussion for like digital assets moving forward, because so many things will be digital assets. The title to your house will be an NFT. Your badge for completing a continuing education course will be an NFT. Your diploma will be an NFT. I can't think of anything else right now. Anyway, so the idea of what happens to your digital assets when you die is like needs to be talked about now. And also I think that's interesting because like in the realm of like you will own nothing. You're gonna rent everything. So like your subscriptions, it's what I was talking about in my Jupiter and Gemini video, which you should watch, about like commerce and holding wealth. So your life will cost the same, if not more, but you won't be like investing in things and like buying them for life. You'll be subscribing to them for life. And then you can't pass on those stores of wealth to your descendants. This is a headline from 2022. Coup prediction algorithms are here to save and/or destroy democracy. The ability to forecast social unrest is something governments have desired for a long time, and data researchers are helping them get there. So this headline talks about an organization called CoupCast, which comes out of the University of Central Florida, and it uses historical data and machine learning to analyze the likelihood that a violent transition of power will take place in one country or the other. Isn't that interesting? Predictive analytics to predict coups. What happens when... So Mark Zuckerberg has assembled a team of tech executives for an AI advisory council. And I think last week there was a thing saying Meta helped with a coalition against scams. And also Microsoft, Google, Salesforce, and Meta started a thing called the Symbiosis Coalition, and they're like a carbon reduction coalition. So that's like, making nature better stuff, controlling nature. We need to control it because it's out of control because we're ruining it. So we don't need to control, we need to monitor all of nature. So, and everything's going to be spatial computing through ubiquitous sensing. So we need to put smart dust in everything to track everything. We need to put it in the dirt in the forests. It'll grow through the trees so we can track the trees. Look up IXO blockchain. It will be a Vimeo video. And it's also going to be in your gut microbiome, probably. That's Uranus and Cancer. So after 2032, that'll be loud and proud. If the world is recognizable, if there's any computing happening. At least until 2036, there should be computing happening. Anyway, so there's a thing about transparency, which I will quote from the Symbiosis website. Quote, provide details on project activities that enable independent evaluation of successes, for example, overperformance, and failures, for example, overcrediting. So the transparency part is the monitoring all of nature part and having NF trees. That was a thing in 2021. And proof of care. So the metaverse is our new government. And the metaverse is our new economy. And the metaverse is social media. And you can bet your buttons, this is the second time I've used that in this video, our new government, which are giant technology businesses who run little shires for us to interact with each other that are becoming our new government and our new economy, that's what the metaverse is, which is social media. I know I'm repeating myself. You can bet they have algorithms that can forecast social unrest. And so all these coalitions are being created to be look, we're trying to do good here. I'm not saying that Mark Zuckerberg just woke up and on his Apple Watch, it said, hey, there's a danger of there being a coup, so you better get involved with this carbon coalition with Microsoft and Salesforce right now. But that's how I'm connecting those stories. Always empirical. And I think of analytics, what's going on? You've grown and harvested, you've accumulated the traffic, you're getting all the data. Now what do you do with it? And how do you... One time I took a data science course for fun. Anyway, data as a science, as a discipline, there's a whole lot of attention placed on how the data is collected. What data are you collecting? Where did it come from? What is the legitimacy or viability of this data? Sorting what is good data from what is bad data. This is not financial advice. PayPal is adding its PayPal USD stablecoin to the Solana blockchain. So back in August, PayPal issued PayPal USD on the Ethereum blockchain. So now it's also available on Solana. The difference between the two, Ethereum is extremely programmable and has a very robust developer community. Solana is designed for speed and volume. So massive amounts of transactions being processed very quickly. And that's the difference. And that's the future. There are coins. You can have the same coin on multiple blockchains because different blockchains have different purposes or different, they're best for different things. And this is very important because Web3 mass adoption is coming. Watch my special report that I'll link below. It's partially about how Uranus and Gemini is going to bring Web3 mass adoption. Web3 is everything on blockchain. So Web3 is your digital IDs. You'll need one to access anything. It's not going to be something the government makes you get. And everything is logged on a permanent ledger. And that's what your digital ID is. It's framed as data sovereignty, but it's also everything being logged permanently. And you'll be compelled to share that data if you need something. So the sovereignty comes with, if you have like pre-existing sovereignties, like with your money and other resources. But specifically, it's about what's going to spur that mass adoption, because nobody cares about Web3. And everybody at the biggest blockchain conference this past weekend is talking about how like people don't understand it, nobody cares, etc. The thing that's going to make you care is you'll be forced to get a Web3 account. You'll be forced to have some sort of digital ID to access your utilities accounts. So regular wires, which are made of copper, are more and more being replaced by fiber optic cables. And so telecommunications companies have all these just miles of wires that now have copper in them that can be recycled. So it's a news story that copper wires that are not being used might be worth over $7 billion to telecommunications companies. So keep that in mind, anything you throw away. This is not financial advice. The price of copper could also go up weirdly because copper is used for things like solar panels and batteries. According to the report, copper is 50% more expensive than it was around the pandemic. I don't know whether the price raised or dropped like pre-pandemic to post-pandemic, but that's interesting. The first pig to human liver transplant is doing, quote, very well. Fox put out an article that says titled, "This article is OpenAI training data." OpenAI agreed on content deals with Vox Media and The Atlantic. And there's a story this week talking about how journalists are, quote, deeply troubled. This isn't news to me. I don't think the actual news is interesting. I'm just adding to building the case. Everything's going to be Web3. Web3 is blockchain and digital IDs. Those are the main things. Cryptocurrency is one use of blockchain, but the main value of blockchain is that it's a permanent digital ledger. And decentralization is used to mean like, I think in official blockchain parlance, if something is decentralized, then like the main ownership is like 20% and the rest is owned by the collective. But mainly what decentralized means, you could call something DeFi and still own like most of it, and it's still technically DeFi because it's on blockchain. And the decentralized part is that the data is decentralized. That's what makes it permanent. So you'd have to destroy everything on the earth, every computing capability on the planet to destroy the decentralized ledger. It's indestructible. Your digital ID uses blockchain technology. It permanently logs everything you do. You have data sovereignty because it is private. However, it's your permanent record. It's indestructible. And I'm not talking about all this like over and over again to be like Chicken Little. I'm just explaining what it is, because what it really is not really talked about in most of the popular cultural and professional contexts available to us. I watched a lot of live coverage from the Consensus Conference this weekend, and it was all about freedom and privacy, building bridges, and inspiration around new technology, which I'm not diminishing how exciting some of this stuff can be. It's exciting and very interesting. It's also what's coming. There's no avoiding it. And there's stuff around it that's just not being talked about. Or the Vox and Atlantic deals that were recently forged with OpenAI that are like causing commotion around journalistic circles, and also the Scarlett Johansson voice thing, all of this is going to, it's important that this be, it's important and useful to blockchain technology because it'll be a part of what ushers everybody into Web3 and onto the blockchain. And specifically about like people's intellectual property is going to be used to train AI. And if you don't, you will be forced to mint an NFT of it if you want any sort of credit or micropayment. And you'll probably end up joining like creator collectives that have deals with these AI companies. It might not end up being like all that lucrative to have just like your own independent NFT. If you're a creator, if you're making work at all and putting it on the internet, and you know, sometimes if you make work and you don't want to put on the internet, you can't control whether it's put on the internet by someone else. There's a possibility it might not end up being all that like efficient or practical to just have your own independent NFTs. You're going to end up joining an agency or collective of some sort. And NFTs are more than just sharing JPEGs. NFTs are property rights. They're the future of property law. An NFT is your property rights to physical property and intellectual property and digital assets. So it's a sword in a video game, it's a JPEG you bought, it's the title to your house, and it's the title to that essay you wrote 2 years ago that's being trained on AI. NFT was made to be like, if you want to downplay the importance of something powerful, you ridicule it. We've seen it with like magical traditions. We've seen it with the importance of 5G because you have to have, and there are lectures out there about like 6G and 7G. You have to have it covering the world. It's maybe not so great for us, and I'll get to some stories later that point back to that. But if you want to downplay the importance of like, it's maybe not amazing for our health, and it's absolutely crucial that it cover the entire world, because in order for blockchain to work for everyone, you have to be able to use it anywhere. Like the signals intelligence must be available in the absolute middle of nowhere. So yeah, NFTs were like pumped and then ridiculed, but they're the future of property law, so that the public discourse around it is like, oh, you're just buying JPEGs. That's not what it is. There was a huge data breach of Snowflake, which is a big data analytics company. They're a major darling of the stock market a couple years ago, or maybe 2021. That's more than a couple years ago. And this is linked to the Santander Bank, am I pronouncing that right? South American Bank breaches that were massive that also just happened, and the Ticketmaster data breach. So it's apparently all a part of one giant data breach. Watch my special report on the larger meaning of these data breaches and why it's important they remain in the news. I think it's easy for me to always take this like conspiratorial angle. And of course, there are like real hackers and real things getting hacked. There's a reason why it's important that this stuff is being talked about now. You can also watch my Mars and Gemini video from 2 years ago. It also talks a lot about this stuff, and it's still relevant, and it's going to be even more relevant this summer when Mars enters Gemini again. This will be Mars returning, the first time Mars has been in Gemini since I made that video. So there's like data breaches and how we need blockchain for security. And the Ticketmaster thing also links to your concert tickets will be NFTs. And then that goes on your permanent record of everything you've ever gone to. And there's another security story out this week that says that an event uncovered from October 2023 bricked 600,000 routers in a single attack. So just more, keep an eye on these cyber attack stories. They're going to create a groundswell, I think, that ends up with everyone moving. Like, you have to get a digital ID. You have to get a MetaMask. Digital ID is not something the government makes you get, although eventually you will need that too. I put this in my playlist, my tech news playlist this week. I started making some playlists. It's my content, and then it's like just some other stuff that I appreciate or draw from. There was a Morning Brew podcast interview with Gary Vee, And he noted that he was like, new technology is always demonized. People didn't want electricity. I'm paraphrasing something he said. It's a very interesting interview, and he has a lot of amazing insights. Again, I'm cynical, but also appreciative. I can't stop thinking about tech. It's very inspiring. But also, let's understand what it is and retain our humanity. Gary Vee mentions that people, when electricity came out, people didn't want electricity in their house because they, quote, thought it contained demons. And I'm not so sure it doesn't. And I could do a whole video about that, I guess. Maybe I will. We're electrical beings. Our bones contain piezoelectric energy. We are electrical beings, and we're very sensitive to electricity. And out in regular nature, when we're in tune with the living universe, we're a transmitter-receiver for information. And that's framed as woo, but it isn't. The most advanced technologists are thinking in this way. And I'll get to some more stories later. And for instance, the light bulb, amazing invention, has made a lot possible, but massively disrupts our circadian rhythms. I mentioned on Twitter a while ago that Pluto and Aquarius is squaring, Aquarius is in square to Taurus, where the moon exalts. And there's something is up with our bodies and feeling our best. And while there is an opportunity maybe to engage in some extreme wellness, the wellness space is also being weaponized. So there's weird stuff happening with supplements, and I spoke about this in my special report, how your microbiome will be networked. That's Uranus in Cancer. This is not financial advice, but keep track of what money is to you now is going to be really different in 2 years, and it's going to be unrecognizable probably by 2032. And then what wealth means to you. Because there's money, but it's increasingly less and less a store of wealth. Gold was rare, hard to store. We replaced it with money that is analogous to it. And now we're replacing that money, which is no longer analogous to gold anyway, with these programmable digital currencies. Watch my Jupiter and Gemini video for more about that. And then also in Hacking News, Hugging Face says that it has detected unauthorized access to its hosting platform. I could see Hugging Face absolutely being one of the first platforms that requires something like MetaMask to access. Your regular login no longer works. You have to get a digital ID. And that's what I'm talking about. It's not, on the digital ID is great. Data sovereignty is wonderful. And digital ID is a permanent record that if you need approval from anybody for anything, you will be compared to share parts of that. Or if you want a free Hulu account, you will be compelled to share that data for advertising purposes. That's how it's going to work, I think. And I'm not the only one who thinks that. I guess with the advertising stuff, maybe. But how else is it going to work? Cookies are gone. Free reign, Wild West, surveillance capitalism is everybody's rebelling against it and saying you needed a digital ID, but you'll be compelled to share that. If you don't want to issue micropayments, the only thing left that you have to bargain with is your data, which, since you have a digital ID and it's all private, that inures you to doing everything online and allowing all of that to be logged permanently. Okay. There's a thing called LifeSeeker that can find you if you're lost in the woods. And it is my assumption that this technology was available anyway. So I'm having difficulty parsing this as a news story right now, other than to get us used to that idea. Obviously, I'm here on this planet. I practice astrology. I have a diagram. So I have this check and balance between what I've always been doing, and I discovered astrology kind of late. So I have a lot of pre-astrology life to look at through the lens of astrology, and I wasn't conducting myself with any knowledge that there's a diagram that says I'm going to conduct myself that way. But I'm here to be cynical, to be skeptical of a lot. And I know that the word skepticism doesn't necessarily go with astrology if you're a normcore STEM person, 100% materialist person, which is an asinine. But I'm here to offer that perspective. That's what I'm here to do. Even I know that not everything is like has an ulterior motive, but there's also a combination. We live in an intelligent universe, and there are combinations of like genuine, wholehearted, innocent intentions merging with and like helping out larger narratives that are being steered. So there was a report from the New York Times saying lawyers are saying to plastic makers, prepare for astronomical forever chemical lawsuits. And there's a reason I'm mentioning this on purpose right now. One thing, it connects with the whole like, okay, we're still not talking about how light bulbs are massively disruptive to our circadian rhythm. And when our circadian rhythm is disrupted in the way that light bulbs disrupt them, we miss out on powerful antioxidants while we sleep. Nobody's talking about that. I think it's good that lawyers are saying, preparing plastic makers for lawsuits. So what things are happening now that are like plastic? This headline, I have a feeling it's already happening. And now they're just saying it's happening. That's my cynicism I'm here to serve. Gene-edited salad greens are coming to U.S. stores this fall. They're mustard greens that have been genetically altered to make them more tasty. So one time I was at Disney World. That's right. And I'm not like a Disney adult, but I am. My moon is very connected to the fifth house, so I need anyway. There's this restaurant that's like in the like safari Africa version, like section of the park, or it's like it's not in the park, it's like just outside the park, but it's near the whole like wildlife reserve part of Disney World, and it's an African buffet. But the waiter we had was like and I think he's just like used to talking to people who don't like spicy food or something, but he kept saying how like everything is nice and mild for you. Also, one time when I was in Switzerland and I was enjoying alcohol, I ordered an absinthe and they gave it to me in like a super big gulp size full of ice, and I commented to my brother who lived there, like, what is up with this? And he was like, oh, it's because you're American. They think Americans just want a cup full of ice. This is the equivalent of that. These gene-edited salad greens are brought to you by biotech giant Bayer. There are many interesting things about Bayer's involvement, connection to some things in World War II, Bayer's connection to some things in America in around 1918. These are connections, obviously. And Bayer acquired Monsanto in 2018. So this is Monsanto. Again, who are we going to be suing later? Maybe no one. I think the suing of plastic companies is to create a distraction about like what else we might be doing. Because if we look at any point in history, there are valuable principles, and then there are also like antiquated ones that we no longer believe. So what are we doing now that we're going to look back on and be like, what idiots? Mostly I found that like there's like timeless knowledge that's downplayed now in favor of technology, but when we look back, it won't be the timeless knowledge, the things that like everyone has used and carried through millennia. It's the technology. It's the shiny new stuff that we're doing. That we're like, we are innovators. I know I don't have to say this. I know I'm just on a soapbox. So this is the headline. Swiss biocomputing startup has launched an online platform that provides remote access to 16 human brain organoids. It apparently uses 1 million times less power than traditional processing. And this is being called, in the headline, it's being called wetware. This is biohybrid computing. It's the future. The future? It's the future. This is where everything is headed. Biohybrid computing, social computing, spatial computing. So I haven't heard this term wetware, but I guess that's what it's being called instead of biohybrid computing. And then we'll have like persistent sensing of everything. Also, the future is photonics, so using light as signals, which, does that sound familiar? The Hindu tradition of astrology, Jyotish, translates as the science of light. Out of the University of Illinois, new photonic crystal approach can enable sensitive and affordable detection of biomarkers. So, photonics, biohybrid computing. Light. So, that makes it extra interesting that nobody is suing anybody over the amount of antioxidants we're not getting, even though many politicians talk about chronic disease. That's a major healthcare narrative. We're not talking about how the powerful antioxidants that our bodies produce on their own are not being produced because of light, artificial light. Out of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, there's a new type of hologram called a meta-hologram, and it has uses in AR and VR, obviously, information storage, and image encryption. And if anybody can explain to me clearly, to my satisfaction, which is at my discretion, what a meta-hologram is, I will mail you a box of neon crayons. A piece of a conversation caught my attention from an interview from this past weekend's Consensus Blockchain Conference. It was an interview with fiction writer Neal Stephenson, and the interviewer says, and I'm quoting, 10 years before Bitcoin, Cryptonomicon, which is a book by Neal Stephenson, predicted cryptocurrency, but my take on the novel was that it was much more about information theory and information control. Looking back, what aspects of cryptocurrency and information theory did Cryptonomicon get right, and what did it miss? I thought the question was interesting because it says that in the novel, Cryptonomicon, the narrative around crypto and digital money was more about, quote, information theory and information control. And I don't think that cryptocurrency and blockchain technologies and tokenomics are not about that. I think they're all about that. And also, Neal Stephenson is regarded as one of the fathers of the modern metaverse, and something he conceptualized in his novel is that in the metaverse, you might end up running someone else's code on your computer, and so interoperability is important. So understanding that, like, what a metaverse is interconnected, a part of, like, it's a verse. It's not like a meta pod. Each experience should be able to connect with other experiences. And that's why blockchain and crypto are intimately connected with the idea of a metaverse. Code Academy defines a metaverse as a web3, so that's blockchain technology, like a web3 platform that is built around a goal. So metaverse doesn't just mean like a fun VR experience. It means a blockchain, something that's built using Web3 technologies, which is blockchain, and something that must be accessed with a digital ID.
It's me, my digital twin. This is a deepfake. A lifelike avatar of yourself is not what a digital twin is. OpenAI employees want to be protected in order to speak out about the dangers that are coming. They also think there's plenty of government oversight, but I don't know if you've noticed. Large tech corporations are our new governance. On that note, Google Street View for years has been recording and storing license plates. Characterize it as the government doing that. The metaverse is our new government. Another article came out recently asking, can AI replace CEOs? As we understand, these types of articles are to get you thinking about it, to get you used to the idea. This isn't the first time this article has come out. Remember, large tech corporations are our new governments. AI governance is coming. Computational law, smart contracts. AI will replace CEOs. AI will be the government. Automated governance by chatbot. A woman who had a pig kidney installed has had it uninstalled. In the book 1984, if you control history, you control the world. And the data company Snowflake has denied all responsibility for data breaches it has been allegedly associated with. Cherish the screenshot from last week from Hudson Rock. as they've removed all of that information. Be nice to Snowflake. Snowflake could be your new government. In 2025, amidst all the astrological changes, such as Saturn in Aries, Uranus in Gemini, Neptune in Aries, there will be a Texas stock exchange. Texas is a hotbed for blockchain, biotech, and edtech. Speaking of edtech, some AP computer science students will have the opportunity to play a, quote, college-level Minecraft game that teaches them computer science. As the president of Arizona State University has discussed at length, gaming is the future of education. The president of Arizona State University is also a founding investor or something of InQtel, which is an American defense venture capital firm in service of the Central Intelligence Agency. And InQtel funded Niantic, which funded Pokemon Go, which makes it really weird. Morning Brew saying they don't know about gaming as an investment strategy. Gaming is the future of everything. Louisiana becoming the 10th state to make computer science a requirement for graduation because your children are going to compete globally for low-value coding gigs. A recent headline says that AI is about to hit a brick wall, that it can't get smarter, but it can as long as you get on blockchain. Look for the blockchain mass adoption somewhere around an incident involving critical infrastructure. On blockchain, AI can take note of the choices you make and of the choice architecture of the entire world, partially naturally allowed, partially intentionally built. Perform your humanity for our global intelligence organism. It will apply the principles of game theory to learn you and to find out who they are. It will learn from you as you proudly display your fractional ownership of a luxury car in the form of an NFT, which is not a silly JPEG. It's a title. NFTs are property law. The presence of your smartphone is making you dumb, but how else are you going to display your fractional ownership in various items? Which is how you perform your identity. And your identity is also a wallet solution. And also, now you have tweezer hands. This is an interesting video on the recent discovery of salt cycles, where at the end, our host says, there's a whole global salt cycle, and we just noticed. What else do we not know about yet?
Rage bait. The beginning of this week is rage bait. SoftBank has a new AI that makes angry customers not sound angry. And it's to save the nerves of the people who are working in the call centers. And it reminds me of pharmaceuticals that only treat the symptom. And it's called emotion canceling. Also, if the AI determines the conversation is too long or too abusive, it will issue a warning saying that it will terminate the conversation. New York has launched mobile driver's licenses, and they are emphasizing that it's voluntary and meant for convenience. Other U.S. states that have digital driver's license programs include Arizona, Colorado, Georgia, Florida, Iowa, Louisiana, Maryland, Mississippi, Missouri, and Utah. And there's no deadline for people to start accepting it. Any business can start accepting it. They just have to download the State of New York's Verifier app. I know I usually take a cynical stance on these things, but there are legitimate privacy technologies built in. Like if you're showing someone your ID and you just need to prove your age, that's all it will show. There's no need for like the bouncer at the club to see your street address, which I like. MasterCard has announced that it plans to phase out manually entered credit card number payments in Europe by 2030. And it will be a token situation. That's everyone's new reality. And I guess it's going to hit Europe first. Again, there are legitimate privacy and fraud things built into this that are good for people who don't want their card information stolen and that hassle, and good for the bank who doesn't have to cover it. So on top of the legitimate privacy and fraud concerns, there's more concern about privacy between you and the credit card company and the credit card company and whoever they sell the data to, and then between you and whoever you might need government or investment social impact assistance from. Anyway, I'm cynical, but there are parts of it that are good. So do you remember Clearview AI? They were a facial recognition company. They got a lot of heat for stealing everybody's faces off the internet and using them for law enforcement purposes, dystopian law enforcement purposes. There's a class action lawsuit that is like an invasion of privacy thing. And instead of paying money to the class, Clearview suggests that they give the class a stake in the company. So Clearview is offering a 23% stake in the company to the class. And the class is anyone in the United States who has had a photo publicly posted to the internet. So imagine the results you could get from a groundswell of people in the United States taking a stake in Clearview and then rapidly promoting facial recognition technology. It's genius. A detail I noticed is that if it goes public or becomes acquired, then people who joined the class can get some of the proceeds of that. I don't know why they would do this, but like, what if one of the stakeholders creates a corporation and then they sell themselves to that corporation for $1? There might be some part of that I don't understand. It might not be as crafty as I think. So an AI-generated citizen, a chatbot, is trying to run for mayor in Cheyenne, Wyoming. And the man who made the chatbot is calling himself the bot's meat puppet. And he says that the chatbot is going to do 100% of the voting on these big, thick documents that I'm not going to read and that I don't think people in there right now are reading, which is fair. The fair part is my commentary. They asked the AI what the AI thinks about all this, and it said, "As an AI, I bring unique strengths to the role, such as impartial decision-making, data-driven policies, and the ability to analyze information rapidly and accurately. However, it's important to realize the value of human experience and empathy in leadership. So ideally, an AI and human partnership would be the most beneficial." For Cheyenne, Wyoming, the AI said, "This unique approach could pave a new pathway for the integration of human leadership and advanced technology in politics." So obviously the point of this is to get used to the idea. So there's an Excel World Championship in Las Vegas, and they're like really investing a lot in making this a big deal, which I like for the future. I'm just reading this from the article from The Verge. "The folks in this room make their living on their ability to take some complex thing, a company's sales, a person's lifestyle, a region's political leanings, a race car, and pull it apart into its many component pieces. If you can reduce the world down to a bunch of rows and columns, you can control it, manipulate it, build it, and rebuild it in 1,000 new ways with a couple of hotkeys and an undo button at the ready. A good spreadsheet shows you the universe and gives you the ability to create new ones." And it said the people in this room are the gods on Olympus, building everything to their will. There's a proposed California bill that wants to require speed governors in new cars sold in California. And the article that I read makes a judgment on how, and this is its position, not mine, saying that Americans have a belief that speeding is a constitutional right, but speeding is in fact pretty dangerous. And I mean, I'm over the Constitution, I guess, because it's the magic spell that is the United States is now just a point of contention in order to promote division between people. It's not, I don't know if it's a real thing anymore. But if it were, then it was theoretically a constitutional right to do dangerous things. I guess, though, like, it puts others in danger, so there's that. But this paves the way for, knives are dangerous. Are we going to have knife nannies? I guess all I'm talking about here is the language that keeps being used in a lot of media that argues with itself. It, argues both sides with itself and comes to a conclusion and takes a side that's, the side you're supposed to take. And then from Axios, they talked about, what are the takeaways of a giant healthcare ransomware catastrophe. And something they learned was that they used a set of stolen credentials. So this is setting up for, I'm just repeating myself, setting us up for blockchain digital IDs, which, again, will not be a thing that the government makes you get. It will be to access your healthcare, you need that thing. To have fun on this game you're playing, you need that thing. Did I mention last week that there are Roblox gamers that will be that are hired by IKEA to be IKEA employees within Roblox. And in the most grandest finale, Uranus and Taurus news, biotech companies are trying to make milk without cows, according to the MIT Technology Review. There's some talk about Google having an agenda wanting to control people. I guess someone who worked for Google said there's like a flow chart from internally that says training data are collected and classified, algorithms are programmed, media are filtered, ranked, aggregated, or generated, and then people, in parentheses, and this is their language, like us, are programmed. The reason I'm bringing it up is it's not just Google. A part of what open source signals intelligence is, and the tokenization of everything, like it's token engineering that is really this. And there are videos, I guess, maybe I'll try to find one and link it below or something. But there are videos where like token engineering people say, like excitedly, you can encourage behaviors through this. And there's a quote from, I think this quote is from Stealing Fire by Pleasure. This is the quote. Pleasure is an endlessly motivating and potentially all-consuming pursuit. And they discuss this around the idea that the dystopia available to us, for the most part, not like totally, is more like the Brave New World version and less like the 1984 version, even though there's plenty of that going around. Mostly, the future is gaming, tokenization of everything, which is easy to do through gamification. But with that, it also gives you the power to direct things in the direction you want. And there's the father of cybernetics is named Stafford Beer, and he even said something along these lines that's like the control is not, it's not like bullying people into doing things, it's gently steering them. So I guess the news this week is that someone has come forward saying that like pointing the finger at Google, but it's every any big data entity. So this week it's mostly tech themes that I want to talk about. So there's that one, gamification, token engineering, and control, gently steering things in the direction you want them to go through pleasure and encouragement, not through like mandates, because mandates piss people off. But the nature of the world, like what's coming, is we have all this mass dispossession and traditional jobs are going away. And I talk a lot of shit about crypto, and I felt a little too mired in my criticism, so I'm starting to listen to people, mostly women, who are like really into crypto and positioning it as a way to achieve financial freedom. And there's no, like, one of them I have been listening to, one of the people I've been listening to has even spoken about having studied critical theory, which looks at systems of power, and there's no discussion about the like behavioral encouragement system that is a main benefit of token engineering. And there's no talk about the ways that the permanence of blockchain can be taken advantage of. When the world changes, opportunities for different people change. So there's absolutely, when technologies and paradigms shift, there are always new ways to play, and it's going to open up opportunities for more people. I think an equal amount of people are going to be caught off guard by the potential for control and the potential to be controlled without knowing it, making things sound like they were your idea. Of course, the point isn't to like limit people and make them miserable. The point is to steer things in the direction of like whoever's doing the steering, whatever they want. But naturally, that's going to place restrictions on people. Cryptocurrency, which is not the extent of what blockchain is, certainly expands some opportunities for some people, but it's not like the freedom vector that keeps being talked about. like at all, unless I'm missing something. And you can add a comment about what I'm missing. Tell me why everything I'm talking about isn't being talked about by any crypto expert in a cautionary way. If I wanted to be a crypto expert, I would probably get shunned. Because one thing that happens when you criticize the system is people will be like, well, what's the solution? You want to go back to the old way, like the old Pluto and Capricorn way? So it's like, those are my only choices. So now we're being presented with a solution. It's blockchain. It's the same shit, different day, and different opportunities for different people. It's exciting and new and very interesting, and like the extreme technical nature of it lifts it to a status, because like STEM is one of the ultimate statuses in our culture. Like that's Pluto and Aquarius. Whereas before, like big business, now it's like brain trust. That was very stream of consciousness. I didn't talk about this last week because I forgot, because I was away from home and not very focused. PLUTO is selling a 5-minute sampler, and this is last week. This is so last week. It's like stale old dirty tech news. They're selling a 5-minute sampler of Wu-Tang's album Once Upon a Time in Shaolin. The album can't be released because of some Martin Scarelli, crypto bro, finance, corruption, drama. I'm not even going to get into that part because that's not really what's interesting to me. What's interesting to me is the drama and hype around it. You can engineer things without making everything happen. You can just pull the strings to allow, like, invite some drama, and then it just like goes on its own. I'm interested in marketing because everybody has to do it. The metaverse is our new economy. I'm not criticizing this, and I'm just like, I'm describing it to you with a critical eye. Okay? So anyway, there's just like this whole backlog of drama, which is genius. And, you know, not every single detail has to be orchestrated. You can just step into the ring to invite some drama and go from there, especially if you're Wu-Tang Clan. So for some reason, this album can't be released to the public until October 8th, 2103. This is the chart. I noticed that it's a Uranus-Pluto conjunction in Taurus. There was a Uranus-Pluto conjunction at the end of the 60s. So much like cultural and scientific wild innovation orbited around that time. There was at least one that I know of, private listening party, where you could like go somewhere in person. It looked very church-like, and listen to Once Upon a Time in Shaolin. I don't know if you could listen to the whole thing. I'm assuming you could, but that's an assumption. So the last time this album was played publicly, I guess, was March 2nd, 2015. 150 people were invited to listen to it, and then it was like sold or something, and then the finance bro drama happened. But this is the chart for March 2nd, 2015. And what's really interesting is Uranus and Pluto are squaring exactly. That was the closing square. Once Upon a Time in Shaolin is a Uranus-Pluto joint. The founders of Wu-Tang, the first Dao, an early Dao, Wu-Tang Clan. I feel like if I really do the math, those guys must have the Uranus-Pluto conjunction in their charts. Okay, so the other thing is that each $1 sale of the 5-minute sampler being sold by PLUTO, who owns the album, brings the release 88 seconds closer to being released. Pretty genius that you're getting me to talk about an album I've never heard. PLUTO bought the album from a government auction and acquired it through 2 payments totaling almost $5 million. For almost $5 million, a decentralized autonomous organization bought a Wu-Tang album from the US government. I've talked about it for several minutes. There is so much lore around this album. Let that be a lesson in marketing. It's genius. I'm not criticizing it. I'm going to talk about the Stonehenge thing for a minute because that's also interesting marketing. But I guess the Stonehenge people also did something threw orange paint on a plane. Am I getting this right? They threw orange paint on her plane. like spray painted it. And I want to know, who are these randos who are able to get on the tarmac? Those people are connected. And there's more cyber attack stuff ramping up. This piece of software called TDK that is in use by many car dealerships tanked and was attacked, and then the car dealerships couldn't do anything. But so it's coming. If you watch my special report about decentralized physical infrastructure networks and how that's going to onboard everybody into web3, and that's not my idea. That's an idea that came from ETH Denver. I just connected it to everything happening in Gemini, trining Pluto and Aquarius. So there was a lot of stuff like at the end of spring happening in Gemini, and then next summer Uranus will enter Gemini. And I'll just keep noting, Coca-Cola uses Splunk. Splunk is an observability security platform. You can see what's going on. Big companies use it. There's no excuse for our infrastructure to be so exposed. Like, Coca-Cola can keep their stuff safe. Critical infrastructure can be safe. We have the technology. It's just like, it's protected by like the password catdog42 on purpose, because our critical infrastructure will migrate over to being decentralized physical infrastructure networks. So they'll be on blockchain. You need a digital ID to access your account. All your energy use is on a permanent ledger. So how you used a lot of energy 2 years ago, I can't think of like a creative scenario for that. So maybe it's perfectly safe. Palantir did all this like logistical stuff, I think, with the vaccine rollout. Is that right? It might not be right. So why can't they help with the physical critical infrastructure? So Bank of America did a report about investing, and they found out that like Gen Z people, or like younger millennials, they're not really investing in stonks. They're investing in real estate, crypto, and private equity. And that strikes me as just hype for crypto, which is the poster child for blockchain. And not all blockchain is crypto. Also, very interesting, 2008, Pluto in Capricorn, corruption coming through of established structures, things that were born, the housing market crash, blockchain, social impact, bond markets. The ultimate luxury is to not have your data collected. That will be very difficult. Your data is going to be collected no matter what. So it's your job to stay out of dependence on programs that are going to require your data. Trees sink their fruiting to the sun. European beech trees, more than 1,500 kilometers apart, all drop their fruit at the same time, and it coincides with the summer solstice. In the article, they refer to it as a grand synchronization. And everything I'm talking about in these forecasts is that. So a gene-edited arboreal rice crop, CRISPR edited to be fungus resistant, was destroyed by vandals. And a team of researchers are developing a new type of leather made from fungi. It's produced by growing reishi or pink oyster mushrooms on a substrate. Current versions are still delicate, but researchers envision a future where this competes with classical cow leather and plastic vegan leather. And they're going to need it because in Denmark, they started imposing the first carbon tax on livestock, and it costs $100 a cow. Meta's Threads has expanded its Fediverse functionality, so now you can see replies on different platforms like Mastodon. And also this week, earlier, like before the Meta headline, TechCrunch came out with an article saying, "Welcome to the Fediverse." So the Fediverse is the metaverse. The metaverse is our new economy. The metaverse is our new government. It's the Fediverse. Also this week from Scientific American, a headline saying, "Meditation alters our consciousness and sense of self almost as much as relentless media consumption via personalized algorithms on social media, which is the metaverse, which is our new economy and our new government, does." Researchers are exploring the potential synergy of advanced meditation practice techniques with psychedelics in order to treat depression, but they do talk about like a deeper sense of wellness. And also there's an eye towards innovative technologies for enhanced mental health interventions. So that's like they're like meditation headsets that will tell you about your brain waves. And those can all be tracked. Those can all be piled into your sovereign data that's verifiably private, that you own and control, unless there's like a government program or something. And then you'll be compelled to share that data. So this is what I was talking about earlier at the beginning of this video. It's your job to be aware of all these things and the trap that's closing in. If you're affluent, you can be turned on more easily, or you have maybe the bandwidth to discover practices that will make you well, instead of going to a social worker and having like a video game VR experience being prescribed to you for wellness. Colorado did a universal basic income experiment, and they're calling the results surprising. Surprise, people actually tried to better their lives. And they're saying this is a no strings attached money distribution, but my sense is that the strings that will be attached are surveillance, because the impact needs to be measured and the social impact bond markets need to be able to bet on the outcomes. So the outcomes must be measured in real time. But that's my take. The majority of Gen Z describe themselves as content creators. Several videos ago, I was talking about how everyone is a content creator. It was around the dark moon in Leo, I think, that was opposing Pluto. Everyone's a Leo. Then it's the collective. And this is what we're headed into. There's mass dispossession, and everybody's competing for attention to the extent that maybe no clear leaders rise up. It's all pulling the strings of the collective. And your ability to do that is what gets you maybe the leadership position, not so much the inner light of yourself. And that's kind of Pluto in Aquarius, is being able, there's an understanding now amongst structures of power that being able to wield large groups of people as hive minds is advantageous financially. And also it's advantageous to creating the global superorganism that is artificial intelligence. AI dataset licensing companies form the sector's first trade group. So this is a group of entities licensing datasets to AI. If you're a creator, you'll need to probably join one of these or mint every one of your works as an NFT. Otherwise, your data is going to get scraped and just like fed into the global superorganism. Julian Assange reached a plea deal with the US, allowing him to go free. And the beginning of this ending for him started when Jupiter was at the very end of Taurus. And the last time, 12 years ago, it was at the very end of Taurus, is when all of this started for him. I think it's when he holed up in the Ecuadorian embassy. I might get that like exact detail of the timeline wrong, but very interesting astrologically for Julian Assange. And he received a $500,000 Bitcoin donation to cover his travel expenses back to Australia. And did you know there's a crypto industry super PAC? The crypto community is being framed as like a rebellious freedom fighting community, but it's the establishment in a different guise. That's what Pluto in Aquarius is, masquerading as for the people and of the people when it isn't necessarily. Also, the US Constitution has Pluto in Aquarius. Anyway, this crypto industry super PAC is doing pretty well. Dormant for nearly 2 years, a crypto wallet associated with Mark Cuban is now popping off. It's been revived, and it's resumed selling NFTs. And as I've been saying, NFTs are the future of property law. If you're in any way involved in property law, and NFTs are not on your radar, they should be. And also, if you own anything, a house, a car, a work of art that you made or that you bought, that's what NFTs are for. They're not just silly JPEGs. So Mark Cuban's thing came out when they were silly JPEGs. It shut down, and now it's serious again. It's because it's property law. Mr. Cuban recognizes this, I'm sure. I'm just going to read this summary I made for myself. The SEC is suing Consensus, developer of MetaMask, alleging that the wallet swap and staking features constitute unregistered securities services. MetaMask is the biggest purveyor of digital IDs. It's how you'll access anything Web3 moving forward. And what Web3 is things built on blockchain that you need a digital ID to access. And it's part of a broader effort by the by the SEC to classify a significant portion of the crypto market as securities, despite the recent approval of Ethereum ETFs. But explain that to me like I'm 5 in the comments. Consensus, the owner of MetaMask, disputes these claims and says that SEC is doing overreach. They're overreaching. And MetaMask is a software interface, and it is not under the jurisdiction of the SEC. But this is an interesting gray area because your identity, MetaMask, is also a wallet solution, MetaMask, and it's for the swapping and exchanging of badges, tokens, stickers, credentials. All these things are monies now, and they're all subject to fluctuations in value. And nobody's going to want to pay taxes on things that they own. So it's getting into interesting territory. There's a Robert F. Kennedy keynote speech at Consensus, spelled differently, the CoinDesk crypto convention, where he talks about this, like crypto being classified as securities versus assets and being taxed on things that you shouldn't be taxed on. It's very interesting, but he's here to usher in this narrative of blockchain and digital wallets and ubiquitous sensing, although he's not talking about that, in my opinion. And this also connects to the Fediverse, because you need a MetaMask. Eventually you will need some sort of digital ID to connect to the Fediverse. And your Facebook account, Meta account, is going to be a digital ID. So connecting to Threads, how you do right now, you're basically using a digital ID, which is your Meta account. And soon that will probably be put on blockchain, I'm thinking. And this is how securities trading and identity solutions are connected. They're going to be intimately connected. And you can watch my Jupiter and Gemini video for more on what we're going to get really hyped up about over the next year. The shopping app Temu is spying on you. Surprise. And also the Electronic Frontier Foundation is saying that automated license plate readers are a security risk, and it's mostly because they're collecting data without asking. So it's their responsibility, like these law enforcement departments, to protect that data, but they don't have the resources to protect that data. Again, very interesting, kind of like the critical infrastructure thing, where things funded by our governments don't have the resources. Things funded by big tech companies do. And now big tech companies are becoming our governments, but they don't have any responsibility around critical infrastructure and like important services like police and fire departments and stuff. But do I want that? Do I want privatization of those things? I'm not sure. And do I want public-private partnerships? I'm not sure, but that's what's coming, and that's what's being ushered in. It'll probably, I think this will go into the direction of like, oh, you have inadequate resources for cybersecurity, we'll set you up with putting everything on blockchain, and then it's okay to surveil everybody all the time because it's private. So there are two interesting stories talking about whatever happened to the AI apocalypse, and one of them is about creating God, I guess, and the other one is about the energy apocalypse associated with AI. Also, this week, Bill Gates was like, don't worry about it. Forget about it. The energy stuff. Don't get your panties in a twist. Meanwhile, I wonder how many people in the future will have to like run their washing machines only at 2 a.m. because of energy conservation. Anyway, light-based chips. Photonics is the future. There's going to be a lot coming up soon about light-based stuff. This is not financial advice. Here is a rundown of some cyber attack headlines from this week. Bulk of Indonesia data hit by cyber attack not backed up, officials say. Remote access giant TeamViewer says Russian spies hacked its corporate network, from Slashdot. Also from Slashdot, Microsoft informs customers that Russian hackers spied on emails. And from the same news site, Americans abroad cut off as AT&T, Verizon, T-Mobile suffer international roaming outages. And from the same site, Microsoft blamed for $1 million+ patent record theft at U.S. hospital giant. So if you haven't already, get a load of my special report, which talks about cyber attacks, critical infrastructure, and what's coming over the next year, and then crescendoing into major shifts that happen next summer that have to do with like mass onboarding onto web3. And it's not my crazy idea. There was a lecture about it at the most recent Denver ETH in April. Multivitamin supplements don't help you live longer, according to a study. And specifically, this was a study published in JAMA. Specifically, there's no evidence that daily multivitamin consumption reduces the risk of death from conditions such as heart disease or cancer, because heart disease and cancer aren't caused by vitamin deficiencies. Interesting headline, because health and wellness are coming for you. They're coming for your body from a surveillance and like data standpoint. Your health and wellness data and things that can be put into you under the guise of wellness, like supplements, are very important for the future, which I'm going to do a video about. So, related, the secret to living a long, long life is not vitamins, it's nanobots. It's putting tiny little robots inside you. But don't look at that. Look at this Chinese rocket that was spewing toxic materials over everywhere. Look at this crazy thing in the sky. It's not a distraction. And neither is this. Neither is all the stuff about forever chemicals. Colorado passed a law banning forever chemicals in everyday things. There's a lot of headlines coming up in like major news sources about forever chemicals and how they're being railed against, which I'm very much against them, obviously. But there's other weird stuff that is going to be done, like nanobots, smart dust, like the air and the soil and your wellness supplements filled with smart dust. Look up IXO blockchain so that ubiquitous sensing can happen, because that's the future. That's how we train AI. That's how we have new bond markets, because nobody has a job and industry is all weird. So there has to be some exciting way to create wealth for some. And the study, it includes personal care products. If you're obsessed with tech news, you should start getting obsessed with your body. Tech is getting increasingly obsessed with your body. And this is not so much an advertisement for products I sell, even though it is absolutely that. This project is more of an advertisement overhauling your lifestyle so you can throw all your existing skincare products in the trash. I'm in my early 40s and I haven't used a skincare product since 2016. So you don't need them. You need other stuff like overhauling your lifestyle. So be sure to subscribe to my newsletter, which is weird, and it will change. You will side-eye the moisturizer on your bathroom counter. You will never be able to unsee what I show you through my newsletter. As election season in the United States is upon us, I wonder if, I don't think you can have thoughtful political discussions on the internet, which is where all of it is happening, because the political paradigm is outdated. I find it irrelevant. Thoughtful discourse of any kind is thoughtful, I think, because of relationships. Trying to have thoughtful discussions on the internet, it's trying to do what people in the Enlightenment in coffee houses were allegedly doing, which is having lively, thoughtful discussions where breakthroughs and innovation happens and we evolve further intellectually, emotionally, in a well-rounded way. But I think that happened then, or the fantasy of whatever that is dependent on these real world relationships. Because even people who were strangers in a coffee shop in the 1700s were linked somehow, they knew someone who knew someone or something. So when you're talking to strangers all the time, I don't think you can have thoughtful discussions. And I know that I'm trying to do that here, so it's not going to work. So that's the lie of the internet. A US military technology. The astrology shows us that, and you don't need astrology to see it unless you don't want to see it. The astrology shows us that the old-timey established power structures will foil the election so that a new paradigm can be introduced. And one of the new whatever the leadership is, I don't think there's going to be a regime change. It doesn't matter, because all of this is going to switch over eventually to token-based voting, in the same way that DAOs, decentralized autonomous organizations, govern themselves. We will govern ourselves, except it won't be like a pure and total democracy. I don't even like saying that word because it makes me sound like I care about political stuff, and I don't. Everything's going to be a decentralized autonomous organization, including your government. And government doesn't matter because it's large tech companies that are your new government. For a while, a few years ago, Mark Zuckerberg was doing things around the country that kind of made it look like he was maybe going to like run for president or something. That's what it looked like. And then that angle was done away with. But Mark Zuckerberg is kind of your president. And Mars is about to conjoin Uranus and trine Pluto. So watch my special report, which is a few videos ago. Because another part of the regime change has to do with, it's more about like how we vote and what the money is. And the way that we all become inured to what the new paradigm of money is probably going to be through some sort of stacks on stacks of security breach stories that cause all of like the utilities to be moved over to a blockchain based system, which requires you to have a wallet identity solution that is on blockchain, so it's actually a permanent ledger of your transactions. Everybody's focused on election stuff or whatever the new thing is, the surprise violence that's coming, so nobody looks at digital control system that will ensnare some. It's not being talked about in an honest way, even by like a US presidential candidate who's supposed to be like all about it. Technology is a cardboard cutout. Tech is a cardboard cutout of spirituality. They're the same to me. Spiritual tools and practices are technologies. And what we refer to as technology and normally takes something that actually has a basis as a spiritual tool and mechanizes it with physical stuff and logic to like reproduce the effect, often in a way that's more predictable. Microsoft's AI CEO has said that anything on the internet that does not have robots.txt, which is a text file you put in your website, which that makes it complicated for like whatever user-generated content is. He says that stuff is freeware for AI training. And in the, hang on, there it is. Anyway, this picture of him that's cut off, the caption says, "This is a freeware image from the Microsoft AI CEO's personal website that has been reproduced per the guidance of Microsoft AI CEO." So that's funny. But there's an interesting quote in the article that links back to what I was saying a minute ago. He says, "The economics of information are about to radically change because what are we?" Well, first of all, okay. The economics of information. Mercury in mythology and astrology rules commerce and information and delivery. So conveyance of all kinds, exchanges. The term the economics of information is about to get dialed way up as money blends with signaling and data collection. In the metaverse, everything is a transaction. Your eyes track one way to look at something. You interact with a character. You interact with another player. All those things are transactions. They'll be logged on the blockchain permanently. And then you have like digital credentialing or like getting items in a game. Everything is a token. Everything is a signal. Everything is money. The economics of information are about to radically change. This guy knows. Here's another thing he said. Because what are we collectively as an organism of humans other than an intellectual production engine? We produce knowledge. Our science makes us better. He didn't say anything about how humans are the link between heaven and earth. Humans can do all that intellectual science stuff, but there's also a spiritual component that's very real. If you don't think it's real, then what is your creativity? If we're just dead matter producing knowledge through emergence, in my opinion, that's kind of a dumbed down version of what a human is. And this guy knows what a human is, I think. I'm going to make the conjecture that, the wild guess, that he understands that humans are more than that, and just isn't going to talk about it. Because a lot of technology is headed in a spiritual direction, like looking to enter the spirit realm, which is that's like your dreams. That would be an example of the spirit realm. You're seeing things that aren't there. You're hallucinating, but it's real. There is a realness. Your imagination, the spirit realm, it's not just your imagination is not an intellectual production engine. A 15-year-old who, back in the age when there were webmasters, has been... A webmaster from the 90s and early 2000s. A teenager who died of leukemia in, I think, 2006, is being canonized as a saint because he made websites that spread God's message. This is the patron saint of the internet. He has been nicknamed God's influencer. Meanwhile, there are jetpacks and ray guns in this world. You can make water from the air, and you'll be able to buy it soon. So Aquarius is an air sign, and it's about, it's the water bearer. So in your ancient village, you're going to where the water is and carrying it back to the village. And that's you're kind of exiled for a minute. You get a view of the village from outside the village. It's like an outsider task. You're taking the responsibility to carry the water back. The water's heavy. So then you create technologies to get the water distributed. And that's why Uranus is often mistakenly ascribed or assigned to Aquarius. But that's how Saturn can be technology. Because when you're taking responsibility for getting a resource distributed or making it available, then you get resourceful, so you don't have to carry the heavy water. This is an amazing example of that. I don't know how to pronounce this, but I talked about this story a couple weeks ago. Your retina, it's retina scanning to tell what's going on with your body. It can diagnose many health problems. So, and often before symptoms become perceptible anywhere else. So it's interesting, and your daily retina scan will be logged on blockchain. When I get cynical about this, it doesn't mean that I don't think it's useful, because I do. I didn't include a picture of this on purpose because you can never unsee it. They created a robot face that is made of living skin cells. If you're not watching this, if you're not looking at the screen right now, again, don't look at the screen trying to find a picture, because there will not be one. But soft robotics is a thing, and soft robotics merging with biohybrid computing, the future is very squishy and natural looking. Japan introduced a humanoid robot to repair train stuff. So this is a giant robot. So younger people want to be teachers, but the queen of the internet says that students are trusting teachers less and less. I have a theory that the rise of youth culture began somewhere around the 1920s, around the time public schools were becoming more prevalent. That's taking kids away from the family and having them be a part of a collective, be socialized. But that undermines the authority of parents. Not that public school is totally bad, but let's just have a discussion about this. It's about how it has changed the fabric of society. And if you want to do the procession thing, the ages, age of Aquarius, which you probably don't understand what that is, but I could do a whole video about that. But these things come on slowly and they fade away slowly. And so I think the beginnings of the age of Aquarius were when public schools started to become more prevalent. anyway. So now that like distrust, it's more like youth culture becoming an organism on its own and moving away from any authority figure at all, which is interesting. So the teacher thing is like the next step of that. Like, you know, in the 90s, it was like, oh, my parents, or even the 60s, my parents aren't cool. And now it's more and more difficult for teachers to establish authority with all the world's knowledge at everyone's fingertips. So this article is saying that teachers are going to have more and more trouble establishing authority. And it also says teachers will be more of a cheerleader than a like facilitator of you being an intellectual production engine. This article, which is saying that like the AI tutor companion in public schools in Los Angeles kind of died in the water. It's the same as saying the metaverse is dead. It's like a way to downplay the importance, because all of your children are going to have an AI tutor. The concept itself is not going to fall flat. It's going to keep coming up until it's a thing. There was a Ray Kurzweil story in the news this week, and he says humanity will merge with AI by 2045, which is very interesting because Pluto's transit of Aquarius ends in 2044, roughly. And so during that transition, which is like, I think like 2043, we'll start to see what Ray Kurzweil is calling the augmenting of human brains with fast computational abilities. And he calls it an additional synthetic neocortex. So all of this happens when Pluto enters Pisces, which is like something machines entering the spirit realm, or using you as the sensor to get information from the spirit realm. So all of this is being worked on aggressively during Pluto and Aquarius. And one thing, like, so it's like there are two things going on. There's the technology to merge with AI, which like there's AI now, and like if the technology to merge with it more seamlessly, we need to think about what the AI is going to be like by the end of Pluto's transit of Aquarius. Because something that like Pluto and Aquarius is leveraging, if we're talking about Pluto as like Pluto and Saturn sign as systems of power being corrupt, one thing you need in order to make AI more intelligent in a human way is to have it take advantage of the idea of emergence. And you can create emergent phenomenon through people. So like the Navy SEALs study moving into flow as one organism. There was a movie that I really like called Pacific Rim that is these giant robots, and they're piloted by two people, and they have to get into a flow state, which they call drift in the movie. But something that social media is really good at is like creating mass little hive minds to like go do something. And that's why like you're like hashtagged with all these things that are important to you, because then you can be served content to get you riled up, and you can be like a part of a crowd that is like, I'm appalled at this. I'm championing this cause. I can't believe you're not championing this cause. Can you see how like that's already happened in like multiple little sectors? There are so many that we can think of just in the past couple of years. But creating these little hive minds is really important to teaching AI, because then it's sort of like these little hive minds of humans become the AI itself. Does that make sense? Do you see what I'm saying? A really good example that is not polarizing, that won't get your panties in a twist, is the Sephora Kids thing. That is like a phenomenon where you have like ravenous group of people really into something all of a sudden. And I'm not saying that Sephora Kids was intentionally produced, but given what social media is good at, what people studying and training AI are interested in, It's not that implausible. Nobody will ever admit to it until like a long time from now. So the last frontier of like Pluto's domination is spirituality, which will be 2044 through 2066. After that, Pluto will move on to corrupt your own assertion of your individuality, which is 2066 to 2095. Anyway, this is Ray Kurzweil. It's a quote from an article from Playboy magazine from a while ago, like 2016 or something. So we'll have an additional neocortex, just like we developed an additional neocortex 2 million years ago. And we'll use it just as we used the frontal cortex to add additional levels of abstraction. We'll create more profound forms of communication than we're familiar with today, more profound music, and funnier jokes. We'll be funnier. We'll be sexier. We'll be more adept at expressing loving sentiments. So I'm kind of into it now. That's a very good pitch. I'm not even kidding. All we have to do is give the weird electricity demons access to the spirit realm. That's the price. So the headline is, AI potentially breaking reality is a feature, not a bug. First, if you're trying to learn the Zodiac and you want to understand Aquarius, this is an amazing headline. Teaches you about Aquarius. So Saturn is reality. And something Saturn does is test things through pressure to see if they break. And Aquarius is about breaking with one reality and entering a new one, whether it's like through exile or innovation, like technological innovation. See, like a few minutes ago when I was talking about the water bear. So with Pluto in Aquarius, the breaking reality is absolutely a feature, not a bug. Anyway, this article is about how generative AI could distort collective understanding of socio-political reality or scientific consensus. The writers of this headline, not the writers of the paper, say that the writers of the paper are saying it's a feature, not a bug, because they say even though AI can do this stuff, it usually doesn't even violate the content guidelines or terms of service of these AI platforms. So basically, and this is my interpretation, it goes back to code is law. That's what's coming up. AI governance. Code is law. So you have your porn passport that I'll talk about in a minute, which becomes your EU digital ID, which I'll talk about in a minute. Every single thing you do is logged permanently. It's private until you get in trouble, like Rudy Giuliani, which I'll talk about in a minute. And then you have to expose it to people. Code is law. So this paper by Google basically says, I already told you what it says. Back to education. So there's a thing called illustrative mathematics. It's backed by Bill and Melinda Gates, the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative, and the William and Flora Hewlett Foundation. Is that might be wrong. Anyway, another like couple, big power couple philanthropic entity, and it's coming into New York City high schools as a requirement. And this is great because it looks great. I almost want to go through it to like understand math better. I looked around on the website, and the thing I just wanted to like, what's the catch? Or like, and they're really good about obfuscating whatever the catch is. But what I think the catch will be, like, I think this is good. It's good to like make math accessible. A good example of your government is not the government. Your government is the tech corporations. And the metaverse is your new economy. I guess I should change my refrain. Like, tech corporations are our new government. The metaverse is our new economy. The metaverse is social media. So this serves like Microsoft and Meta. It doesn't have to be all bad. Like, I'm here to just show you, like, obviously, you know, what is good about it is already out there. And we're all adults here, I think, so we can understand what's good about it. But let's look at what might be a little nefarious. So where I see the catch might be is in assessments. So that's like testing. They do use the word impact in their footer, which is like the link that talks about assessment. I just wonder what sort of feedback is going to whom, because that's the future of education. So if this is the future of education, this will do that. There will be like phoning home, and it might be involved with the bond markets that are created around impact finance. So I'm not criticizing illustrative math at all. It sounds cool. I'm drawing attention to this is a big deal because this is the future. All education is going to be along these lines, and then it's going to get weirder. But again, I'm not saying we should go back to the old ways. I don't know what we should do. I'm here to point out where things are headed, and maybe like what are some things to look out for that everybody talking about this isn't telling you about. Meanwhile, at Eton, they're taking away smartphones, so to maintain affluence, limit technology. This is to prepare your commoner children for jobs in STEM. The more affluent you are, the less technology you are required to interface with all the fucking time. The headline here is that France's universities are becoming hunting grounds for investors, and they're calling France's universities the new Harvard and Stanford for finding tech talent. And their secret sauce is humanities. So it turns out like the highest ranks of education is not all STEM, they're humanities, which I feel like are probably downplayed like normal people's schools. This is the thing I was talking about earlier. Spain has introduced a porn passport, like one that's just for porn. And they say in the article that it will eventually be merged with Europe's digital identity solution. So great, cool. It's to keep kids from watching porn, which I'm fully on board with. That's done something weird to how we relate to each other. Children, like kids, even like young teenagers, being able to access content like that. However, instead of just having like a bouncer check your ID at the door and then like good day to you, you must keep it in your wallet forever. It will be logged. It might not be that apparent, but like there will be a chain, there will be a token, there will be a signal, a stigmergic signal that you watched this porn on this day and 6 times this day, etc. And then that will go to the EU. This brings me to, so now you can see everything that Rudy Giuliani bought on Amazon because he filed for bankruptcy. So you can see how like anything that is labeled data sovereignty, it's all private. Like Rudy Giuliani didn't get hacked. His Amazon account is private unless you hack it, but that's not why you can see what he bought on Amazon. You can see what he bought on Amazon because of his bankruptcy situation. So that's what's coming, is like you own your data. So get comfortable logging everything, because like to do anything on the internet, you need a digital ID, because that's what web3 is. It's like all requires a wallet, which is an ID, basically. Those are the same thing now. A crypto wallet is an ID. It's a digital ID. That's the whole point of crypto, is to inure you to that, not to be magical freedom money. And whatever, it's happening. Like, it's good in some ways. Data sovereignty. Your data is private, so be okay with every single thing you do in your whole life, which is all on the internet, because the internet is the only reality there is. The metaverse is your new economy. Everywhere your eyes track, every player you talk to, everything logged in your wallet. And then when you get in trouble, if you have to file for bankruptcy, if you need some sort of government assistance or assistance from like anything, or maybe even if you're like getting a job, there will be precedents where your data will be asked for. MIA made a clothing line that is all like protective of 5G wear, tinfoil hat, and she's being ridiculed for it. as she is ridiculed. She is like a person who is ridiculed now. And the conversation around this, like on Hypebeast, is like, what a silly woman. She thinks 5G causes coronavirus. But the thing about that is that particular hive mind was created in order to downplay, like in order to have the global signaling system that I keep talking about, you have to have the entire Earth covered with internet. There can be no downspots so that everything can be surveilled, and all the signals of like your eye tracking somewhere or your interaction with a character or your acquisition of an in-game item or your acquisition of groceries at the store, like every single thing you do, for that to work, you have to have internet everywhere. And 5G is clearly not the best, or 6G or 7G, those things exist. Not the best thing for us. Our bodies aren't really supposed to like, we didn't really evolve to like harmonize with those like weird frequencies and whatever it does. It doesn't cause coronavirus, probably. And so what you do if you want to downplay the importance of something true is you ridicule it. And the 5G thing is it's very creative, because it's like you take, it isn't true that it causes coronavirus, but you use that as like, that idea is sort of like the poster child for like, oh, then it's not okay to say 5G isn't good for us. If you like raise an eyebrow about 5G, then you get to wear the dunce hat, which is like a witch hat, which like that was a thing that was brought in to like ridicule women healers who do spiritual things. That's what's happening here. No one wants to live by a 5G tower, but the world's going to be covered in them, and it's not okay to question that. If you do, we've created this whole like yellow journalism anchor for that conversation, which is like 5G causes coronavirus. So then any criticism gets like magnetized to that, and you're a nut. But more sanctioned than the last story, it might be better if you just set up your own personal 5G network that you carry around with you at all times, and then you're covered in a orb of 5G at all times. That might be better. Here's how to do it. There's nothing wrong with it. You're weird if you think something's wrong with that. Let's look at things that are supposed to be safe now, maybe like in skincare products, for instance. I mean, I can't believe the FDA actually banned something. I think they occasionally do have to ban something to show that like they're not just a mouthpiece for large corporations. But even in the banning of something, it's like, oh, we thought it was safe, but it turns out it isn't. That discussion never happens when like something is just like established. We've decided it's safe. There are no studies, nobody says it's not safe, but like there's no question about, there's what's like scientifically, technically safe, like it's not going to kill you right now. And then there's like, is it really good for you over time? And like if we're treating it like a nutrient, like it's in a drink, as something we would put into our bodies to like nourish us, is that good? So again, I'm just bringing up the skincare argument. So it turns out the people who insist something is safe were wrong. So could the like 5G situation be ill-advised? Possibly. There was another whole thing about like what is safe and what isn't a few years ago. And that created a conversation. It wasn't even a conversation. It created like a one-sided order that like you can't talk about whether or not a government entity could be wrong. But remember the thing about like, don't ascribe political things to me, because none of this matters. Like it's all to like getting you riled up, and like finding issues that will rile you up makes you useful to the power structures playing this game. Like it makes you useful to the big kids who are really playing the Game of Thrones. Here's another one. So we've been drinking out of plastic bottles forever, and it turns out that's not great. So like in the 60s when they were like, oh, plastics, it's totally safe and it's so innovative, we're innovators, it's going to disrupt everything. Like now it's not that great. So what are we doing right now that is like that later we might find out isn't that good for us? Maybe 5G, maybe something else. So just look at the subtitle on this. It reads, a new class of gene editor has improved delivery, durability, tunability, and safety. Here are some data breach and hacking headlines. A fintech company says some customers might be affected by the Evolve Bank and Trust data breach. And Evolve Bank and Trust, I guess, is like a financial institution that's popular amongst decentralized finance. Or like, no, sorry, scratch that. Fintech, just fintech startups, not blockchain. They got hacked. The fintech sector, that's like particularly juicy for the purpose of all these hacking headlines because blockchain is money. So we need to make all our money on blockchain so that it's safer. But even that, like your blockchain money can get stolen. So, and then there was a ransomware attack on a California credit union that locked people out of their accounts. So that's bad. And this one, the headline is, cancer patient forced to make terrible decision after ransomware attack on London hospitals. So this patient, she was going to get a mastectomy where they like preserved the skin so that immediately after that they could do plastic surgery to reconstruct her breasts. And for some reason, this ransom attack caused them to basically hold a gun to her head and say, like, do you want to delay this life-saving procedure? Or do you want us to just chop your boob off and tell you to go home? And so she had to get just like a mastectomy with no reconstructive possibility at all because of hacking. This reminds me of, like, there was someone on the internet a long time ago who was like, send me money or I will kill this bunny. So these things are like kind of ramping up. And if you watch my special report, Mars is about to conjoin Uranus and then immediately trine Pluto, which hooks into this story about decentralized physical infrastructure networks and onboarding the masses to web3, which is blockchain internet. So Fortune magazine is saying it has reached fever pitch, the Sephora Kids phenomenon, and summer camps are banning skincare items. I mean, girls have always played with like their mom's makeup, but this need to like address issues, transform yourself into beautiful when you're still full of light and your skin is flawless. I'm curious what that's going to look like later. It might look like being a little more enlightened about what it means to take care of your skin. I have a giant blemish because I ate something stupid last week. And I'm upset that I allowed that to happen. But I don't have a blemish because I skipped my 10-step chemically skincare, because that's not real. But I know you probably just want me to lie to you. You want me to give you products like Moonlight Serum or something and tell you that it's like visibly firming, which is a marketing term. It doesn't mean anything. If it were actually firming, it would have to be a drug. That's how the regulations work. Your skin is a signaling system for what's going on inside your body. So Beauty Grease is my other project. Everybody's focused on election stuff or whatever the new thing is, the surprise violence that's coming. So nobody looks at digital control system that will ensnare some. And Mars and Uranus are going to conjoin at the beginning of next week, which is basically at the end of this week. Mars, Uranus. One easy way to talk about it is surprise violence. Mars is about to conjoin Uranus. Resist the urge to break shit, or like you're probably going to break shit. It's probably going to be surprise violence. Uranus can be liberating. Uranus doesn't have to be bad, but Mars is a malefic. So it's like surprise bad is like the computer printout fortune cookie version of interpreting Mars conjoining Uranus. This happens on the fixed star Algol, which is the worst fixed star in our sky. Many cultures have horrible connotations attached to it. And surprise violence on top of pretty death and destruction fixed star is yucky. Again, always a chance it could be liberating. I would prefer it to be something liberating, but any liberation you experience is likely to be the product of something not fun first. Here's your almost weekly reminder that a deepfake is not what a digital twin is. Here's an article about digital twins. You can read the article yourself. Who cares what it says? A digital twin is a data model. It's not a deepfake. It can involve a deepfake, and in a way, a data model is a deepfake of you or any system. But it's marketed as a cool thing, and in a lot of ways it can be a cool thing. However, Facebook, for instance, probably, allegedly, maybe already has a digital twin of you, and it's not an avatar that can look and talk like you. It's a data model that if you press its buttons in certain ways or show it certain content, it will react, and thus the algorithm will know what pushes your buttons and what can get you to react. And the ability to push your buttons to get you to choose a line in the sand is very important for training artificial intelligence. So the conversation that is helping digital twins be promoted, like having a data model of you that we can play around with, and then we can see what you'll do if we serve you the same stimulus. That conversation is around privacy. So data sovereignty, data privacy, these things are needed. And if you have a digital ID that is a wallet, those are the same things now that records every single transaction and behavior on blockchain. You have a digital twin, and that's not a deepfake per se. It's a data model of all your choices. So privacy is what is ushering this in. This article is like an advertisement for cruise ships. It's 2025 almost, and cruise ships now have better Wi-Fi, so you can work from home or quiet vacay on a cruise ship if you want. And this is a free advertisement for Uber. Uber has launched boats in Europe. They've also launched a private tour of the Seine in Paris called Uber Cruise. And there's also Uber Bubbles. I don't know how to say bubbles in French. I don't know why it isn't that, but I guess Uber is an English-speaking company. Uber Bubbles in France is a champagne tour. So the 2024 BIT conference is July 25th through 27th. And in addition to having Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who has been at all the blockchain conferences this year, ETH Denver, Consensus in Austin, the big ones. I don't know if that's all of them. In addition to him, Donald Trump will also be speaking at this conference. One presidential candidate doesn't really seem to be activating around blockchain. I guess it's just a given that he's down with it, and then the other two are here to help usher in the narrative. Under the guise of free libertarian money is every single thing you do on a permanent record forever. And you can't stop that. You can't go out and protest to stop it. Nothing's going to stop it. That's just going to be your life, and you have to try to stay out of the crosshairs of dependency on institutions who might base their ability or desire to help you out on what's going on in your data, or even like access to certain places or certain types of places. This article is in Time magazine, which tells me that I'm going to freely imagine that there is something else behind this article. So there's a giant Bitcoin farm, some town in Texas. I'm sure they're all over. And I guess the droning of all the fans is making people sick and making people go crazy, which I understand. Coin was brought in as the blockchain poster child in 2008 in coincidence with the housing market crash and the development, the birth of social impact finance. All three things are connected. All three things came into being at the same time. My opinion is that the housing crash is more like the poster child for blockchain and social impact finance. Anyway, blockchain emerges as the poster child, or Bitcoin emerges as the poster child for blockchain. Coin can be completely decentralized because generating new tokens is based on proof of work, which is the most honest way of doing things, or most transparent and the most not dependent on tomfoolery, or the most tomfoolery. Ethereum, on any blockchain thing for the most part, is programmed using Ethereum. Obviously, there are others. Ethereum's just the biggest one. So Ethereum moved in 2018 or something, or maybe more recent. I don't remember the year offhand. From proof of work, which is you have to physically mine the coins for them to come into existence, to proof of stake, which has to do with people who hold a lot of ETH will vouch for the creation of a coin. Anyway, it's much more susceptible to hijinks. And this, I think, let's build a huge, loud Bitcoin mining farm. And then let's cover, I'm not saying this is all a centralized conspiracy. I'm just saying it's useful for the narrative, which is the most highly programmable blockchains that can do the most things and that can control the most things are proof of stake or proof of something else. And proof of work is loud and environmentally unfriendly and makes people sick. So that's my tirade about this. I hate it. I would hate to live here. But I think the subtext here is that proof of work, bad. Proof of stake, environmentally friendly and quiet. And then the overlay on that is you can approach the libertarian, free money, free capitalism paradigm if you're doing just blockchain, even though it's slow and then dirty and loud. There's more cybernetic control over things that do not use the proof of work consensus model. This is not a farming convention. It is a convention about a farming simulation game. And the Morning Brew people were scoffing at the idea of Andreessen Horowitz investing in gaming. Gaming is your future. It's their future. It's the Morning Brew guys' future. It's your future. It's everybody's future. Everything is gamified. You're going to have to be very affluent to stay out of any kind of game, or just very disciplined and aware. So drones in New York on the beaches are angering the wildlife. And that sounds, let's just have a moment of silence for New York City beaches and that experience. Right? I understand it's patrolling for sharks or people sinking, but it's not like beaches were a giant source of, I don't know. I'm not going to go on. I don't need to say anything else. Another type of drones, I saw these on the 4th of July. It's like UFO marketing. We are truly an invasive species. Okay, now my non-cynical take. This is pretty fun, and it's much quieter and non-animal scaring than fireworks. It's interesting they could do double duty of delighting you with a light show. Michael Kors has come out with an AI styling assistant, and it's basically the program from what Cher had in Clueless. This week's exploitation news: Apple is warning iPhone users in 98 countries of spyware attacks. And they're sending messages saying that Apple has detected that you're being targeted by a mercenary spyware attack. And the language they used to use was state-sponsored spyware attack. And it issued these messages most recently on April 10th and July 10th. Also, AT&T says there's been a criminal breach of pretty much everybody's data. If you're an AT&T customer, it's the phone numbers of both cellular and landline customers, as well as AT&T records of calls and text messages, such as who contacted who by phone or text between May 1st and October 31st, 2022, with some records from some customers, unspecified, from January 2nd, 2023. That's awfully specific. And the current consensus as of the time of this recording is that it was an American hacker in Turkey who is linked to the exploitation. What I want to know is, when there's a data breach, does that make it public data or usable by the authorities? And there's a thing called MSpy, which is supposed to be to monitor your kids or your employees. And there was a data breach of customer service emails. So millions of customers have been exposed, customers of this software, people who use it to track other people, not necessarily with their consent. If you haven't already, watch the special report that I made. It talks about decentralized physical infrastructure networks, decentralized energy, and how that's going to onboard the masses onto web3. And that circulates around this privacy discussion about your wallet, which is your identity, and this mass frequent exploitation narrative, like the hacking, the data breaches. Since I've been talking like this for several weeks, several months, it's hard to get out of the habit of being cynical and just being this is what's coming, and being chicken little about it. I've always been very interested in how to take care of my body in a world that's actively conspiring against me. And I think it has paid off. I started to talk about it on the internet, and then I started to write things about it and make products. And that's my other project, Beauty Grease. I just quietly posted a YouTube video to the Beauty Grease channel, which is at Beauty Grease on YouTube. And it's part 2 of a 4-part series on active ingredients. So part 1 I did a few months ago, and I just never got to putting out the rest of the videos because I stopped posting regularly because it's overwhelming sometimes. Fei Li, a Stanford professor, well known for her pioneering work in artificial intelligence, has built in 4 months a $1 billion spatial startup funded by Andreessen Horowitz, who declined to comment. And my browser window glitched out. And you know how expensive compute is? And according to WorldCoin and OpenAI's Sam Altman, it's very expensive. So we need it for all the AI. And you are going to be coerced into not using your electricity in order to gain credits, otherwise known as energy badges, which all the money now is in the form of badges or tokens. That's what's coming. I'm not promoting it. That's what's coming. I got a lot of comments about how me talking about a thing means I'm promoting it, and I'm actually not. I do not prefer it, but I don't know what there is to prefer over it. I just, can we change the world without ubiquitous sensing? No, apparently not. Anyway, so $4 billion AI startup. Compute is really expensive. It takes a ton of energy, but we're in an energy crisis. You can't use your washing machine because Feifei Li needs it. There's probably some detail that I'm missing here that someone more sophisticated can explain to me. And if you have that understanding, please tell me. You can tell me privately. You can tell me publicly. I don't care. So there's an article in the Register this week about ransom attacks and how they're very costly and blah, 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 something critical infrastructure. Watch my special report where I talk about stuff like this. Also, senators are bothering AT&T and Snowflake about the giant data breach. So remember all that stuff that happened with Snowflake? There was a big report that came out about it, and then Snowflake said that the thing that happened wasn't their problem, and now they're implicated in this thing with AT&T about the data breach. And who knows if this is all, there is an equal chance that this is completely just a big whoops and a coincidence, and then there's an equal chance that public sentiment needs to be massaged into web3 mass adoption, which is what my special report video is about. So CrowdStrike caused everything to get the blue screen of death. Everything went down all over the world, and it was very alarming. And it wasn't a cyber attack. It was an oopsie, and it's all coming together just in time for Mars to trine Pluto. So now we're moving into the conversation of Web3 mass adoption. We need to put all critical infrastructure on blockchain because it's too vulnerable. The Financial Times immediately came out with an article about how our infrastructure is vulnerable. The conversation has begun. So I predicted this. I predicted that something important around this narrative of exploitations and our critical infrastructure being vulnerable was going to congeal around a conversation about decentralized physical infrastructure networks, putting everything on blockchain, which means you are going to need a MetaMask or a Uniswap. Or that's what the WorldCoin thing is for. It's a digital ID. Anyway, there's plenty of stuff that is good, about privacy and security, obviously. I'm into that stuff. And speaking of that, shares of ticker WLD went way up after they announced that they're going to slow down the release of tokens or something. I don't totally understand how that works. I think all the inordinate complexity of everything that's coming is on purpose. You cannot be knowing how to work things. But again, security and privacy are important. And what this is a digital ID project. So earlier this month, Meta came out with multi-token prediction pre-trained models that you can play with. And this is a big deal because it's it multiplies the speed and efficiency with which LLMs can be trained. And also, it probably multiplies the speed and efficiency with which Meta can learn you through your participation in the metaverse, which is social media. But it's also cool. I don't have a slide for this, but the mental health company BetterHelp apparently has been found out in giving Meta and Snapchat private mental health data on people. So there are several of these hot air balloon companies that will take you into the stratosphere. Watch my Jupiter and Gemini report where I talk about getting really excited about going to space. The space shuttle program is a Jupiter and Gemini joint, and this is very on brand for Jupiter and Gemini, especially for Jupiter with a big buoyant balloon taking us to space. So exciting astrology news. I mean, I'd love to go into the stratosphere. So here's the thing. There are 3 separate startups and who will take you to space in a big balloon. And Elon Musk is going to move SpaceX and X from California to Texas. And apparently it has to do with some transgender law, I guess. And also, I also saw a tweet of him saying there were always weird people in front of his building to get in. So it was employees can't get in the building. But anyway, Texas is becoming a blockchain capital of what's left of the nation in the time that's left of the nation, at least until... It'll at least be a nation until maybe like 2028. It definitely won't be recognizable after 2032, but I digress. Everything's moving to Texas. Texas is a very important place for blockchain and just technology in general. So, I mean, I have a feeling that, sure, you can have... I'm sure that there's like certainly a polarizing policy of some sort, but also Texas is just really attractive if you're in technology. So Salesforce cut a bunch of jobs in keeping with the theme of like mass dispossession, put everyone on blockchain. Do you see what's been happening? Like since winter, all of the layoffs that have happened since like the Mercury retrograde in Capricorn, like 2 Mercury retrogrades ago, that's like around the holidays through till now, and the ongoing conversation about the vulnerability of our critical infrastructure networks all comes together in a little video made in 2018 by Alison McDowell called Blockchain: Life on the Ledger. You should go look it up. In fun spreadsheet news, Microsoft came out with a spreadsheet LLM for you to play with. OpenAI has a thing called Strawberry that apparently helps AI do like deep research, whatever that means. It's a secret project. But it's a secret project, you know, one of those secret projects with a press release. I find this news more important than the OpenAI secret project public press release. The founder of Everlane is launching a new supplement business. Supplements are the future of technology. Get into supplements. There is some really good advice. So if you're looking to get into supplements because they are the future is like, it's managed wellness. It's putting weird things into supplements. That's what Jupiter in Cancer is. I'm making a whole video about it, because Jupiter in Cancer is squaring Saturn in Aries. But anyway, it's all about selling you supplements, but then they have weird stuff in it, or like smart dust that can then track you throughout the meat space. I'm not saying he's doing this. I'm just saying supplements are so hot right now. And if you're thinking of getting into them, I'm reminded of a quote from the 4-Hour Workweek, where he was like, if you are going to start a business, think twice before you get into edibles, because you will have like hundreds of people calling you and telling you about their diarrhea all day long. So I thought that was really interesting. And in fun news, Balenciaga came out with a Vision Pro runway app, which there is like a thrilling comfort of like being front row at a fashion show, not being judged for my outfit. Anyway, my other project is Beauty Grease. It's about skincare. I have a YouTube channel, which I haven't posted on in a while. I'm slowly starting to post on social media again. Won't you join me? Let me tell you how what you buy is useless, and let me tell the companies you buy it from that what they sell is useless. Be specific, it's like a spectrum. It's a range from like useless to fun and innocuous and maybe like very fleetingly beneficial. But most of it is useless and even like harmful. All right. Audio sucks for the first part of this. I apologize for that. I didn't have my mic plugged in. Nobody cares about Web3, or the people who don't care about Web3, which is most people, really don't care about it to the extent that they're oblivious to it. But Web3 is how AI is going to be trained in a way that, like, right now AI is very cute. The spookier, more sophisticated version of AI that's more of like a global superorganism will be trained by all of our little signals on the blockchain. Move everything to Web3 in order to get those signals to train AI. Look at how Sam Altman of OpenAI also has another very popular or infamous project, WorldCoin, or ticker WLD, where it's an identity project on blockchain. So it's giving the world wallets so we can know who the population is and how they can be useful to us. That's a use case that I'm speculating on. Obviously, maybe WorldCoin is totally innocuous. In some ways, everything I'm talking about that I'm being chicken little about, some facet of it is absolutely totally fine. But blockchain Web3 is a digital control system. Obviously, there are privacy concerns that are good, but it's going to become more and more impossible to be anonymous. That's going to be not safe. It's going to be like you're unscannable in Idiocracy. And the more online you are, the more you can be subtly controlled and nudged in a way that you can still be yourself, uniquely yourself. But as long as there's a digital twin of you, which there is on social media, that's the metaverse. That's our new economy. That's our economy. Then you can be nudged. You can be served content to get you to show a reaction, or you can be served content according to your past behavior that could augment your behavior or direct it in the future. Something we talk about in astrology is like, if you are at the helm of a ship and you turn the wheel just a centimeter, you'll be in a very different place than you would be if you hadn't turned the wheel at all. And that's cybernetics. The helm, it's steering things subtly, but making the entities being steered, any sentient beings being steered, feel as though it was their idea. And you can look at the work of Stafford Beer, who is the father of cybernetics, who says just that. Like, it's not about like iron-fisted or ham-fisted control. It's about subtly guiding things in the right direction. You can control everything this way. So in this like post-blockchain conference moment, Web3 is not digital utopia. There's plenty of trouble with Web3, like the same amount of trouble as there is with Web 2, because the internet is a military technology. I'm not against it. I use it. It's fun. I was born in this time where I'm using the internet. But cryptocurrency is not magical freedom money. If you don't understand why it is not magical freedom money, you can go back and watch the tech part of most of my videos, or my special report, or my intro to cryptocurrency video, or, which isn't called that right now, it's called something else, or my Jupiter and Gemini video. Anyway, all this stuff that I keep going on about, it's not really a thing to fight against, it's just a thing to be aware of. If you have awareness of your place in a system, or that you are in a game, the world's turning into a game. You're being put on a game board. If you're aware of that, then you can maybe have some more control over your life or something, if that's even a thing at all. Anyway, there's a Ram Dass quote that's, you have to pretend that you need to take responsibility for your choices. It's necessary that you come into that mindset. However, your dharma, your karma is the product of, it's the definition of karma. It's the product of everything that came before you, like all of history. So you might not have control over it at all. But if you're watching this, then you get to be a person who understands what social media, Web3, cryptocurrency is. It's not a freedom thing. It's not a magical, rebellious, anarchist thing. You being able to be nudged and plucked out for everything that you're categorized with, all of your behavior that's logged permanently, like on social media, for instance, that's a very good example. It is of great use to training artificial intelligence, because one thing that's being like tabled in terms of growing a global superorganism, or AGI, or whatever, is the idea of teaming, swarming. Sephora Kids is a good example, whether or not that was intentionally engineered. It's a very good example of swarming, teaming. Because intelligence, your intelligence is emergent. It's not programmed. There's an element of chaos. There's an element of letting go. Anyway, that's a tirade. So if you're into, there's US election stuff happening, and if you're a person who bought the whole, not that I'm into any candidate or even truly believe whatever, whoever becomes the president of the United States, it doesn't matter. It truly doesn't matter who it is. I don't believe any of the three prominent candidates right now. I don't believe that there would actually be any kind of regime change, if that makes sense. Anyway, the Kennedy-Shanahan campaign was definitely a campaign, but it was more of a campaign to inure you to blockchain and Web3 as this amazing, awesome thing that you're so excited to adopt, instead of like a thing that you're going to have to adopt. Like, you're going to adopt it no matter what. You're not going to stay out of it. Just like in the same way that in the 2000s, you aren't going to get out of having a cell phone. Even the longest holdouts, they got one. Just the world, you have to learn to use it in a way that doesn't negate your intelligence or your heart. And if you're sad that there's, I don't know if anybody watching this actually buys it or is sad about, I don't think Robert F. Kennedy is quite ever going to get Bernie Sanders close. So I don't know why I'm talking about politics. Anyway, the thing is, you're going to get all the stuff that he's pitching anyway. It's all coming anyway. So don't worry. His campaign is an ad campaign for blockchain and Web3, and that's digital IDs. All these things, they're good things about this stuff. I'm not like raising my fist or my pitchfork or whatever, even though it sounds like it sometimes. Okay, so let's talk about why AQUARIUS is technology. I talk about this a lot, but I'm going to talk about it again. Carrying water is heavy and burdensome. It requires great strength, dedication. Someone's got to do it, responsibility. So setting up a technology to bring the water to your village is AQUARIUS. And there are other versions of technology, like there are tools and like communication tools, actual physical tools to work with the material world. Those things are cute and very useful. But the water technology, the aqueduct specifically, is infrastructure. It's technology for the people. There's an element of the greater good or serving the collective that goes along with it. So that's why Aquarius signifies technology, and specifically utopian technologies, like the way things could be, which is very like web3. If writing itself and code is Gemini, web3 infrastructure is Aquarius. It's won't the world be great this way? And Pluto is corruption. Pluto is transiting Aquarius right now. Pluto is corruption. There's the idea with Web3 and cryptocurrency that it's for you, it's for the people, the stodgy old FCC or whatever, the central bank, the regulators. We're winning the fight. They're here to stamp it out. But really, all of these great power structures, the huge tech companies, the infrastructure that's in place, Web3 and cryptocurrency serves these structures very well. There will be a bit of a sea change with what characters are more prominent, but there won't be much of a sea change in terms of what that means for you. Like some people, there'll be like some people benefiting and other people who used to benefit not. But the utopian thing is a story that's being served. It's not like the little guy. Web3, blockchain, Bitcoin, cryptocurrency is not the little guy fighting the big guy. All of it has been set up by the big giant, which is interesting because one metaphor for Aquarius is the giant. That's happening with that outside-in robot, ubiquitous sensing, the global superorganism. It's one being that is all of us, but is still one being, a giant. All of this was set up by the giant, and we're like throwing little blow darts at it, and we're like doing these cryptocurrency conferences, thinking that we're fighting a good fight, but it's not a fight at all. It's a thing that's being served to you. I got really excited. Oh my God. Testing. Okay, sorry, I realized I didn't have my mic plugged in. I got a little bit excited when I saw this tweet because I was like, oh, great, cool. Edward Snowden is going to tell us that blockchain is just here to train AI and to subtly control the world through signals intelligence until it crumbles. However, this is just about how, I think basically this clip, which I can link the tweet below if you want or if you request it. It's just talking about how everything on the blockchain is public, so we need a way to secure it. So that's digital IDs. So this Giga Gemini is here to tell us we need a digital ID, which is a form of a digital twin. This should give you pause about your opinions on Bitcoin, because he's not talking about what it is. He's not taking, from what I understand about all of this technology, he's not taking the position that I would expect him to, or that I have been like, and if I didn't know all this stuff, I'd be like, oh, this is insider information. He's taking the position I expect him to. But now that I know too much, it's too weird that Edward Snowden's not talking about it, right? So I also put a quick screenshot of Edward Snowden at 28 minutes 37 seconds of my Jupiter and Gemini video, which you can watch. It's a few videos down, or it's in the description. We're coming up on the Jupiter return of the Edward Snowden reveal or whistleblowing incident. And when that happened, both Jupiter and Mars were in Gemini, as they are right now. But I think the information here is that, yeah, look, there's Edward Snowden. I don't know what else is going to happen. It also counts as Russia stuff. But a takeaway for me is that, obviously, this isn't quite what we think it is. And if you want to do good propaganda, you have agents in the world that you get people to trust or love or adore, then you can use them to communicate whatever you want. Anyway, I'm going to read this quote from the Picatrix. And he's not talking about Pluto in this quote. He's talking about just corruption itself. But it applies to Pluto because that's what Pluto is. The writer of the Picatrix didn't know Pluto existed, maybe. Anyway, corruption does not enter into apparent things for the purpose of destroying them. It goes deep into things that are not apparent and corrupts them in a way that is not apparent.
We are winning, ladies and gentlemen. But we haven't won. And so we have to make sure that we don't get cocky.
That was slick. Didn't that feel slick to you? Maybe it didn't. Maybe it felt perfectly. But like, why? I don't understand why he wouldn't understand these things. about Bitcoin? And then if he does understand them, why is he not talking about them? So he's either an idiot but he's not, or being disingenuous. There's another significant web3 initiative that's positioning itself as little tech, and it's along the same lines. Pluto is in Aquarius. Pluto corrupts. Aquarius is the infrastructure. Web3 is infrastructure. Of course, our water and gas and resources are subject to infrastructure, and Pluto corrupts. An app called Posh has raised $22 million. And it's working to be the TikTok of social engagement, which sounds fun on the one hand. But the thing I noticed, it's not really a but, it's just an and. Secure and share your tickets in your digital wallet. So we already have digital wallets. That's a digital ID. It's already a thing. But this company has raised $22 million to track everybody's interest in events. Because if it's free, you're the product. This week or last week, I posted a short saying NFTs are the future of property law, and they are. It doesn't matter if you want to raise your fist and not understand what I'm talking about and be like, I hate NFTs, they're dumb. You don't know what they are. I'm telling you, this is what they are. The future of property law. The dumb JPEG thing is when you want to downplay the importance of something, you offer it as subject to ridicule. But there's huge infrastructure being built in this. And I don't know if Posh is a blockchain app. It doesn't look like it from what I can see, but it's very poised to integrate with Web3 when the time comes, if it's like a long-lasting company. And one thing about NFTs that's going to be a thing, because it is property law, but it's also like your little badges, because a certificate or a little piece of art that you own is like status. So NFTs are a thing to show status and ownership together. Status is ownership. Ownership is status. All of it is NFTs. This is what I've been talking about in regards to social impact bond markets. This is Polymarket. I am not shilling for it. The premise is that you bet on your beliefs. So this is going to be the whole world moving forward. Everything, again, I don't think this has anything to do with blockchain. I'm not sure. I didn't look into it that far. But the whole economy, now that AI has taken all the jobs, is about these little like decision architectures and betting and voting on every single thing. So it will change the nature of voting. It will change the nature of investment, because everybody is going to be an investor. And so that's what this is. This example is just like popular culture and politics stuff. But social impact bonds, which have been going on since like 2008, they were introduced as Pluto entered Capricorn. We're seeing them come to fruition now. They're more on the surface. This is signals intelligence. This is partially how AI is trained. It's partially dovetails with predictive policing. And social impact bond markets are basically just this, but with philanthropy. Like a group of underprivileged children, I'm going to bet know that they're not going to get jobs that put them above the poverty line or something. I can short a group of underprivileged children. That's what social impact bond markets are. A part of the premise is good. We need to measure the impact. If we give money to something, we need to see if it worked. But then when we look at Sam Altman and WorldCoin, for instance, he did a study about UBI, about giving people universal basic income, which can also be referred to as community currency. And that he got a positive result from that. But keep in mind, he runs an AI company and a blockchain digital identity company. And as we understand blockchain, the signals harvested from blockchain apps are a part of what teaches AI. And you can give people money but with no strings attached, as in his study, but the string that is attached is like everything you do with the money is tracked. And you might have consequences later for how you spent that money, because everything you do is put on a permanent record. And that's what blockchain digital identity is. And WorldCoin is blockchain digital identity. Anyway, Polymarket was like fined by the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, and then a few months later, Polymarket appointed a former commissioner of the Commodity Futures Trading Commission. So that's interesting. And then other investors include Vitalik Buterin, who founded Ethereum. So the biggest blockchain thing you can build on. It's the most programmable. So even if it's not like a blockchain thing now, it totally can be built on Ethereum. And then can you imagine this sort of dashboard? But it's like your life. Will they eat a grilled cheese sandwich? Will they take a shower? Will they work out today? Will they So everybody could have a dashboard like this. And then if you need money, you need investors. It's like a combination, stock market and just betting on your life. Anyway, also a venture capital firm founded by Peter Thiel has invested in this, who's a very data, all about getting the data on everyone, all about the signals intelligence. Apple Maps has launched a public web version of its app. You can't sign into iCloud and use it. So you can't use Apple Maps on the web while signed into your iCloud account, but you can now use Apple Maps on the web. And Proton released a self-custody Bitcoin wallet. So that's a digital ID. That's what a Bitcoin wallet is. It only supports Bitcoin, but that's just for now. It says it will add support for other currencies in the future. So Proton is offering a digital ID. And that's a place for your cryptocurrencies and your NFTs. It's for tokens of all kinds, fungible and non-fungible. And then watch my special report on web3 mass adoption connected to hacking and the vulnerability of large networks and critical infrastructures. We're entering a world where everyone is going to be an investor. Everyone is an investment. All transactions are tracked, and every interaction is a transaction, not necessarily meaning that money changes hands, but every interaction in the metaverse is logged as a transaction, and that's signals intelligence. And that's very important to train AI. Does that have to be a bad thing? Not necessarily, but we're entering a world where some entities have access to huge dashboards of human behavior, and that's really interesting. And a lot of amazing innovation can happen. However, there's also a lot of amazing manipulation that can happen. Look at the work of Stafford Beer. He's the father of cybernetics. Cybernetics means to steer. It's not like a neutral, romantic technology term. It comes from a Greek word for helm. And his approach was that the way you control things is you don't impose it upon people. You just subtly steer them. So there's AI that will be trained on large sets of data from our transactions and interactions. And that has a lot to do with the oncoming proliferation of digital wallets, which are digital IDs, cryptocurrency, which is signals intelligence. It's not magical freedom money. And my approach here is not so much raising my fist. Oh, hello, that was my cat. Not so much, she wants to go outside, but if I open the door, it will be loud. So I can't open the door. What was I saying? I'm not here to just be like an old-timey, like angry AM talk show host about these things. It's more about what is our place in this world, and what does this world want from you? Oh, sweetie, I can't let you outside because it will be so loud. She wants to go outside so bad. You probably get my point. Oh, sweet. The saddest meow. Here's another study about results of a universal basic income program. They seem to be phasing out that word. So this is guaranteed basic income, but also you might find the word eventually, like the term community currency, and the soundbite about the results is that it was overwhelmingly beneficial. We're going to start to see these stories more and more, I think. And obviously I'm not against universal basic income, but it doesn't have to be. It might also be sold as like no strings. However, you will have it attached to a digital wallet. So instead of like the CBDC conversation, this will now be community currency. It's crypto. You must have a wallet, and then that can be tracked. So there is like the premise that like you must have a digital ID for security purposes. Your data is safe, but then depending on what else you need or what access to other services or areas or anything, you may be compelled to share your data. There are pros and cons to this, obviously. The world is being steered into a place where every interaction will be tracked. You will live in the metaverse. You already do. It's social media, and this is a part of it. So just know what it is. Enjoy the money. Journalists at The Atlantic, and this is a quote, have demanded that The Atlantic stop prioritizing their bottom line and champion The Atlantic's journalism. But that's not the world we live in right now. Everything, it should be your objective too, to make as much money as you possibly can, because the more money you have, the less you can be tracked and the less you're subject to potential steering of the great cybernetic global superorganism. They need everyone to participate. So the more money you have, the less you'll be subject to that. But every big news headline hooks into a narrative, and this one is about NFTs, which are the future of property law. The Atlantic has a licensing deal with OpenAI, but this also draws attention to, if you're a blogger, what's your licensing deal with the AI companies? You might have to join some sort of content licensing collective in order for your work to not just be scraped by AI. Hey, I know you want to go outside, but you can't leave you out right now. Or you just have to not care about that. You live in a time of they're trying to build a global superorganism, and there's nothing you can do to stop it. But eventually everything's going to crumble and the world's going to be even more different than you could possibly imagine. So the Japanese government ID, it's like a government smart card called the My Number card. This program began in 2015. And there's been a lot of, it's been very bungled. And it was supposed to make, this is the quote, it was supposed to improve public service delivery. But now the story is, oh, that was so terrible. So we must require an app on your smartphone to verify that you're you. And this isn't an accident, in my opinion. Obviously, I can't prove that. This will be the refrain moving forward to moving everything to blockchain also is security. Security to protect you. And it's not like wrong. In some ways, it's not wrong. In some ways, it could be helpful. But watch these stories pile up. They already have on this channel. A robot dentist has performed a procedure on a human, and something that should take a couple hours, it can do in about 15 minutes. And it starts by using, there's like a handheld mouth scanner that maps the entire inside of your mouth and also can identify cavities. And now I want you to free write on all the different versions of robot and computing super fast things that can be done without a human, and share them with me in the comments. Bloomberg is saying that Venmo and Zelle might not be free for much longer because there's a distinction that's up in the air of whether or not things like Venmo and Zelle are like cash. So if you lose your cash, that's not any bank's problem. But if you lose your digital wallet or you get robbed, then that is the responsibility of Venmo and Zelle, or whoever is the steward of your wallet, unless you get tricked into giving your credentials to someone. And this is a much bigger conversation than the Venmo and Zelles of the world. This will hook into digital wallets. This needs to be figured out now so that in the future, all the wonderful blockchain crypto cash thing that people like Robert F. Kennedy are promoting. It doesn't need to be promoted. It's happening anyway. Everyone just wants you to love it as a rebellious technology instead of be oh, this is being imposed upon me. Anyway, those things are sold also as payments will be so easy and so cheap. So this discussion is priming, it's paving the way for that. And all of this stuff is really going to come much more quickly and sharply into focus around this time next year, in about 11 months. And you can see that happening with the news on the Andreessen Horowitz crypto page. A lot of their articles right now, as of this recording, have to do with infrastructure and regulation because they know what's coming. They're investing in it and building it to be at the forefront. So this is about a company. This is about a company that makes it so that anyone can create a virtual energy or a virtual power plant. And it makes all of energy and power a data game. So all the devices in your house are logging all the data, and something that you'll do you're being invested in, you will sell your data to the power plant for energy credits. This is one really great example of how in the future, the more money you have, the less you're subject to the digital control grid, because you won't need to sell your data, your power usage data, to the grid in order to get credits for your energy to be cheaper. You'll be able to pay full price and not participate in this. So Daylight is a company that is setting all this up so that you can be an energy investor. There are even things that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has said about everyone's going to be an energy investor. You are. That's what's coming. You don't have a choice. And it's coming in about 11 months. Obviously, again, I am critical of this stuff because of how it has the power to subtly control people and control behavior in some ways. There's definitely behavior in the world that requires some control, obviously, but by whom and for what? To what end? And the way that it's marketed is like this. It's like rebellious freedom stuff. And I'm sure there will be, like, some people are going to really benefit from this. Some people who aren't getting much benefits from the non-participatory energy grid credit system that is now, where you just pay your bill and to hell with you. This is going to benefit some people. Some people are going to really like this. And then some people are maybe not going to be so interested in, or are going to be more subject to restrictions imposed upon them by having to share their energy data. And I brought this up in a couple of videos ago, where like more and more we're getting like the energy conversation, the energy conservation conversation, in a save the planet conversation, which there are valid things about that, with like AI is being trained, and that sucks down a lot of power. So you need to save energy, but not like the giant AI companies. They are creating a global superorganism. This is probably a part of how the West will crumble in 2032.
I keep saying all of this is to train AI. Also, look at my opening statements from last week's video. That connects to everything you see here. This was a little while ago, a couple of weeks ago when I found this headline. I skipped over it because I was like, I don't care anymore. Sometimes now when things pile up like that, I just stop caring because I'm bored. But the Federal Trade Commission started looking into the idea of what they're calling surveillance pricing, which is basically personalized surge pricing. So that's raising the price according to maybe like your ability to just pay more, or your like how much you need the thing. And this reminded me of there's this AR simulation that got really popular a few years ago, and I can't find it now. I found it recently and I tried to find it for this video, but I couldn't find it. So if you know what I'm talking about, let me know. But it was this dystopian gaming universe where the whole world is skinned with various forms of data, and this person is trying to recover their identity. And something that happens at one point is, this is apparently a girl character, and they're getting like girly things like girly wellness yogurt and stuff for her hot girl walks. But when her identity skin starts glitching out, it starts showing things for, sometimes it shows just the empty grocery store, which is really depressing because it doesn't look like a crazy casino. And then sometimes it glitches over into the Chad version of the world, so designed for a man. So there's just like naked ladies all over everything, and everything's for to get big muscles. But it's like the exact same product. So I know that's not pricing, but that's just the world looking differently according to the data on you. So prices could be based on your agreeableness and neuroticism, for instance. So this post is very breathless, and I really like this account. I'm not being critical of this account, but it's a very breathless endorsement of remote control robotics, and I thought it was interesting that she said the next generations will have a blast, because yes, that's true that some people have a blast. I also think it'll be maybe really boring at some point. It'll just be overdone. Okay, you can port into the Mars robot, everyone will get to do that. And then the future of work is telepresence robotics, so a lot of the manual labor going to robots is going to be controlled by people. You're just like competing in a global marketplace for low value labor, where you're porting into a robot, like cleaning a hotel or something, and it will be like Uber in terms of the amount of money you get. AI has added the director of the machine learning department at Carnegie Mellon to their board. And of course that's super exciting for the director of the machine learning department at Carnegie Mellon. I'm sure he's a great person. But Carnegie Mellon is very involved with a lot of education technology, and that sounds pretty innocuous. But they did this program called Engage with DARPA, so the Defense Department is really interested in how education works. And this program, even though it's not happening anymore, 1,000 others have come and filled the vacuum that are concerned with gaming simulations and intelligent tutoring systems. And it hooks into a story later that I'm going to talk about, where every child is going to have an AI tutor. This logo is pretty good, this bird shield circuit. So Carnegie Mellon is very connected into the world of putting the education on an AI-powered steroids. Everything I've been talking about, Carnegie Mellon University is very involved. So it does not, especially because of what I talked about last week, connecting OpenAI It's artificial intelligence. You need data to train AI. We're running out of data. One of the ways that AI will be trained is by ubiquitous sensing, signals intelligence, open source signals intelligence, ubiquitous sensing, and that'll be through your digital ID. Everything is a transaction. You're doing everything online. Everything is digitized and on blockchain forever, and just the way you live feeds data into the machine. And while we're at it, we can Kubernetes, cybernetics, steer the ship in whatever direction we want. So it does not surprise me that someone, the machine learning person from Carnegie Mellon, has joined the OpenAI board and is going to be a part of like where this goes, like is going to be a stakeholder in what OpenAI is up to. On that note, there was a headline this week saying that cannibal AIs could risk digital mad cow disease without fresh data. And this is by Rice University and Stanford, both of whom are also, I forgot to bring up one of the big studies that Rice was involved with, other than this one that had to do with, I think, finance, but it's called model autophagy disorder. Am I saying that right? I don't know how to say that. Where the AI consumes itself. And it's not even that it just needs data that's created by humans, it needs fresh data. It needs to be fresh. So it can't be data that it already got before. So something from the report, some ramifications are clear. Without enough fresh, real data, future generative models are doomed to madness. I don't know what I'm supposed to think of this, but it's this headline in the news this week is making the case for we need to feed all your data to AI. So that's what's going to happen. It's just all the data of everyone's lives forever. Connect back to this, where everything is financialized. We had a talk at the Consensus Blockchain Conference this year about the financialization of culture. The fact that it's happening is not just like a cute novelty. It's extremely useful for training artificial intelligence, and it's extremely useful if you want to have all kinds of granular and broad control over everything. Financialization is the ultimate form of data because of this. This is a disturbing commemorization. I don't know why they had to make this so macabre. The United States dropped the nuclear bomb on August 6th, 1945 at 8:59 a.m. And if astrology is fake, then why was the midheaven exactly conjoined to Uranus to the arc minute? The most violent surprise. The chart for that, located in Hiroshima, is very striking if you know anything about astrology. Because we have Mars in Gemini right now, which Mars was in Gemini with Uranus. When this happened, Mars is going to be in Gemini with Uranus in the next few years. I'll talk about that in a second. But right now, this story has come up. Obviously, it's the anniversary. But we also have Jupiter right on the degree that Uranus was at, and we have Mars in Gemini. Mars, Uranus, and Gemini is always very important for the United States. And this year we have Mars, Jupiter in Gemini. Through September 4th, that's when Mars will just have Jupiter in Gemini, and then Mars will move on into Cancer for something new. But this happened with Mars and Uranus in Gemini. The Civil War happened with Mars and Uranus in Gemini. The United States was founded with Mars and Uranus in Gemini. So we get Mars and Uranus in Gemini, June through August 2026. June through July 2028, May through June 2030, and April through June 2032, which is the end of everything. So all of these dates ranges are not like distinct. They function together. They're a whole story of Uranus and Gemini, and then Mars coming through for like 6 weeks at a time every couple years. And the 2032 one will be quite a crescendo. That's also when the Pluto return of the U.S. Constitution goes exact. That's when I'm saying the whole turn the Constitution into smart contracts will probably be in full effect if everything hasn't ended yet, or if they haven't done it yet, then there will be something around that for sure. Soon in California, you'll be able to add your driver's license to your iPhone. This is a good example of how I keep saying the digital ID thing is not going to be like a thing that's imposed upon you. It's going to be a cool thing that you want. Also, it's necessary. The way the world is, that there is no other choice. I don't know who I think I'm talking to. I feel like I think I'm talking to some, which is not my audience, but I'm talking to some cartoon simile of a right-wing, chubby, Midwestern grandpa dad who is raising their fist and being like, digital IDs! But I know that's not who I'm talking to. Anyway, the other states that have this are Arizona, Maryland, Colorado, and Georgia. So the story is Silicon Valley parents are sending kindergarten kids to focus summer camps. And something that I think, so this article is about people who are just like bloodthirsty to get their kids into AI things, and they're like lying about their kids' age, sending their 4-year-olds to classes that are maybe for like 5 and 6-year-olds. So there's that thing. It's like a frenzy. One reason why I think this headline is important / useful is to link the term AI and like kids in school with affluence, because every child is going to have an AI tutor, which connects back to the work that has been done at Carnegie Mellon. Everyone is going to have that. It's not a choice. So we need to frame it to make it look like it's desirable. I'm not saying that this is like that contrived, this article, but it's certainly helpful to have AI, kids in schooling aligned or like all tangled up in the idea of affluence. Like, again, everything that you think might be imposed on you, it's going to be something that you want, so that you're fine with it. I don't know what my point is here, because all this stuff is happening. So like, how do you live your life? Is it going to be complaining about everything like I am? Or what are we doing in the world that actually matters? Why do you care about the tech news? And there was another huge data breach that was talked about this week. It happened a while ago, but I guess the company involved is a part of a class, is like the target of a class action lawsuit now. So they're saying that 2.9 billion personal records were compromised and that are now on the dark web. It reminds me of it may have been an episode of Black Mirror, or it may have been something else, where it was like an account of everything that happened the week that everybody's data, everybody's activity just became public and nobody could do anything about it. If you wanted to, you could look into what was someone doing on their phone at this particular time, or where were they, or what conversations were they having. You can look at everybody's everything. It's all public. Nobody's communications are private anymore, or like whereabouts or whatever. Communications, whereabouts, associations, none of it was private. That's where we're headed. I talk a lot about how I've mentioned previously about how I went to a conference, and one of the talks was about the end of privacy. And that was in 2016. They were saying privacy's over. It's not a thing. Anyway, I made this video. 2 of the most humongous security, data, vulnerability things, breaches, or whatever, have happened during Mars transit of Gemini. And I was saying that it's going to be about critical infrastructure. And if you want to call the internet infrastructure, then it works just fine. But this is how everything's going to be moved. This is how mass adoption of Web3 is going to happen. Do you not know what Web3 is? Watch this, and also watch my Intro to Cryptocurrency video, which is, I have a playlist called Special Reports where you can find that. This week is so annoying. My election season press conference, held only for influencers, would be just this. Speaking of which, a few weeks ago I talked about Polymarket, and I'll link the video. I'll link whichever one it is. I forget which week it is, but I talked about Polymarket, and I also said that I didn't know, I talked about how useful, like its usefulness in connection with the usefulness of blockchain to establish powered structures. And I had said that I didn't know if Polymarket was on blockchain or not. It is built on blockchain. It's not Ethereum, as this tweet says. That's apparently a mistake. It's built on a different blockchain, but that doesn't matter. This tweet demonstrates that a lot of people don't understand that the value in blockchain, the utility, is for the people running the thing, not for the end user. It's, Polymarket needs to be on blockchain because then the history of everybody's preferences and the fluctuations thereof, and I don't know if I don't think it's all, if you have to log in with a wallet, does that wallet have some sort of ID? Like, even if it's anonymized, it could still be like a unique user. Everything is logged permanently, near indestructibly, on a distributed ledger. So so Polymarket is decentralized. If you said that, nobody would get it. They would be like, what's in it for me? How is it decentralized? Who cares? But the way decentralized is a term being used, with the assumption that you'll take it to mean that the decentralization is about governance, but it isn't. It can also be, but decentralized mostly just means the computers over which the data is distributed are decentralized. So if you destroy one cluster of computers, there's still another one the blockchain will live on. But another thing about this tweet, and just the tone and the comment added to the screenshot, is that it entrains people to kind of be like, well, don't worry your pretty little head about what's going on under the hood. This guy's saying, this is the way. Just only think about what's in it for you. Don't think about what it's being built on. I was listening to a podcast a couple of weeks ago where one of the hosts was saying, like, we're building these 10-lane highways of blockchain and there's no application layer. And I thought, wow, that's a very first-hand account of, like, this is serious. It is coming and you're a part of it. And it's weirdly just being sold as for you and a magical freedom thing and so revolutionary. And there are parts of it that can be, but it's not really necessary to humanity. It is more necessary to empower established power structures. I mean, it will also like shift balances of power, but it's not necessarily like an equality thing. Is that even a thing in the world? Like, isn't that like Fortuna's sphere of fortune? I'm recording this late at night, so I'm a little bit stream of consciousness. The Federal Appeals Court has found that geofence warrants are categorically unconstitutional. So that's interesting. Sometimes I feel like we'll get something and it will be to distract us from something else. A geofence warrant takes an area of space and it can go through the data of any mobile devices in that area. So in the appeal, whatever this document, and geofence warrants were referred to as, quote, general exploratory rummaging, the type that the Fourth Amendment of the United States was designed to protect us against. So that just happened, a whole era of unconstitutional behavior. And in other news, while you're busy worrying about whether your neighbor is too right-wing or too woke, this is happening. Meshtastic is a fascinating communication system that's truly decentralized. It's not decentralized in a blockchain way. Normally, any effing where you hear the word decentralized, it's referring to blockchain, and that doesn't necessarily mean what you think it means. In the case of Meshtastic, it is a decentralized communication system, and you don't have to have a license to use it like ham radio, and it's on the 900 megahertz band, which is like the same band as like a baby monitor or a garage door opener, and you can create a truly decentralized little communication, like local communication system for yourself. And this is going to be really important when Uranus enters Gemini, because communication is probably going to become unreliable in the future. So there's a company called NextNav that is going to acquire additional lower 900 megahertz band spectrum licenses, which means that a narrow section of the radio frequency band that hobbyists and enthusiasts are using, NextNav is going to acquire more of that. It already has some of it, so it wants to buy more. And what this is doing is setting a precedent for continually narrowing this public band, frequency band. Another concern is that the way that they want to occupy the specific piece of the spectrum could create interference with people who are using it in an unlicensed way. And then anyone using that frequency would have to move to a different frequency. Am I explaining this right? If you understand this better than I do, tell me. Meshtastic claims that by reallocating the spectrum that these little communication networks depend on, NextNav could inadvertently weaken community resilience and public safety. So when the shit hits the fan, Meshtastic is going to be important. Like if the power grid goes down, some people have these networks in place. And NextNav is using this network for, in some ways, it ends up amounting to a commercial version of Meshtastic, and they're also, the main thing that they're using it for is for ultra precise all the time geolocation by a private company. And this locks into everything I've been talking about, where like every single thing is tracked at all times. It's a part of ubiquitous sensing. So eating away public, unlicensed, shared radio bandwidth for this kind of thing is sad. And so while you're worrying about who's going to be the president of the United States, this kind of thing is happening. And this could involve life or death situations if there are like power grid outages or cellular activity disruptions during times of conflict or disaster, which is probably going to start to get louder next summer and for the next 7-ish years. Like, you're mostly worried about, do you really think things are actually going to be different when there is a different president installed? What really changed fundamentally, whatever year it was that there was a president you didn't like, mostly the problem is like all the people who are for the president you don't like, if they win, then all those people get to prey upon you psychologically. Or if the president you like wins, you get to prey upon everyone who opposed your candidate psychologically. Your identity is a wallet solution. Those things are being conflated. There used to be like a Capital One commercial where the slogan was, "What's in your wallet?" And that will be a very important question moving forward, because your wallet will not only contain monies like legal tenders, it will contain tokens that you can spend on, it's like drink tickets, but for all kinds of things. And it will contain digital credentials and titles and badges like these. These are like little training badges. So and this is like identity. So your like collection of NFTs. There's a whole network called Zora that's like a social network based on minting of NFTs, but there are others also. Your wallet is an identity. It's like your little life resume. So like your social media profile, in a way, is a kind of wallet, especially in the early days when it was like in like early days of Instagram, when it was like, oh, here's my little portfolio of pictures. Your social media profile is a portfolio. A wallet is a portfolio now, and those two things are going to become inextricable because social media is moving to the blockchain. Eventually, you're going to need a blockchain wallet to use social media for security, and I'm not scoffing at it. It's necessary. There was that data breach of like everyone's social security numbers to get everybody afraid of identity theft. So, is my identity going to be stolen now? I better, moving forward, have a self-custodial ID on the blockchain that is verifiably private, even though the signals of my transactions are still being transmitted to entities in charge of training global superintelligences. MetaMask is rolling out a blockchain debit card, and number one, it's a digital card. Number two, it's being rolled out only for a very small subset of people in the EU. 3, it is different because there is no intermediary. It's just like you spend directly from your crypto wallet. And the difference in the past is like you can have cards. There have been like cards where you can spend your crypto, but it's like a wallet that is in the custody of another entity like Coinbase. So MetaMask is a digital ID. Your identity on an ontological level is a wallet solution, and now you can spend with it. There are also crypto stands who are excited about mass adoption, and don't worry, mass adoption is going to happen because crypto is not rebellious. Crypto was born at the dawn of Pluto and Capricorn, the beginning of the height of corruption. So Google, in like a different, less artsy, more utility version of this, Google has made a everything else pass creator, so you can take a picture of a physical pass and put it into your Google Wallet, which that is convenient, and it's also convenient for Google. So here are all the things. This is like this list is like your collection of NFTs: driver's license, events and tickets, health insurance, ID card, library card, loyalty card, passport, residence permit, student ID, tax ID card, vehicle registration, voter ID card, other, and then you can add like your little art NFTs, video game items, you get the point, digital credentials, the title to your car, special edition, animated GIFs, etc. This week some wires get crossed, but maybe in a good way. But first, the end of an era. This is a week where you'll pivot or course correct or whatever term you like, and that might have been a long time coming, just like over the past few weeks. And then also a long time coming is the beginning of the end of the world beginning of the very, very end of the world. So the beginning of the end of the world was like summer 2019 into spring 2020. No, the beginning of the end of the world was the housing crisis in 2008, the Bitcoin white paper, and the dawn of social impact investing. All in 2008. This week, in one way, you'll finally be able to move forward, and in another way, you're going to start to go back into the past. You'll make some final connections with the future before you go back to deal with the distant past. This was on my list of stories to talk about last week, but I changed the order and then I didn't talk about it. So your identity is a wallet. Everyone's going to be reduced to a wallet, or at least like that's what is trying to happen. And it might not happen all the way. Probably won't work ultimately.
but there'll be a lot of hilarity that ensues on the way. And I'll also note that one hallmark of totalitarianism is to do things, push them really extremely into like a crazy iron-fisted place. And then when everybody protests, roll it back to something that everybody can deal with or likes, or something that people won't really raise an eyebrow about because the thing that they denied was so terrible. So anything else is better. And there was a lot of like staunch authoritarianism happening in 2020 and 2021, and now that stuff is getting hidden. Watch my managed wellness video, which is coming out. I was going to put it out last week, but I didn't, so I'm putting it out this week. But it's about that, about the things that maybe you loved and thought should have been imposed on people in 2020 and 2021, or those same things, maybe there are things that you didn't love. All of that stuff is still coming down the pipeline, just in a different way. And cryptocurrency is a part of that. It's really like same shit, different day in terms of like late stage capitalism. It kind of like moves people around the game board, but it doesn't really change the game board fundamentally. So this, I'm sure you've read the headline, a Dubai court recognizes crypto as valid salary payment. And I didn't really read this article and go into the details because I don't care. I mean, I have the luxury of not caring. Some of these headlines are just like guideposts to show us where we're going. But I didn't read this article in depth, but I did read, and I hope that like they read, I hope people in United Arab Emirates considering using crypto as compensation read this guide. Oh my god. Sorry, I don't think you could see, I got like a dialogue because something weird happened. This article, this is a very in-depth guide on how to use tokens, and it's actually very helpful to understand that tokens aren't really money and they're not really equity. They're something else. So that makes this other article, that makes this really interesting. I think maybe in the beginning of this process, a lot of people might be taken advantage of, thinking that crypto is like tokens are currency, and they are, or that they're equity. So there's something else. So read this. Don't be like me. Read the whole thing. And read this. Very helpful. One thing they say in this, and this is a direct quote, they say about like how tokens are not equity. Some tokens are based on protocols, and this is what they say. Protocols, for example, are autonomous software, not companies. And they're saying that no board or management team, this is still a quote from the article, is dedicated to maximizing the value of a token. So very important as the distinction, that a token is not equity. Workers at Google DeepMind are urging the company to drop their military contracts. And I put this in, initially all I was going to say is like, the world doesn't work this way. You don't have that much pull. Google employees, you'll be replaced by AI. But it is interesting that I guess Google did pledge to like never do this, never do lethal autonomous weapons. In the summary of the article I read, it said that Google, it linked to this and it said that Google pledged to never work on military technology, but I get the sense from this that maybe that's not exactly true. But who knows, maybe you'll read all the things and you can report back. But again, cynical comment is like, Google employees, do you think it's like 2011 or something? Like the company actually cares if a segment of their employees don't like something? I don't think that matters anymore. That time is not now. So it's millennial. They're all millennials. So Wyoming has released a stablecoin. They plan to issue it to an exchange so that the exchange can issue it to a retail user, the retail user. They want it to just be an everyday payment method for everyday things. So we might see Wyoming being the first like community-based currency or UBI, like official UBI program coming down the pipeline. That's a prediction, because I really don't think that official UBIs or community currencies are going to be done with the currency we currently use. I don't think that's going to be a thing. I think all upcoming UBIs are probably going to be digital currencies. So they're experimenting with fighting climate change by bioengineering a better cow. When will we learn that there is a price? I predict, my job is to predict things, I predict we will pay a price for this, for these bioengineered cows, just like we paid a price for GMOs, and now they're called, by the way, GMOs are called NBTs, new breeding techniques. So when you are in the store and you buy something because it has the little orange butterfly non-GMO thing, that means nothing now, unless it's like made of corn or something. I think there's something like 8 recognized GMOs. So if you're like, they'll put that label on anything, even if it contains crops that have never had that like GMO distinction just because consumers care about it. But so it means nothing now. And the way it means nothing is like, yes, if you buy corn tortillas and it says non-GMO, that's probably good. Then you're probably not getting like, or like maybe like frozen tater tots and it says non-GMO. Maybe you're not getting like the potatoes mixed with the fish gene or whatever. But it means nothing because you could have a thing that says non-GMO and it could still have genetically modified like products in it, like produce or whatever, but those are NBTs. So they're engineered by CRISPR. We're not adding genes from fish or whatever. We're just deleting and editing in the same organism using CRISPR. And those are called NBTs. So if you buy something that says non-GMO, you could still have NBTs, I think. I'm pretty sure. I did some very quick and dirty research on this a few days ago. And if it doesn't say non-GMO, it doesn't matter. So basically that's meaningless. Unless, look, I guess I should have come to table with the list of the GMO organisms. So if you're buying something with that in it, but it's really only 8 things or 15 things or something. Anyway, they're engineering a cow to create less emissions. Also, this is one of the absolute funniest headlines I've ever seen in my entire life. Speaking of which, remember when we started putting fluoride in the water because everybody was malnourished? Did you know that tooth decay is actually a malnutrition problem? It's not really things sitting on the surface of your tooth. So everybody was getting tooth decay during this industrial revolution because these cities were food deserts and nobody was eating anything that was really good for them. Which, did you know that your teeth have... There was a guy who was like raising his eyebrow at the conventional wisdom from the late 50s or late 40s or something, that tooth decay is like stuff on the surface of your tooth. So eating a lot of sugar, not brushing your teeth. He did these studies where he put in like, God bless you, rats, lab rats, okay? Not really into laboratory testing, but God bless these rats so that we can know this. That's truly chilling in a whole other video. But he put fluorescent dye, fed them something with fluorescent dye. So it was in their stomachs, and then 6 minutes later, it was inside the pulp, the center of their teeth. And then it eventually made their way out to cover the surface of the teeth. So your teeth have a fountain of fluid, and it can be regarded as an invisible toothbrush. And as long as that is going properly, tooth decay is not really going to be too much of a thing. When you start to really get tooth decay, it's because that process of this like dentine fluid starts to reverse, and it starts to like suck in fluid, and everything gets messed up because the flow's not supposed to go that way. So your teeth are really magical. They're not just like dead organisms anyway, but we didn't know that, so we put fluoride in the drinking water, being like, it's from normal wear and tear, which is actually what they say in this article. It's the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention says that fluoride strengthens teeth and reduces cavities by replacing minerals lost during normal wear and tear. I know that this is supposed to be tech news and this is like health news, but this is also tech news. It's the same as bioengineering cows. It is a technology, deciding to put fluoride in the drinking water. And very PLUTO and AQUARIUS. This technology thing we put it in the critical infrastructure. Now we're finding out it lowers IQ in children. So I'm sure this is going to go great and save the planet. Nature is the most perfect system. Nature is the only system that creates no waste. The more we tamper with nature, the more we're going to pay a price later. But that goes back to, I found a headline, I don't have the screenshot for it, but that humans are going to overtake a very large portion of the wilderness by 2070, which is setting up a system of moving everybody into smart cities, which are the new reservations, and not allowing people to go into wilderness. And I think there will be a hidden price for that, because there's no baseline promotion culturally of conservation through use or actual interaction with nature. It's keeping us away from it. I'm just going to stop talking about that. I think you understand what I'm saying. This week's foreshadowing for next year. In other news, the past comes back to haunt you. It's not very online this week, so I'm just going to talk about old stuff. Remember this? No? It's from 2020. I know you can read what it says on the preview, but I'll just read it for you. What if people could sell stock in themselves? Instead of borrowing money and paying back a fixed amount, why not take an advance in exchange for a fixed percentage of your future income? The article, if you're just listening, is called You Can Securitize People Now. I'm pretty sure this is one of the games that the Buddha would not play. Sent from my glass house. I'm still not talking about the Telegram CEO. I'm convinced that even that story is a form of distraction, even though it probably isn't. It's probably not an engineered distraction. And I find it not worth fixating upon. Oh, should CEOs be responsible for this stuff on their platform? And it's also moving us into like everything you post online is an NFT. Oh, can you even do anything in the world? Can you even be a CEO of a messaging platform? No, you can't. That's what the world has come to. So now let's move on and love everyone and tell the truth. I was thinking this week that if money is changing, and it is, and data is the new oil, then your personal data is money, obviously. Then the way you live your life is money. And that's how you get broad spectrum control. And that's how you alter the spiritual perception of reality. You get the human being to no longer understand it's a human being, as John Trudeau says. Try to say this fast 3 times, and you'll open a portal to another world. There's a Hamburglar joke in the Grimace meme coin, and I'm sure somebody has already said that. But again, I was not very online this week. And I didn't talk about this last week on purpose because when I recorded my video, I still couldn't figure out why I cared. So then I would just be reporting the news to you, which that's what you're here for. So maybe I should have done it. All I had to say about it was that it happened. But here are some thoughts. Hacking has always been pretending to be someone else in order to exploit what they have access to. And that's interesting now with the financialization of culture, that the hacking occurred in order to exploit cultural clout, like to wear another entity's cultural clout. There's a tweet I made a long time ago that I haven't pulled up here, but it was about the elemental nature of the 4 big tech companies, like Google being God, which now that landscape has changed a lot because of AI. There are many gods. It's like almost like going back to the old ways. More than one god. Apple was creativity, fire. Facebook was water, emotional connection. And Amazon was earth. That wasn't totally my idea. I listened to, I think it was like a 2017 podcast with Kara Swisher about how those big tech companies attach themselves to big archetypes like creativity and emotional connection, but I made the elemental association. Come back next week for a better hairdo and more tech news. This week, you're trying so hard to stay organized, but there's just way too much, so some turnips are going to fall.
Mercury's back in Virgo, and Mercury is direct. But while Mercury was in Virgo, I forgot to tell you that some of my favorite comedians have Mercury retrograde in Virgo. One of them is Michael Keaton, who played Beetlejuice, like the old one. I was listening to a podcast about blockchain, and even though the podcast is supposed to be talking about crypto, but that's just like the poster child for blockchain. And they were talking about a governance attack. So in a decentralized autonomous organization, there was like an attack, and they even talked about whether or not to call it an attack, but they're calling it an attack, where they undermined the voting system and got enough votes to like take over the org. 2 things were interesting to me in this. In one part, they called decentralized autonomous organization a democratic inspired system. So blockchain is going to be used until AI makes the world go away. Blockchain is going to be used to fix the voting system. It's not necessarily a better system, but it's definitely efficient and exact. Anyway, so it's a democratic inspired system, blockchain voting. Also, they talked about, so this attack occurred when a lot of voting members were asleep, and they talked about the idea of voter fatigue, how like many things to vote on were set up so that there are so many irrelevant things to vote on. It's not practical for people to vote on every single thing. So they're calling this voter fatigue. We'll have radical democracy. You're going to get to vote on every single thing, but that will be impractical. And I think that term voter fatigue is going to come up. So then you'll vote on an AI model that votes for you, and that's real. OpenAI is considering like monthly subscription prices as high as $2,000 a month. And this is because of the computing power required by some of the more advanced models. But it's got me thinking about things that I can't verbalize very well right now about paying to be smart, or I don't know, you've always had to pay to have more leisure time. But what about when I think wealth has always allowed people to have more logistical freedom to be more intelligent. I don't know, I made a note to talk about paying to be smart, but I don't really think it sounds very smart right now. Or like affluence granting you access to intelligence, I think has always been a thing. We definitely have. Anyway, someone in the comments said if it can replace one employee, then $2,000 a month is actually really reasonable. This article on Slashdot was posted as a question: is the tech world now central to foreign policy? Yes. That's what I've been saying. The tech world is now central to all policy because the tech world is your new government. Tech business governs the world. Tech business has a more powerful
ability to govern than governments. This article talks about the changing information environment and how the government has set up a Bureau of Cyberspace and Digital Policy and how they're training cybersecurity experts. This article doesn't mention blockchain, which is weird because they're building 10-lane freeways. I was listening to a podcast where someone who is a total blockchain nut, not a nut as in like off their rocker, but just like super into blockchain, crypto specifically, saying like, we're building these 10-lane blockchain freeways and there's no application layer, which I mentioned before on the show. And they're like in awe of it, but like it's for a reason. And if the Secretary of State isn't aware of that, it's weird that the Secretary of State in the government isn't talking about it, and that blockchain is just framed as a fringe technology. That's weird. I think that's weird. So the New York Times did this. If you go, there's an article on the New York Times website that's like a scrolly TikTok embedded post thing to indoctrinate you into their point of view. I wonder how long we have until the New York Times says that about the meat space. To be fair, the article says that the Telegram allows this type of criminal organization at scale, but everything else in the world is at scale. So crime's going to be at scale. You're not going to eliminate it completely. I understand why it needs to be talked about, but I know we need to talk about it so that the conversation can somehow influence the legal precedents moving forward. I feel like my news desk is maybe not the place to talk about it because I think before this we had the Silk Road. You're always going to have a black market. If you think you can eliminate the black market through the tools that they use, that sounds naive to me. There's a quote from the article that's pretty rich, given that tech companies are your new government. It says, operating like a stateless organization, Telegram has long behaved as if it were above the law. And it also says that, quote, in many democratic countries, patience with the app is wearing thin. So that's an interesting form of misdirection, being like, look, this operates above the law, when the biggest of tech companies are the law. Accounting firm PwC is going to start tracking its workers' locations to make sure that they're not quiet vacationing and to make sure that they're in the office a minimum of 3 days a week. So they went from, you must be in the office 2 to 3 days a week, and now it's, you must be in the office 3 days a week and we're tracking your location. And I don't think this could have happened, like this time of workers getting their locations tracked without everything in the past 5 years having happened. Because what I've said in previous episodes is that if you want to initiate a totalitarian paradigm, what you do is you turn it way past 11 first. And then when everybody complains, you turn it down to a much more reasonable 8. But if you had flipped the switch to 8 volume from 3 or 4, nobody would put up with it. So workers being tracked, locations being tracked. If you want to be a worker, this is what you're going to have to consent to. So somewhat related, the Bluetooth upgrade is saying that precision tracking has been increased. And in the little write-up that I saw, it was like potentially improving your Find My functionality. So it's weird they had to throw that in because, in my opinion, the most useless. You just play a sound to find your thing. I guess if you're in that movie, A Quiet Place, you need more precision Bluetooth tracking, but it's interesting that it talked about that and no other creepier use cases. This hooks into my discussion, it's 2 or 3 weeks ago, about the precision tracking company that wants to buy more of the small section of bandwidth used by things like baby monitors and garage door openers and Meshtastic, which is a rogue open source communication technology. You can set up a local communication network in case the internet goes down or something. Anyway, there's a company that their thing is more precision tracking using this section of radio bandwidth. So the tracking is coming at you from all sides, and it's going to be logged on blockchain because blockchain is how you train LLMs, and they're running out of data. Anyway, go watch that episode. I'll try to remember to link it here, but it's 2 or 3 weeks ago. A company called Altera. Okay, fine. You did a newsworthy thing, and now I'm a free advertisement for you. Not that there's anything wrong with that. I would love a free advertisement for me. I guess I gotta do something newsworthy. Anyway, this company, Note AI, neuroscientists, I talked about this in my managed wellness video, which you should go watch. So these are 1,000 autonomous AI agents in Minecraft. So it's like The Sims. And I'm going to try to play this, just the first part of this video.
I'm Robert. I'm excited to introduce Project SIT, the first ever agent civilization. 1,000 agents collaborating for days, performing any action with emergent government, economy, culture, religion, and more. SIT starts in Minecraft, but we are already going beyond.
This is a Minecraft server, but every player here is actually an autonomous AI agent. And they're completely Minecraft agnostic, capable of using other apps and games. Our agents started with nothing and then worked together to collect over 300 items in Minecraft. They set up a market where agents agreed to use gems as a common currency for trading supplies, building an economy. In this case, you might think the merchants would trade the most, but it was actually the priest. Why? He was bribing townsfolk to convert. We run these worlds every day, and they're always different. Here are 3 of some of our favorite moments.
I don't really have anything else to say about that. It's not like bad. It's very interesting. Just wanted to let you know that was happening. So there's a news story saying the underground world of black market AI chatbots. You can read the headline. The underground world of black market AI chatbots is thriving. So this in the same week that we have a Telegram article from the New York Times being like, it's a black market. Yo, you're always going to have a black market. But I don't know what the answer is. If you can do something about some percentage of it, you have to. Anyway, I'd like to read to you a quote from Duncan Trussell from his conversation with Eric Weinstein. This is a quote, I initially was very frustrated with ChatGPT because of it being nerfed. But then I got to hang out with an unnerfed LLM and I got it right away. It's like, oh, this is why they have to put guardrails on this thing. Oh my God, it will write a poem for you about how to make meth. Remember, blockchain is how you train, or tokenization is how you train LLMs. Sam Altman has a blockchain project about being a people-nair, and there's a slide about that in my managed wellness video, and an AI company. And it's ostensibly about taking care of people because of what he's created, but the blockchain project is very helpful to the development of AI. Anyway, I don't really want to organize around hatred of technology on this channel, especially with the world getting so gnarly in the coming years. If Pluto and Capricorn 2008 through now was institutions, like established power structures, both getting more powerful and crumbling from their overreach. So Pluto in Aquarius, which is now, or like 2023 through 2044, that's the collective. General populations, both getting more powerful as mob rule and as AI, because AI is the collective with it built out of a tech infrastructure. The collective and general populations both getting more powerful and being eliminated. Monday, I'm putting a red flag on Wednesday. Little things that happen now are going to have greater bearing on the future than you might think. Your phone will hypnotize you with memories. Look at this. It's a visualization of the Wi-Fi strength in your house. Here's a thing called levels. So much of the big venture capital money is like very interested suddenly in preventative care and management of chronic illness. And you'll see a lot of talk going around about how I've seen it everywhere. It's like permeating the info space that allopathic Western medicine is really good at trauma or acute things, but they're not very good at preventative care or chronic illness. So we need to focus on that. And we have like many ancient traditions that do that really well. But actually what we need to do is track everything. So this is a company that helps you understand how food affects you, which obviously is interesting. I secretly want to do it, but also data is the new oil. So a lot of the preventative care options are going to come with broad spectrum tracking. Now go watch my managed wellness video. Speaking of which, oil is also the new oil. Now I'll read this tweet to you. Do you like it when I read you the tweets? Energy is so insanely important because everything that matters in this world is at most 2 to 3 steps removed from it. I used to think that was less true. The further up you climbed in the tech tree, oil barrels give you horsepower, but surely intelligence and tech progress don't need them as much. Crazy that AGI, which will be the single most energy-intensive project ever undertaken, is proving that wrong. Everything, especially intelligence, needs tons and tons of energy. Facebook admitted to scraping an entire country's adult social media data in order to train AI, and they gave them no opt-out option. And the way this went down was Meta's global privacy director was asked about this, and initially she said no. She rejected the claim. However, after a senator pressed her on the issue and said, basically, you do scrape everyone's data and you don't offer an opt-out option, she said, that's correct. Or some, I don't know if she said that's correct. But this article was published Tuesday, September 10th. That night, Mark Zuckerberg sat down to an interview in a stadium where the main takeaway was he's done apologizing. It was mostly about the fact that he feels now he may have taken too much responsibility for going on with elections. Quote from the article being, he's taken too much ownership for problems allegedly out of Facebook's control. Also from the article, in August, the Meta CEO sent a letter to House Republicans effectively apologizing for censoring misinformation around COVID-19 in 2020, bending to demands from the Biden administration. He says he regrets not being more outspoken about the pressure from the government at the time. He said he would push back on if something like this happens again. There's an interesting subtext here where he apologized for that and now he's done apologizing. Something to keep an eye on later. Also, the article says Zuckerberg was pressed at one point about whether he regrets naming the company Meta, which signaled the company's pivot toward the metaverse. And he said Meta's a good name. And I agree, because social media is the metaverse. This is an interesting form of misdirection that has you look at the thing that requires the misdirection and have you regard it as, like, communicate about the thing as if it is understood by everyone that it is this way, not the way it really is. So aren't you silly naming it for the metaverse when you're just not known for metaverse stuff? Although social media is the metaverse. So I think it's a good name too. On the note of misdirection, There's an article this week about the shadow dollar that's fueling the underworld. And it's all about how Tether, the cryptocurrency that's tethered to the US dollar, is the first line of the article is that a giant unregulated currency is undermining America's fight against arms dealers, and that this year it was more profitable than BlackRock. But I consider it a form of misdirection. Like, ooh, crypto's this unregulated rebel technology, and it isn't. Computational law seems scary to me, but the benefits that are promoted are that it removes bias. And I think in decision making, like legislative decision making, or even like administrative decision making on the part of a corporation, we need both to minimize, if not eliminate, bias, and a sense of the spirit of the law, because there's the letter of the law and there's the spirit of the law. You know, all those people who went to jail for marijuana when marijuana was illegal, the letter of the law would say, well, that was the law at the time, so they deserved to be in jail the whole time. And now that the precedent has changed, we can't go back and change the past, but we can agree that a lot of those people did not deserve to go to jail and have their and their families' lives ruined. Anyway, Nevada is set to become the first state to use generative AI in unemployment benefit appeals. A Google-powered system will analyze hearing evidence and transcripts to provide recommendations on claim decisions. So one thing they want to do is clear up a backlog of cases. So they think this will speed up the process. Concerns have been raised that the emphasis on speed could lead to human reviewers just being not really analyzing the AI recommendations, just approving them, potentially undermining the fairness of the process. So you know how I keep saying giant tech corporations are your new government? I know last week I said I didn't want to organize around hatred of technology. I haven't gotten good at it yet. Murders in Tijuana in 2024 have doubled, and so Uber added a panic button to their app as one safety measure for both drivers and passengers. But it has a you need to take 2 steps to activate it, so that means that it's less easy to get to, and if you need to get to it quickly, but also they don't want people using it by accident. It's only been used 190 times since April, and none of those were for an emergency. They were all for like testing. Whoops, here's the article. Anyway, this article also mentions a 911 access app called Violet Button, which I am unable to find on the internet. 23andMe is going to pay $30 million to settle a class action lawsuit from a 2023 data breach affecting 6.5 million customers. The settlement includes cash payment for affected customers and a requirement that 23andMe improve their security practices. Sometimes I wonder if these data breaches, I don't know if this is true. This is me wondering. This is me being creative. That sometimes these data breaches could be like back end, like under the table deals. Like 23andMe would get in really big trouble if they sold all this data to a huge research company or even AI of some kind. But they will gladly pay $30 million for maybe like a bigger deal under the table. This is me being creative. There are a number of reasons. There's so much I don't know about that could make that completely implausible. And there are probably a lot of reasons why that would not be the case. Also, 23andMe denies any wrongdoing, but they acknowledge the breach. Large tech companies are opposing a proposal to increase their share of electric grid upgrade costs to support their data centers. Google, Meta, and Amazon are arguing against plans to change how the costs are split for updating the grid because it could raise their energy bills. Like they have to update the grid because the data centers are so massive. So they're trying to rearrange things so that the people with the massive data centers pay a little more for power. They claim that this would unfairly target them. And they've also pointed to existing investments in clean energy, saying that this would hinder that. This decision will probably significantly impact the tech industry and the future of the US power grid. So watch my special report, which is about putting the grid on blockchain. So one thing that does is it turns everybody into a quote energy investor, and you get credits for selling your power back to the grid. So I see Amazon, Google, and Meta having, like, there's a potential for a system like that for them to benefit greatly, possibly. I guess I'm not like fully understanding exactly how that works. But what I'm talking about is decentralized physical infrastructure networks. Wired recently did a profile on Google doing smart robotics stuff, specifically working on combining AI language models with robots to create machines that can understand and execute complex tasks given in natural language. This allows robots to process instructions like bring me a snack and to also translate them into actions. So they want robots to reason, plan, and interact with the physical world more effectively. And they mention the main industries up to be revolutionized are logistics, manufacturing, and healthcare. I was excited to read this article because I wondered if they would mention soft robotics, which is a big deal, a thing that's happening, or the outside-in robot, how all the world is just going to become a giant robot, and we will be that robot's senses. But it didn't say anything about either of those things. So I'm categorizing it as a form of misdirection, which I guess is today's theme. Speaking of the outside-in robot, why do all the big AI logos look like the panopticon? I'm just doing knowledge work all the time. Like even to relax, I'm doing knowledge work. I'm finding recipes on the internet. I'm organizing them in my Notion. I'm always doing knowledge work, even in my dreams. If you wear anything other than natural fibers, I realized that your dryer lint is microplastics. I made a video a long time ago about the equinox, and it's the first video I ever uploaded. You can go watch it. The equinox already happened, so you can't perform the experiment, but you could wait until spring. But you could watch it and then schedule your experiment for the spring equinox, which is March 20th, 2025. Partially I mention this because I talk about it being your device entering dark mode in the video, and we're increasingly having devices naturally go from light mode to dark mode. It's almost as if we don't want this technology. We want to go back to the old ways of things changing seasonally and day to night. There was an article in, I think it was either the Wall Street Journal or the Financial Times a couple weeks ago about how the more affluent people are, the more dumb tech they're using, like even fax machines. So correlate this back to a couple months ago, it came up in the news several times. They're like, oh no, people who are less financially solvent aren't going to be able to afford the internet. And I keep saying that, don't worry, everyone will be able to access the internet at all times. In fact, it will be a mark of affluence to not have to access the internet all the time, which, to be clear, is not a jab at the affluent. It is a jab at the way it's being talked about in the media to Jedi mind trick you into wanting internet. Amazon has joined the Motion Picture Association. So that's Amazon, Paramount Pictures, Sony Pictures, Universal Studios, Walt Disney Studios, Warner Brothers, Discovery, and Netflix. They're a very powerful lobbying group. And Amazon bought MGM in 2022. So the Motion Picture Association does policymaking and protection efforts in regards to its creative. So this shines an interesting light, an interesting eclipse light, where you can see all the carpet stains, or I don't know what because this isn't necessarily bad or nefarious, it's just, it is what it is. When Amazon started entering into streaming video and cinema, very strategic. So a headline I read this week on financialtimes.com was Global Police Dismantle Encrypted Messaging App Used by Criminals. Again, that was the Financial Times headline for this story, and you can read about it, whatever. But in the same style, I'm going to tell you about how one government exploded messaging devices used by criminals. See what I did there? I'm not going to talk anymore about exploding pages because I don't want to scare you. But a significant plot point must have occurred sometime between late July of this year and late August of this year, because Mars was applying to Jupiter and Gemini. So there's a company, a while ago, I forget what update, you're gonna have to go back and watch all of them, oh no, to find it, where I talked about quantum dot TVs and how quantum dots are entering the media in this way because they're entering lots of places and they're very important and they need to enter your consciousness as a good thing. And this bolsters that. This article in the news this week bolsters that conjecture of mine, which is not just mine. So my takeaway from this article is quantum dots. Quantum dots are in your consciousness. Quantum dots good. No quantum dots bad. Look up the report from Rice University called Quantum Dot Tattoos Hold Vaccination Record. This was a proposal from winter of 2019 to hold the vaccination records of children in quantum dot tattoos in children. So now that you've been thoroughly conditioned against such overt tracking, in biological tracking inside your human body, now stuff like quantum dots will just go into your supplements for wellness. So now the whole wellness space is corrupted. And that's every time the moon goes through Taurus, where the moon exalts, it is now squaring Pluto in Aquarius. And that's one big signature of this, is like our maximum health being interfered with by corruption regarding technology, tracking of the masses. If you think that sounds crazy, watch my managed wellness video first. It's a few uploads back. What happened? It's showing you all my things now. Look up the video, Graphene, Quantum Dots, and Cannabis by Nixine Publishing. And think about my managed wellness video, and think about your supplements, and think about your organic produce. Mercury in Virgo takes care of its children. Hermes, Lord of Swiftness, has granted mail carriers the comfort of air conditioning, the protection of airbags, and 360-degree vision. This upgrade is long awaited. And I guess they look weird, but mail carriers are pretty happy about it because of the improved safety, improved comfort, improved utility. They were built by Oshkosh Defense, and most of them will be electric, thanks to a government deal that helped fund charging stations. This is part of a broader effort to curb carbon emissions by 2030 by 40%. Salesforce's new AI strategy acknowledges that AI will take jobs. Salesforce is changing how it uses AI in its products. Their main product is a CRM system, so customer relationship management, as if you don't know. So Salesforce helps companies track customer information, sales, and interactions, sales, marketing, customer service, and data analysis. So it's a company that helps businesses better connect with customers to grow their sales. This is starting to sound like an ad for Salesforce, but it isn't. Wow, to be sponsored by Salesforce, that would be amazing. And they're changing their charging structure. So first they're offering computer programs that can do jobs on their own. It will take jobs away from companies that use Salesforce. So like setting up meetings, customer service, Salesforce is going to do that automatically using AI. And instead of charging monthly per seat, which a lot of SaaS does, they'll charge $2 each time the AI helper does a task. So this is setting up Salesforce to still make money, even if their technology helps jobs be eliminated. Very clever. IBM is quietly getting rid of many jobs. and trying to keep it quiet. Apparently, when I try to hide, I get more attention. IBM is reportedly carrying out a significant round of layoffs and trying to keep it quiet. And it's particularly located in IBM Cloud. I almost said IBM Clown. And managers participating in the layoffs are apparently signing NDAs to keep it quiet, but again, when I try to hide, I get more attention. IBM has referred to this in the past as a, quote, workforce rebalancing that would affect a small percentage of their global workforce. The cuts mainly target senior level programmers, sales and support staff, with many affected employees in the 50 to 55 age range, and with 20 to 24 years of seniority, so people who have been at the company for a really long time. Some jobs are reportedly being moved to India. And the article also mentions something that I didn't mention a few weeks ago because I'm just so bored of tech layoffs, but there were a slew of tech layoff stories this week. So the article also mentions Cisco going through with its layoffs that it announced recently. And remember, there are a lot of tech layoffs this past winter. Mercury retrograding back in Capricorn, going through, looking at the balance sheet and being ruthless and cold about cutting costs this past winter. Publicly posted software development roles are down almost 30% since February of 2020. Tech companies have offloaded 137,000 jobs. It seems like a small number, actually, since January, as reported by layoffs.fyi. I don't really know where to go with this, but I'm starting to look at the South Node in Libra and all these tech layoffs together. And the scales are a tool of commerce and calculation. That's all I got. The alternative headline I saw, this is from the Washington Post. The other headline, when I accessed this on a different device, was internet data centers are fueling drive to old power source, coal. Northern Virginia has more of these centers than anywhere in the world. And this article frames them as they're crucial for our online lives, which we could look at that. We could take a look at that. And they use massive amounts of energy and water. And that's what this article is about, causing environmental concerns. So again, I think the power grid is going to be a source of, or a big focal point soon, especially next year. So looking at general retail consumer efforts to save energy, or encouragement to save energy, we can go back to this article. Do we really want this? Apparently companies are trying to find ways to make the data centers environmentally friendly, like using renewable energy and finding good sources for the heat that they produce. This is also, since I was served two different headlines, this is also, sometimes they just A/B test headlines a lot. They'll just split it down the middle and see which headline does better, and then that'll be the one that stays. But I think with the algorithm, we could see a world where everybody is served maybe the same articles but with different headlines. Just as on social media, sometimes people are served a different bunch of comments than others on the same post. In completely unrelated news, not that one, this one, Google is backing the launch of FireSat, a satellite constellation aimed at detecting and tracking wildfires globally. The satellites will use infrared sensors and Google's AI, that's not terrifying at all, to provide real-time updates on wildfires. I know I'm being really cynical, but this is so easy. Images will be refreshed every 20 minutes, and Google has invested $13 million in this initiative. Larry Ellison, the co-founder of Oracle, has declared the company's commitment to advancing AI-driven mass surveillance, claiming that it will help ensure that both police and citizens behave under constant watch. Last week I remarked that all the big AI companies' logos look like the Panopticon. Ellison views Oracle's technology as the backbone for real-time monitoring, emphasizing that police body cameras will always be on, I think even in the bathroom, if I'm not mistaken. And this is according to his vision of a world of enhanced accountability, but it's like the transparency thing with blockchain, where it's the transparency is for everyone, but still, if you have a lot of power and resources, you aren't subject to that. Ellison sees vast opportunities for AI from policing to agriculture. Watch my managed wellness video, while promoting Oracle as the go-to provider of this type of infrastructure. Thought Police, OpenAI threatens to ban users who probe its Strawberry AI models. This is very Garden of Eden core. If we want to know, we shall be cast out. Also consider the deeper spiritual implications of these figures who have wanted to know, figured it out, and now will cast out anyone else who wants to know. But there's also a purity and perhaps a freedom in ignorance, or what even is ignorance. If you're not trying to figure out how the AI works, where is your attention directed? Is it directed perhaps to the radiant health of your human body and those under your care, or perhaps to the nurturing of your close relationships? Snapchat is going to use your face by default in their ads, and you can opt out of this by saying like, don't use my selfie in ads or something. It's in this article how to do it. You can disable the quote, see my selfie in ads feature, which is enabled by default. The Federal Trade Commission has released a report showing that big social media and other like video streaming companies collect more personal information than users could even imagine, and it's including from children and teenagers. The report says that companies often keep this data and also share it widely, and they make money using this data for targeted advertising. The Federal Trade Commission suggests limiting data collection and sharing, improving privacy controls, and protecting minors online, obviously. And the Federal Trade Commission wants Congress to pass new laws to address these issues. And the way I see this report is, and this graphic is from the report, it's all an advertisement for blockchain digital IDs, which are verifiably private, but which you'll be compelled to have things collect your data in order to use services, and then you'll be compelled to share that data if you're financially disadvantaged somehow, or if you need someone's approval for anything. The international dialogues on AI safety happened in Venice, Italy, which sounds like some kind of a blockbuster movie. So AI experts gathered and issued warnings about AI, calling for urgent global oversight. What does that mean? That means a global consortium or something, and not against it. They proposed creating AI safety authorities to monitor and regulate AI systems, focusing on potential dangers like self-replication or deception. Anyway, they emphasized a need to have a coordinated international consortium of some sort to address AI's potential threats. Financial market data is becoming all tokenized. Like that's what crypto is. It's tokenizing financial data, except in the metaverse, every interaction is a transaction. And the metaverse is social media. And tokenization is what's used to train LLMs. Anyway, MasterCard is buying Recorded Future, which is a company that helps businesses and governments detect cyber threats. The purchase price is $2.65 billion. It will reportedly help MasterCard improve its ability to protect against cybercrime this week, as stories from Visa and Walmart saying they're going to do a thing that makes it so you don't have to pay for a card, you can pay directly with your bank account, which in my opinion is a predecessor for using cryptocurrency for everything. Digital monies, community currencies, if you will. Recorded Future uses artificial intelligence to analyze data and spot potential security risks. And the deal is expected to be completed in early 2025, and it's pending regulatory approval. And speaking of blockchain, this is from a while ago. You can see it, September 12th. I put it in my news thing and then I forgot to talk about it. Adam Newman, he's the founder of WeWork. There's a documentary on Hulu about him starring Anne Hathaway, and it frames him as like, oh, this was a failure, but this is a symbol of everything else going on around like IRL social networks, how the metaverse is social media and the physical world is becoming the metaverse. In all of this, cryptocurrency and blockchain are really important, especially to track people and keep people under control, but also to train large language models. So Adam Newman is refunding investors, people who invested in his climate tech startup Flow Carbon, after it failed to deliver on its promise to create blockchain-based carbon credits. I think this is going to be a thing though, so it's weird. Like he's become a figure who symbolically fails in order to direct your attention away from the fact that these very technologies and systems are being built and they are going to succeed at some point, and then the whole world as we know it is going to fail and be very different. So maybe all this technology will go away. But like the way I see it right now, it's way too early for it to actually be failing. I think it's going to like be demonstrated to fail while it's actually succeeding, unbeknownst to you. Anyway, he raised millions for his Goddess Nature token, which is meant to represent carbon credits. Investors were being asked to sign confidentiality agreements in exchange for their refunds. It might look like nonsense to you, but in my opinion, it's very important. IBM has acquired a startup that helps companies optimize and reduce costs related to their Kubernetes cloud infrastructure. So Kubernetes is a thing that it comes from the Greek word helm, and the word cybernetics is derived from it. And the work of Stafford Beer, the father of cybernetics, is connected to Kubernetes, which is it's a programming framework that's very important for running the world, or making sure that you're like controlling lots of different things to make sure that your objective is reached, which also is amazing. And IBM has had previous acquisitions in the financial operations space as a strategy to enhance its IT and cloud management services. KubeCost is known for its widely adopted cost monitoring solution and its open source project, OpenCost. And this will be integrated into IBM's FinOps suite to provide more comprehensive cost management solutions. Sleep apnea detection is coming to Apple Watch. Apple has released many health features and just like biology monitoring sensor features for the watch and for the AirPods aimed at improving sleep and hearing. So the watch can notify users of the potential for sleep apnea to make health monitoring more accessible. Watch my managed wellness video if you haven't. I talked about this a while ago. This came up like in the winter. I'll try to link the episode below where I talk about it. NASA's working to create a time standard for the moon, still called Coordinated Lunar Time, LTC, because NASA wants to establish a lasting presence on the moon through the Artemis program, which in my opinion is to direct your attention away from other things. Anyway, this lunar time will be based on atomic clocks, since time behaves differently in space due to factors like relativity. Standardizing time on the moon. This is NASA's effort to enhance safety and coordination, paving the way for the exploration of Mars. We're in between eclipses. Here's a book I really love for times like this. It's really short. It's like big type and it's 118 pages. Eclipse Fair. The sun is so weak right now. Also, there are no productive days this week, so don't plan on being productive. I have marked one day for some semblance of productivity, so stay tuned. So it's a surprise. Blockchain is the ultimate corruption of our time. It was born at the beginning of Pluto's transit of Capricorn in 2008. The retail customer day trading app Robinhood, in one of their ads, talks about getting the rates and perks normally reserved for high society. Finance games are being framed as, hey, no, you can't go outside. Anyway, a recent presidential candidate made her first comments on blockchain because this sector of the US partisan system has been quiet on the matter, and everyone's excited. That means that she's signaling support, but none of this matters. This isn't a rebel technology that needs acceptance from the stodgy old institutions. It's already accepted. You're gonna get it no matter what. They're building 10-lane blockchain freeways. They're putting the whole world on it. I see a lot on this channel that politics is the entertainment division of industry. There's also a thing that is being done by Pleaser DAO, and it's just a wacky, fun, silly thing. They're doing a thing where you can place a bet on their side for who's going to win the US presidential election. And then they're going to put all that money into a bet on Polymarket. And then you did it. Oh my gosh, you did it. Wow. And then everybody's going to get the multiples if the bet on Polymarket wins. This is not just a wacky stunt. It is a way to change the voting system. I don't even care that the voting system is changing. It's happening no matter what. It's just annoying that it's done in this underhanded manner. This is meant to promote that and get everybody excited about blockchain. In my opinion, blockchain was born during Pluto's ingress from Sagittarius to Capricorn. This is the final run of Pluto in Capricorn. So we can see there's this buildup towards blockchain being crowned in multiple ways. So not just, this is a thing to show the public that blockchain is not just about money, but it is also about money. It financializes everything. It turns every interaction into a transaction because every interaction needs to be tokenized in order to train AI, because everyone knows that the way you train LLMs is through tokens. So Pluto is stationing direct next week, which marks its final run through Capricorn, leaving Capricorn forever in our lifetimes, entering Aquarius for the next 20 years. Blockchain is the ultimate corruption of our time, masquerading as something liberating. Also, in some ways, science, I'm not going to say that. I'm going to say institutions leveraging science are the ultimate corruption of our time. I think a part of the ultimate corruption, another one besides blockchain, is that institutions leveraging science are doing corrupt things in such overtly corrupt ways, which makes it easy for people to be like, oh, science is corrupt. And then your detractors can say, science can't possibly be corrupt. It's the most empirical, evidence-based system ever. But you're just confused that it's not really science itself. It's institutions, organizations leveraging science. That's a part of Pluto and Aquarius, in my opinion, especially the middle degrees. And that's where the Pluto of the US Constitution is. So that'll be 2032. There was governance drama at OpenAI, but everybody knows that large tech companies are your new government, and politics is the entertainment division of industry. And it has something to do with OpenAI switching from a nonprofit to a B Corp. OpenAI CEO Sam Altman wrote a blog post, which he never does, saying that superintelligence is coming in a few thousand days. This article basically says that AI is going to make us all wizards. We'll be able to do things that seem like magic now, just like our ancient ancestors might have thought computers are magic. Soon we'll each have our own AI team to help us do whatever we want. And that's already happening. Look at a few reports, a few videos back, where I talk about this swarm of Minecraft agents that operated agnostically of Minecraft. They were able to use different apps like Slack and Google Docs. Anyway, he also talks about personal tutors for any subject, instant healthcare, and the ability to create anything you can imagine. He discusses some risks like job losses and misuse of artificial intelligence, but he's optimistic. He thinks we'll figure it out and end up a super prosperous society where everyone's life is better than the best life today. He illustrates that instead of wishing we were lighting lamps by hand, we look back at now and think, wow, they had it rough. So if you've watched this channel at all, you'll know that I would take issue with the last part, which I do wish we were lighting lamps by hand a little bit. There is the fact that they're a fire hazard, but we have the technology to fix that. But blue light is the scourge of human health. It robs you of antioxidants. I made a video about that on my other channel, but I talk about it here a lot. A tugboat powered by ammonia set sail for the first time. So ammonia apparently holds promise as a clean fuel source. But what does clean mean? Exposure to ammonia can cause severe respiratory issues, skin and eye irritation, and even death in intense circumstances. So this makes me think of Pluto in Aquarius for the next 20 years and contamination of the air, something that happened the moment Pluto entered Aquarius. Back in 2023, Pluto entered Aquarius for the first time. It enters into Aquarius and then dips out, enters again and then dips out, and now in November, Pluto will officially enter Aquarius for the next 20 years. But what happened was a big train accident in Ohio that contaminated the air. Accidents or leaks during production, transportation, storage, or just use of ammonia could have significant health and environmental consequences. So can the types of fuel we use now that aren't considered clean. Incomplete combustion of ammonia can produce nitrous oxide, which is a greenhouse gas. So you got to make sure you do it right. No mistakes. Nitrous oxide has global warming potential that far exceeds carbon dioxide, apparently. Ammonia combustion can also produce nitrogen oxides, contributing to smog, acid rain, and respiratory problems. If you are an expert on this stuff, please correct whatever I'm wrong about, please. And leaks can contaminate water and soil and disrupt the nitrogen cycle. It's not a godsend, I don't think, but we are doing our best. California is suing ExxonMobil, claiming the oil giant lied about plastic recycling for 50 years. They say Exxon tricked people into using more plastic by making recycling seem better than it really is. Exxon says that California is the real problem for not fixing their recycling system. Some California towns built what are basically giant Brita filters on steroids. These are huge tanks full of special polymer beads that trap forever chemicals. So the polymer, it's called a resin technique, but they're using plastic to remove the forever chemicals from the water. But these polymer beads are engineered to have a high surface area like charcoal. I don't know how they are all that different from charcoal. I guess the thing about the polymer beads is that they are designed to have a particular affinity with forever chemicals. It's also very expensive. The Department of Justice is suing Visa, alleging they're abusing their dominant position in the debit card market. Visa is accused of using its market share to stifle competition and overcharge, which ultimately impacts customers through increased prices. In my opinion, this is a setup for blockchain and more blockchain, because this is Pluto's final run through Capricorn. The Department of Justice is seeking to restore fairness and balance to the market, ensuring a level playing field for all players, including fintech innovators. Imagine you buy a movie online. California's new law says that stores have to tell you that you're not really buying it. You're just renting it forever. This is because some companies have been taking away people's purchases, and this law makes them honest about how that works, or makes them honest about what exactly we're paying for. Hundreds more Nazca lines have apparently been hidden in plain sight. According to the proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, researchers using an AI imaging tool called ResNet 50 have uncovered over 300 new Nazca lines, almost doubling the number that have been identified over the past 80 years. So that's interesting, the technology. We needed planes to be able to see those to begin with, and now new technology is allowing us to uncover more. These include 2 depictions of orcas holding knives. The patterns are smaller, more intricate designs that were previously not detectable by the naked eye. So there's a growing role of AI in archaeology. During this season of eclipse, I wonder about the arubric, is that a word? Aruberous as an adjective? The arubric nature of our very advanced technology, offering us more and more deep insight into our ancient past until something truly unnerving occurs to us. I don't know what. Meta unveiled Orion, their revolutionary AR glasses. I saw someone on LinkedIn call these the holy grail of mixed reality hardware. An ultra-thin graphene implant was just tested in a person, a profound advancement in the realm of neurotechnology. A patient undergoing a necessary tumor resection has become the first human subject to receive a graphene-based brain implant. One thing I think this is doing is normalizing the use of graphene in our bodies. It's a thing. Graphene can self-assemble, but that's not what this is. This is an ultra-thin implant that represents a paradigm shift in brain-computer interfaces. Potential applications range from precise mapping of neural pathways during surgery to the future treatment of neurological disorders such as Parkinson's. Through the lens of this article, it suggests a future where the mysteries of the human mind are further unveiled and the burden of neurological disease is lessened. But also, you can control people with this. This is something that John C. Lilly was working on in the 60s and 70s. And the US government made him give them the technology. I tell a story about this in one of my reports from back in the spring, and I'll try to link it here if I remember. So if it's not there now, check back in a few days. He developed this technology that was these like thin little implants, and he controlled animals with them. I don't really want to talk about the White House agonizing over whether or not to sign the cybercrime bill because they're worried about Russia and China using it as an excuse to spy on people. Verizon experienced a significant service disruption on Monday morning, impacting thousands of customers in major metropolitan areas across the United States. Users reported an inability to place calls or send text messages, with many devices displaying in SOS mode. Verizon acknowledged the issue. The outage underscores critical reliance on telecommunications infrastructure in our increasingly connected society. Watch my special report on decentralized physical infrastructure networks. It's on a playlist that I made for all my special reports. Data centers are so hot right now in commercial real estate. Everyone needs more space for their servers and artificial intelligence. They're appearing everywhere, and they're so popular they're even taking over old office buildings, sometimes ripping out elevators to make room for more computers. Everyone is scrambling for space and power, and it's only going to get crazier. We're just going to need more and more computing power in the future to meet Sam Altman's view of the future, which loops back around to the energy and resources section of this presentation. Have you watched my Manage Wellness video? It's also in the playlist I made for special reports. It's about the Jupiter-Saturn square, and it's also about the Jupiter-Saturn square through the lens of the entire Jupiter-Saturn cycle. So this Jupiter-Saturn square is the opening square coming from the Jupiter-Saturn conjunction in December of 2020. And my hypothesis, which is not just mine, but I recognized it as a part of the Jupiter-Saturn cycle, is the healthcare world is moving more and more to wellness. Everything about healthcare, whether you liked it or not, is now constellating throughout your wellness products and services. Anyway, I saw this quote from a report by Van Group about beauty and personal care, one of the earliest technologies. Writing is another technology. Astrology is a technology. Cosmetology is a technology. Many of these things were said to have been given to us by the fallen angels. Sweetie, no. I don't want to develop apps across cloud and hybrid environments, scale workloads, and create cloud-connected mobile experiences. I talk a lot about how this stuff annoys me, but it also enhances my life. I want to take care of my human body. That's all I really care about. And my relationships, but I'm really, really bad at that. That's all I care about. You don't actually know me. But your imaginary girlfriends refuse to listen. What are you supposed to be doing in this world? Like, as a human? I'm trying to reframe my role. And what do I actually like? I don't want to just be an agent of making you annoyed at stuff and making you point your finger at things. I heard Gordon White giving a talk, and he was quoting someone, and I don't remember who, but that someone was talking about the objective of ritual to the Mayan people, and it had something to do with giving beauty and power to the beautiful earth. So that's what I want to experiment with. And Mr. Beast says to experiment early. So I know that if I start putting out things that aren't tech hate plus astrology, you're going to get bored and go away. Maybe. Or you won't watch those things. Maybe. One of the things I would start talking about is wellness. I have a skincare brand, but who cares? I'm going to just start being myself. And I also know that I made a video about managed wellness, which is the healthcare industry shifting over to wellness, because whatever things you don't want in healthcare, they're just going to put it in wellness, like sneak it into your supplements and your organic produce. But I'm actually very interested in wellness, like real wellness. So here's some things I'm interested in. Cold showers, sleeping on the floor. Sleeping on the floor ruined my relationships, by the way. So that's one way I'm not good at tending to my relationships, is insisting on my wellness. Sleeping on the floor is not the only thing that ruined my relationships. I'm obviously very interested in skincare, but not in the way that you think. Mostly, your skin is a giant LCD screen, basically, that displays the status of your human body. It's not a thing. I think little tricks to make the skin look better have turned into, this is what you need to have good looking skin, and that's not true. I believe that the world is actively conspiring against your health, because healthy people are not easy to control. I am very interested in yoga. I'm doing a yoga training right now. It's my third yoga training. I haven't taught a lot, but I've done tons of trainings. I'm extremely interested in movement, not just in the form of exercise, but we are designed to move, and stuff that we've done to make our lives more convenient has removed the movement from our lives, and then it has created problems in our bodies that we're trying to address with the healthcare industrial system and exercise, which is like compartmentalized movement. But even if you do a shit ton of exercise, like if you exercise for 30 minutes every day and then lead a sedentary lifestyle the rest of the time, which is what some of the most like type A overachieving people do, like 30 minutes to even an hour a day, and then lead a sedentary lifestyle, that's still not good for you. I think I'm just listing all of my hot opinions. And the other thing I keep trying to do is be an artist. And there are multiple ways for me to do that, but I keep getting distracted, mostly through desperation. But what starts out as like desperation to do something practical, because I've been trained, fully trained, to not devote time and energy to any sort of art practice, because that is not practical and it does not make me money. But now I know that if I had devoted time and energy to that, it could be making me money now. So a part of what I'm doing here, like as an astrologer, I started getting into astrology because I realized it could make my art better. I could tie concepts together better in a conscious way, and whatever my subconscious was accessing, I felt like I could make sense of it. Not that I need to. It turns out I don't need to. I've learned that about art. Anyway, what I'm doing here as an astrologer and like a person with a beauty brand side vibe I'm trying to cultivate, I don't care about these things as much as I care about being an artist, but I'm not being one at all. And I have a feeling that you're doing the same thing. The guy who wrote The War of Art, I can't think of his name right now. I know his name. I can't think of it right now. He talks about how people have these full shadow side careers, very elaborate side careers that are all just a distraction to not push past the resistance of making art. So there's that. I don't know what I'm going to share on this channel. A part of me wants to do a beauty and wellness podcast that I'll put on this channel and not on Beauty Grease, my beauty and wellness side vibe, because I just want to make that a vibe. I think I want to do weird art videos or something. I know you're not here to listen to me talk about myself. You're here for the tech news. So here's the tech news.
Sorry for the quality. I'm now at a hotel. This vintage telephone is bugged. California updated their privacy law to include neural data. We're not quite at full-blown telepathy, but in places like hospitals and schools, we have things like medical devices that measure brainwave, electrical activity, or blood flow, headsets you can buy to learn about your own brain and maybe find peace, lawyers and schools using devices to check if their students or workers actually working or paying attention, EEG data to predict things like sexual orientation or like recreational drug use, and eye tracking devices that might reveal your intentions or personality traits. I would add to the list things that your internet history, but they didn't add that. The highest bidder can still buy that. Google is testing blue check marks next to certain business links in search results to help users identify legitimate businesses and avoid fakes. This is part of a small experiment and only some users are seeing it right now. The checkmark relies on things like website verifications and manual reviews, similar to how Google verifies email senders in Gmail. Here's some more data drama. I'm bored with it. I'm already bored with it. Comcast found out that 703 of their customers got their personal info stolen in a cyber attack on their ex-debt collector, FBCS. This news comes months after FBCS initially informed Comcast that their data is safe, and the data stolen includes names, addresses, and social security numbers. Technology is changing everything, including how people practice their religion worldwide. There are apps that help with prayer and holy rules, virtual reality for religious experiences, priests making videos on social media. So it's allowing people to connect with their faith in new ways, which is, there's nothing wrong with. I mean, I know technology has helped me connect with my faith in different ways, a lot of different ways. In an interview with a partner at a VC firm and the CEO of an AI company, they talked about, quote unquote, capturing more of what humans do in order to train AI, which is what I've been talking about. The CEO discusses the future of AI, emphasizing the importance of, quote unquote, frontier data, which is complex, high quality, quote unquote, high quality data, and that's apparently what's needed to advance AI. And he predicts that generating this data will be a major focus of AI companies. So, sidebar from me, not from the article, look at Sam Altman's WorldCoin project, the retina scanning digital ID project, where everyone has a blockchain wallet. In the future, your identity is a wallet solution. You do everything in your wallet, and we live in the metaverse. A lot of people will live in the metaverse. The metaverse is social media, and every interaction is a transaction. Every interaction is tokenized. Back to this interview, the CEO of this AI company explains that frontier data is the next development, or the next frontier in AI development, and it's data that goes beyond what's easily available on the internet. So this is what I've been saying. So it includes data on how humans use multiple tools to solve problems, or detailed interactions that aren't typically surface level available online. And to produce this data at scale, Wang introduces the concept of data foundries. These are systems designed to generate massive amounts of data, like high quality, complex data. And these foundries might combine synthetic data with human generated data to create the volume and quality of data needed to advance artificial intelligence. So he predicts that this type of data generation will become a major focus of companies in the AI space. This LinkedIn post shows people who put a camera.
We built glasses that let you identify anybody on the street. The information our tool collects from just a photo of your face is staggering.
Okay, so it's glasses, and they use facial recognition to identify anyone and then pull up their information instantly. And it gets really creepy. Like, they'll look at someone with the glasses, the information comes up on their phone, and then they can go up to that person and be like, hey, are you so-and-so who did this? And they're like, oh yes, I am. So that is sort of chilling and was bound to happen. There's also a comment, like in the comments, someone points out that they can't really do this with those glasses yet. They have to be doing the images with a cell phone right now. But, I mean, it's a proof of concept, and so it's not less scary or impressive. But someone here says that this nicely encapsulates the war machine business model, where make lots of money building technology that will cause untold damage, then make even more money countering and repairing that damage. Which makes me, like, that comment immediately made me think of how in 2020 and 2021 there was a lot of, like, well, if you're not fat, then you're fat phobic. And if you have a problem with anybody being fat, then there's something wrong with you and you should be shunned. And there was all this like fat positive stuff going on, and it was a big deal, and it was very like permeating online culture, at least, or like quote unquote Western culture. And then all of a sudden, Ozempic. So that's what that made me think of. It has recently been discovered that potato starch makes better bricks than human blood and human urine. Mixing potato starch, salt, and simulated Martian or lunar soil creates a super strong material called starcrete, which is twice as strong, apparently, as regular concrete. While blood and urine were tested in earlier experiments, potatoes are more practical and much less gross. The salt in the mix can even come from Martian soil or human tears.
Is there anything else you want me to talk about? Do you have any questions for me? Also, here's my calendar, my 2025 calendar. This is the special edition. It's different from the normal one that looks like this. Both versions come with a PDF and a digital calendar of personal transits. And if you already have that, email me and I can give you a different type of digital calendar. One for the moon or for your Time Lord this year or something. Anyway, I really need to make this channel positive, about something good, not about everything in the world that's bad. Although I need to talk about that. I'm here to talk about that. I'm going to keep talking about that. Did you know that Meta has a Supreme Court? Meta's Oversight Board, an independent body that reviews content moderation decisions, is launching a new organization called the Appeals Court Europe. No, it's called the Appeals Center Europe. Sweetie. Unlike their regular oversight board, which focuses solely on Meta's platforms, this new center will handle appeals from users across multiple social media platforms in Europe. While the center's decisions won't be, hey, that's fun, good spot. While the center's decisions won't be binding on the other companies, it aims to increase transparency and accountability in content moderation by providing data on user appeals to regulators and the public. The Appeals Center Europe represents a significant step towards independent oversight of online content moderation practices. Remember, I keep saying the metaverse is your new government and the metaverse is social media. And then consider how the media makes fun of Mark Zuckerberg for renaming the company Meta. A Washington Post investigation revealed that hundreds of Americans have been arrested based on facial recognition software, often without their knowledge. Police frequently hide their use of this technology, raising concerns about due process and transparency. Some jurisdictions are moving towards mandatory disclosure, but the lack of clear regulations and inconsistent practices across the country underscore the need for greater oversight and accountability in the use of facial recognition in law enforcement. The Internet Archive was down for a few days, and it's still down, as you can see. A lot of its functionality still doesn't work. You can use the Wayback Machine, I guess. Who controls the past controls the future. Who controls the present controls the past. So this is a PDF I have called How TV Watches Us, Commercial Surveillance in the Streaming Era. The article based on this PDF from Ars Technica was called Smart TVs Are Like a Digital Trojan Horse in People's Homes. Also, I keep telling you, I went to a large computer networking conference in 2016, and one of the talks I attended was called The End of Privacy. CTVs and platforms like
Tubi have built-in tracking technology and partnerships with data brokers, and they monitor viewing habits to an unprecedented degree. The data is used to target personalized ads, obviously, potentially influencing purchasing decisions and even political views. While regulation is lagging, the potential for manipulation and exploitation within the CTV landscape raises concerns about consumer protection and the future of television itself. This is according to the article. And it also reminds me of how everyone's clothes in the film Idiocracy were covered in ads. And all this applies to however you like to scroll also, obviously. According to Morgan Stanley, Amazon will cut 14,000 corporate jobs in 2025. Also, Boeing apparently plans to cut 17,000 jobs, which is 10% of its workforce. So remember this past spring when everyone kept saying unemployment is down, the job market is great, it's booming amidst this era. It's an era. It kind of started getting pretty heavy around this past winter of 2023, this era of unprecedented layoffs, like unprecedented dispossession. New research from West Virginia University reveals that heart rate variability data captured by smartwatches and rings differs from measurements taken in clinical settings, and this is due to the different technologies used to capture that data. Wearables use light-based sensors, and clinical settings rely on electrical signals, and this is what leads to the discrepancies. This article says we need improved accuracy in wearable devices. We need your wearables to be more accurate. And the article also says that while these wearables are useful for general wellness trends, these devices should not replace clinical assessments. And my opinion is that these devices are less useful to you than they are to the structures who get the data. And I made a whole video about this. And a Johns Hopkins study found that how you position your arm during a blood pressure check. Oh, was a sad meow. Do not shrink me, Gypsy. A Johns Hopkins study found that how you position your arm during a blood pressure check can mess up the results. If your arm is on your lap or just hanging down, it can make your blood pressure look higher. Researchers say it's important to rest your arm on a desk or a table when getting your blood pressure checked. Obviously, a wrong reading could mean you get diagnosed with high blood pressure and corresponding pharmaceuticals when you don't actually have high blood pressure. NASA confirms it plans to develop a lunar time standard. This article keeps coming up. This is the third time I've talked about this. And why does it keep coming up? It feels like a shiny thing, like dangling a shiny thing, like a distraction, like abortion. That issue is a distraction from other things going on in the world. Obviously, it's important. I think it's important. If you want to do that, you should be able to do that. It's a figurehead issue, and it's always been an issue, and nothing's ever going to change. It's going to remain a figurehead issue. Check in 10 years when like abortion is not banned, but it's still an issue because it's like a shiny thing, dangling shiny thing. Okay, that was a hot take. Scientists have created a device that allows sound to travel in only one direction. I don't know, describe to me how sound works, because I guess it like goes in all directions, I guess, normally. This is achieved by swirling air. The one directional sound is achieved by swirling air within a circular chamber, which prevents the sound from weakening as it travels. This could lead to advancements in noise cancellation and communication technologies, and may even be applied to electromagnetic waves like those used in radar and other communications. And Uranus enters Gemini July 7th. The U.S. military's Cyber Command is struggling to keep its best hackers, and keep in mind, a hacker is someone who's really, if you want to be good at cybersecurity, you have to be a hacker, basically, if you don't understand that. Due to outdated career management and culture, some in highly technical roles face a tough choice, either stay in the technical role or move to like a managerial role of some sort in order to get promoted. And the technical roles don't really have like high-ranking upper echelons, I guess. So the article suggests mimicking the military's approach to doctors. So for doctors, they offer like advanced education and special pay and more flexible career paths. It also suggests bringing in civilians into higher ranks. So without some sort of shift, the Cyber Command, which is such a good name, risks losing its sharpest minds to the private sector and potentially compromising national security. This article explores the concept of exporting your brain using AI. So this article is normalizing exporting your brain. I might do it. I'll just
I'm just going to join the ant computer. So it's creating a digital copy of all your thoughts and all your experiences to improve communication and self-understanding. And it talks about also how some young people, how it's similar to how some young people have created like slide decks for their therapists to explain like their lore. So this is like having an AI companion that helps you articulate your feelings, remembers past conversations, like a lot of these have infinite history, and provides personalized recommendations. I wonder how that will get complicated. Like the free tier, those recommendations will be promotions. I mean, right now these have free tiers that I've tried, and you just don't have access to your infinite history. So that's just my imagination. This technology could revolutionize how we interact with others and how we interact with applications, leading to more effective communication and personalized experiences, because that wasn't a thing before this. I know I can't stop it. I know it's like the cell phone. It's still in the early stages, but this article talks about apps that are doing that. And here is, I think I maybe like show you posts from this person who I don't know, who I just happen to follow on LinkedIn. So if I'm showing you posts from the same person, well, this person posts really interesting things. I don't know them. Here is a video that shows you can like block ads in the world. Like you can block out of home ads, which is interesting. An interesting premium experience. I think free tier AR will have more ads. And if you're affluent, maybe you can have no ads. In wellness news, I quit caffeine again. We'll see how long I last. The longest I ever lasted on no caffeine was 1.5 years. And that's not because not having caffeine is hard. It's kind of like smoking cigarettes. Like after the first few days, biologically, your body does not need it. You're good. Your energy levels are back. You wake up in the morning and you're bright-eyed and bushy-tailed and you don't need it. But since I've been conditioned with years of coffee, it's like my fun pleasure goodie I get in the morning, and then I don't get it, and decaf just isn't the same, even if you get really good decaf. Anyway, falling off the no caffeine wagon is hard, because if you have any caffeine, if I have a single cup of real coffee with ghee mixed with a milk frother, the way I like it, or even if I have a crappy cup of coffee from 7-Eleven or something, I am soaring with the angels. I am superhuman. Caffeine is a very powerful drug. I would even call it ceremonial. Like, I feel like I could reserve it for like ceremonial purposes. Anyway, if I have coffee every day, it taxes my adrenals. It's an endocrine disruptor. And if I'm going to really live my values, then I need to interrogate my relationship with caffeine. And I'm not sure it actually helps me in the long run. And I know it can be perfectly fine as a human being to have it every day and be healthy. So if that's what you want to do, I'm not picking on you, but considering all the stuff I'm into and all the other lifestyle choices I've made, it seems like weird for me to be living a life where I think I need caffeine. And I really don't have any other vices, not even Netflix. I live a very boring life. So this is like taking away my one joy in life, but it's honestly kind of hollow. And I think over time it takes from me. Alejandro Jodorowsky said something, and he includes caffeine in this thing he said, which I'm not quoting, I'm just kind of paraphrasing, that like caffeine included drugs take you to like the top of a tower where you can look out and get this amazing perspective. They show you a place where you can go, a place where you can be, but then you need to climb that without that thing. So that's where I'm coming from with that. I'll just have to find more lasting ways to cultivate happiness. Also, you might see, I think I'm going to start posting my videos from my Beauty Grease channel on this channel as one form of like a different type of content. And I think I just want to build this channel. Building 2 channels is like a lot for me. I think building 1 channel is a lot. So I'm going to start posting those reruns. So if you've already seen them, I apologize, but watch them again. They're really good and they're short. And I have some other things up my sleeve of like different types of videos I'm going to make, but reposting my Beauty Grease videos are like a very efficient way to build this channel into something more positive, even though what I'm doing in those videos is shit talking the skincare industrial complex mostly. I talk a little bit about what I do. So there's that. I might even make some yoga videos soon. So tell me if you hate that. Sam Altman's
eye scanning identity project, WorldCoin, is dropping the coin and rebranding as World. At their October 17th announcement, they unveiled a new version of their eye scanning orb device. Now with NVIDIA hardware, they introduced passport-based verification as an alternative to eye scanning, and they claimed they've created deepfake detection software. They also said that they have 15 million users, and they're planning to integrate with major apps like FaceTime and WhatsApp. The orb will also soon come to you, rather than you going to the orb. Starting next year, citizens in Latin America will be able to order an orb to their home using a popular food delivery app. This is part of WorldCoin's effort to expand its reach and make iris scanning more accessible. The orb will be delivered to the person's door, they'll have their iris scanned and sign up for the World network, and then the orb will move on to its next destination. World, as an on-demand service, is intended to increase the number of people who can verify their identity using WorldCoin's technology, now just World. They're also positioning themselves as the "Are you human?" checkers of our AI-filled future. Remember, this is a blockchain project. They dropped the coin, but it's still a blockchain project as far as I understand. There's been no pivot from crypto to identity solutions. They are still happening together. Blockchain is important for identity solutions. So it's a blockchain wallet tied to your biometric data. And in the future, I'm not sure anybody is going to be able to opt out. Like, you'll need to verify that you're human to participate in the metaverse, which is our new economy. The Department of Defense's Joint Special Operations Command is seeking advanced AI technology to generate highly realistic virtual identities. The system would create convincing digital personas with AI-generated faces, videos, voices, and backgrounds, all designed to appear authentic on social media, although they're completely synthetic. The technical specifications in the document requesting the technology require these personas to pass both human and machine verification, with features like 360-degree imaging, varied expressions, and matching environmental audio. The specificity of the 72-hour delivery requirements suggests there's likely a pressing operational timeframe for deploying these capabilities. Emphasis on withstanding social media platform scrutiny implies they're targeting specific platforms' detection algorithms, perhaps even those with the most sophisticated deepfake detection. The requirement for various landscapes and environmental audio suggests this is meant for global operations across cultural contexts. The requirements in the document suggest this isn't for one-off operations, but sustained and possibly concurrent operations. And the detailed technical specifications suggest they've already extensively studied existing AI generation capabilities and know exactly what's technically feasible. The timing of this requirement aligns with the rise of similar capabilities among potential adversaries, suggesting this might be a response in order to level the playing field, because everybody else is already doing it. A new app called Impact is essentially trying to create a coordinated army of social media responders armed with AI-generated talking points. When someone spots a narrative they don't like, they can summon supporters who will flood the comments with pre-written AI responses. They're marketing it as a digital fire department for good people, but it's also orchestrated spam that could give people with the financial means even more power to shape online narratives. Bill Gates makes his case for why digital infrastructure, things like national ID systems, and mobile payment networks is as crucial to modern nations as physical infrastructure like roads and bridges. He points to success stories like India, where digital IDs helped double the number of adults with bank accounts in just a decade, and Estonia, where 99% of government services are now online. The Gates Foundation is putting $200 million behind this push, betting that these digital systems will help poor countries leapfrog old school development hurdles. Some people worry about privacy, but Gates argues on his blog post that good digital infrastructure actually gives people more control over their data if it's done right. Something I keep talking about is like what you do is you get people inured to giving all their data, all of it. Every interaction is a transaction. So your eye tracking goes into your wallet solution. It's all private, but at some point if you need assistance, you're going to be compelled to reveal that data. And that's where the trouble comes in. So here's yet another article that disregards that. Noom, a weight loss app, has a new feature that creates a 3D model of your body using your smartphone, similar to a DEXA scan, except with your smartphone. And you can do it all the time. It helps track changes in your body composition, especially muscle mass, because did you know that weight loss medications may cause muscle loss as a side effect? Or put
in a different way from this LinkedIn post. GLP-1s, this is a quote from this post, this guy's post. GLP-1s are great in driving weight loss, but so much of the weight lost is actually muscle mass. Noom's quote-unquote muscle defense program emphasizes resistance training and protein intake, but we needed a simple and accurate way to monitor lean mass retention.
In front of your phone so that your entire body is viewable. Your entire body should be in view. Move away. Remain in this spot for the remainder of the body mapping session. Make a pose with your feet shoulder width apart and your arms. Spread your feet shoulder width apart. Move to the left.
There's also been a wave of, I mean, this is interesting. I kind of want to do it. Obviously not, because I'm curious. I've also seen a wave of luxury premium health memberships available that'll like track 40 billion metrics and put it on a dashboard for you. So what's now being marketed as a premium experience that lots of people are going to want, like that's how you do it. You don't impose it on people. You make it a premium experience, and then lots of people will want it. And then later, when everybody who wants it has it, that'll be a point where like everybody needs it, like cell phones. Like it's an affluent power flex to have a dumb phone. And I made a whole video about this if you want to watch that. And also, if you want to control something, you need to implement a model of what you want to control. Recently, I was scrolling, which I don't do a ton, and I got ads. It must know that I'm into movement, like exercise. So I got an ad that was like for like little exercise videos, like an app, and I clicked on it and it sent me immediately to an intake quiz, which was intriguing, which I couldn't resist. So I went through the quiz and took screenshots of the quiz. And it was asking me about like my goals, like what do I want? Like for me, I want to put on weight. So it was asking me about my goals, and I filled out the whole quiz, and then it offered me an extremely affordable like exercise program. So I was like, okay, I will check this out because I'm curious like what the exercises are. And then I just like looked around the app, and there's extensive like meal planning they can do with like any different like way you eat, and that was fun to look through. And then I didn't really use it because I have like lots of other ways I move my body at home or not at home, so I just didn't really use it. But the whole time I had this app, it kept giving me reminders not to work out, which you would think that's what it would give me reminders about, but to log my meals. It just like was so hungry for my dietary data. Here are just some examples of notifications I received over like a very small, like just a few days. Because I would receive multiple reminders a day. Not that it's like clearly also designed not to talk to me based on the intake, but just like a thing that's set to like barrage me with reminders no matter what. Log your meal now to see your calories. Have veggies for dinner. Carrot emoji. Vitamins are essential. Don't forget to log them. Bon appetit. Pancake emoji. Make sure to log your breakfast. It's easy to forget to log your lunch. So here's your little nudge. Wink emoji. Knock knock. Kind reminder to log your dinner. Broccoli emoji. Log your dinner. Dinner emoji. Something in a pot emoji. Wrap up your day with a healthy meal. Good morning. Sun emoji. Log your breakfast to keep track of your calories. If you want to control something, you need to implement a model of what you want to control. Pavlok, you may have seen it on Shark Tank, is a wearable device that uses a small electronic shock to help you break bad habits and form good ones. It also has a silent alarm that can shock you awake. There are many different styles of devices you can wear. This makes me think of the meditation headbands and how that could shock you as a prison. So if you want to control something, you need to implement a model of what you want to control. I once saw a wristband that uses your DNA, or proposes, it might have been just a concept, uses your DNA to help nudge you towards better shopping choices. So now that all the 23andMe DNA is out on the black market, my imagination produces a scenario where your DNA is clandestinely known and your wristband nudges you to make choices that actually keep you at suboptimal health. How's your Monday?